Welcome everybody to the ERCL semis. Dude, we had a crazy day yesterday. If you missed any of that action, you can check out the VOD here on this channel. Some of the most insane groups and games we've ever seen, like especially that insane ending over at the end of Group I that capped off our night. Absolutely crazy, but that means we have even more good stuff to come today, as all the best teams from those groups that played yesterday are going to be meeting up here in the semis to duel it out. But today, before we get into those games, I want to introduce my lovely co-caster, Tomsorcer. How you doing, buddy?
Yo, hey, how's it going, Scaz? I'm doing pretty good today, man. I'm kind of sad. I missed the games yesterday, and there's actually quite a few names I don't recognize in these lobbies, and I'm very excited to see what these guys have to bring for us today. You're gonna have to catch me up to speed for these.
Yeah, well, so some of these, we don't actually see every single game that is played from like all these groups, so some of these players are actually a surprise for me too. And even today, let's go over our groups that are, or our teams that are gonna be in Group A here, the 4 p.m. group. Our current roster for this group is pretty stacked, but I mean, honestly, every single semifinal today is completely stacked. But we have coming out in first place from their groups, we have 3 teams represented here, which is Gano and Aluko. This is a team that I think kind of surprised everybody. We didn't get to see their games on stream, but they dominated their group with like 102 points or something, like absolutely smashing the competition. And I'm curious to see what sort of strategies they were bringing. If I remember Gano in the solo event, he ran Kiara, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was going to be running Kiara here as well. Also, we have Deus XM and Superior 1, who took first place in their group. Absolutely dominant performance. They were just smashing their group from start to finish. They always were in the lead, and like that was we know how good these players are. They've been winning. I think they won the Prime Sub to Me Duos tournament recently. They've been smashing the ladder, taking first or second on the rank ladder. And also we have Xiaosei and Nazimi, a very talented team as well, who's been doing great. But even like beyond that, like the second place teams, the third place teams, you know, you have Celeste and Homecoming, you have Kyoya Passant, Gali and Burningsy. These are exceptional teams that may have only gotten second in their groups, but we know they're great players and we know they can bring good stuff here. I've been talking to Homecoming. He said that he's really been feeling himself with this team. He and Celeste have been playing a lot together and have been having a great time. And also the third place teams that are going to be here in Group A, Occupant of Space plus Shuvi Senpai, one of our favorite players from the solos event. I remember Shuvi Senpai playing that dial-in, being the like silver seed that somehow made it into the finals. We also have Serenade and Liffy. I don't know too much about this team, but I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring. We also have Choi and Aizkyo. Now, if you missed Choi and Aizkyo's group last night, that was in Group I believe. They were the team that just barely beat out Esther and Lenny to make it into this semifinal period. But Choi has one of the most insane X-Factor dual swords Yukis I have ever seen in any competitive Eternal Return tournament. He, by himself, he lost his teammate early in one game and ended up with 5 kills. Like solo 5 kills. The dude is absolutely insane. So this group is completely stacked. I can't wait to see what kinds of games they're going to bring. So yeah, dude, what do you think about this group so far?
Like I said earlier, not a lot of names I personally recognize. We're looking at, you know, a local game. You know, yeah, you mentioned Gano did bring out the Kiara back in the Souls events. I do recall that. But a lot of these players are guys that I do recognize. One thing to note, there's going to be a character here that we actually don't see pretty much anywhere. She's kind of been off the radar completely. And we have 2 of them that's going to be in this lobby. I'm really excited to see this character come out. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Well, I don't want to quite spoil it yet, because the people who are watching at home can't actually see what we see quite yet. We're going to talk about that once we get into the actual character, like, you know, picking your starting area phase. It's really crazy. I think this is actually what you missed. If you weren't checking out the games yesterday, you're probably missing some of the duos meta as it's been evolving over the last few weeks. There's some characters that are not considered powerful in solos, or at least not by the general public, but people have picked up on the fact that they are quite good in duos. And if you've been sort of paying attention to duos meta, you probably know which one we're talking about here. You probably know which character we're going to be talking about. But either way, we're about to get into our first game. We're wasting no time here at the ERCL. We're not making you wait around. There's no like analyst desk full of people telling you about sponsored products or whatever. No, forget that. We're going straight into the games and we're loading in right now. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. I really think if I had to put my money on like one team to really come up and pull some surprising stuff, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Homecoming and Celeste are going to do, because I know that when you put them up against the ropes, when you give them the right opportunity to shine, they sometimes come up in a big way. And since they didn't quite win their group yesterday, I'm excited to see if they're going to bring that fire today, that passion and energy to come over and just smash this group.
Yeah, for me, if I had to pick any group to take this, I kind of want to give it to the spicy new tech that's coming out here. So I have to give it to Nazimi Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe had a very, very strong performance back in the solos event, but sadly was not able to enter out at the very end. And Nazimi is a ladder monster. I believe with 2 accounts, probably to get the top 20 for solos. I could be off with the rankings there. Yeah, he's crazy. An Emma player, now turned Adela player, has been absolutely crushing it. And, well, those are characters that are extremely, extremely strong in team modes with their insane amount of AoE that they have in their kit. So it's going to be really exciting to see what these guys could do.
Yeah. So the character we were talking about, we're currently in the sort of like map selection screen part of the game. So the character we were talking about is actually Adela, right? That's who you were thinking of, right?
Oh, absolutely. This character has not seen really any play after a first round of nerfs, but it's slowly being brought up to back to speed. And people have been saying that, yes, this character in teams is very safe, very strong. It actually has a surprising amount of consistent damage coming out of her kit. And the queen setup is just, you land a queen and that person's blowing up immediately.
Yeah, so the thing about Adela that you're probably not aware of, if you've only been playing solo, if you don't know about duos meta pretty much at all, the thing is Adela's burst is huge. Adela comes with a lot of like mobility, burst, range setup. She can kite really well. She can do a lot of very good consistent damage. And the thing about her is that if she's sort of your squishy damage dealer on your team, the thing is, if you try to dive on her, she has that gigantic invulnerability, like massive burst fight reset. She's really, really good at making sure that you can like turn fights that you feel like you would otherwise lose because of that ultimate. And like I mentioned like a bunch of times already, her burst is crazy good. Like she has that nice CC and that big burst potential. So that is what I'm looking forward to seeing. So what's kind of surprising to me, actually, I was expecting to see Sylvia coming out of Celeste here, but we're seeing a... Ooh, hold on. We have a fight over here in school. Hold that thought. We have Deus XM on the spiky bouncy ball, putting up a lot of pressure onto Passant. Passant was one of our Adela players from yesterday who did quite well in their group, and trying to get those early game kills, early game damage on Deus because he has that spiky bouncy ball. It's a very powerful early game tool. We also have Homecoming putting some pressure onto Xiaozhe. He's only on the white assault rifle, the Fedorova, trying to maybe get that early kill, because remember, that green dual swords is really strong on Yuki. But now we have the Loigo Renzara as he's trying to maybe kill Aizkyo, who's going for the TP out.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to be able to get the kill here, but that is just going to be a lot of mastery to his name right there. You know, the Loigo Renzara does do a ton of damage, and this is kind of a pick that Homecoming's been trying out a lot recently with the Amp Dual Swords Yuki. This is something that you guys probably remember from the ERCS, which is a build that was kind of popular from... Ooh, wait, 1 second. Now we have Xiaozhe and Liffy take a little bit of a trade in Chapel. Xiaozhe still on the Fedorova, not exactly a weapon you want to be fighting on at all. And honestly, I'm noticing we have 2 assault rifle players in this lobby. And for those who are not aware, assault rifle just got a massive, massive tool in its arsenal known as Agni. This weapon is absolutely statted out of its mind right now and incredibly easy to make. Do you have any thoughts on this new build?
Hold on, I will talk more about Agni in just a second, as Gano is getting caught over here on the south side of school. Passant and Kyoya putting a ton of pressure onto him. That is that Kiara pick that we expected to see out of Gano, but he's got very nice food, ticking 54 to 53, and I'm trying to think of what food would even be ticking that much. I want to say it's like maybe a... What would even be ticking 54 right now? Is it Zen Vitality? It's like, what could possibly be doing that much healing? But either way, gets away because that very nice food, and showing the importance of making good food early. Now, we have a 2v2 engage right here as Celeste and Homecoming are catching Choi Choi. The battle of the dual swords Yukis. Homecoming coming out on top with that big Aya ult, that blank cartridge, rooting both Choi Choi and Aizkyo there. Looks like it's gonna be our first blood, our first full team to fall, as Homecoming and Celeste pick up the first kills of the tournament.
Yeah, we are seeing some really nice changes coming down from Homecoming Celeste. Celeste actually opting with the new Imperial Crown. It did just have a recipe change earlier in the preseason patch, and it's actually getting the build quite early. Like, if you just look at Celeste's eyes right now, he is crazy, crazy strong. Elegance, Imperial Crown, Uchiwa Stray Jackets, and is about to be on a Scotty as he has ready holding onto the Crimson Brace. He just needs some ice for that. And normally, you really cannot take a fight with a dual sword or an Amp Dual Swords character very early in the game, as they're not really much of a character until their weapon skill Rampage is online. That is a good chunk of their damage, but playing off the back foot of Celeste's insane early damage, they were able to take down the first team of the game. I don't even know, I apologize. Chuchu and
Chuchu and Aizkyo, yeah.
Chuchu, okay. I butchered the heck out of that, I apologize.
No worries. So here's one more thing you need to pay attention to. When it comes to duos, you noticed a lot in the qualifiers, we had all of our teams meeting up sometime between Honestly, I still saw some teams meeting up as late as the beginning of day 2. But one thing you're going to notice in the semifinal stage of this tournament, as our teams are more and more competent when it comes to playing duos, all of our teams are going to be meeting up far earlier. We have everybody here, like at the start of night 1, everyone is with their teammate. Absolutely everybody is already met up with their teammate, which is something you're going to be seeing pretty much all night. These are our teams who are way more aware of how to play the duos meta. We also do have Burning Z catching Shubi Senpai, already going down to half HP, throwing down that gigantic wave of fire, doing so much damage to Shubi Senpai, but unfortunately didn't manage to actually secure the kill yet. We have Gally coming in. Looks like Shubi Senpai will end up going down, occupying his space, followed up with that big shadow stab from Burning Z, and Occupant will go down, and that's 2 kills going to Burning Z and Gally.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate getting Qualifier out there. It's only Shubi Senpai was only on a bleeder, really not a whole line of damage to his name. And same with Occupant in space, only really on the Viral Blade and Optic Suits. Burning Z practically a walking tank right now with 2,500 HP right now. So trying to turn it there was never gonna work out for them. Sadly, they just do not have the numbers for that early into the game. And Burning Z kind of just being the only Xiukai in this group right now, kind of a surprise, you know, considering Xiukai is still a monster of a character, especially in teams where we can just cook up a ton for teammates. Ooh, we're seeing a fight over in Archer Rage. Homecoming going in with the beautiful ultimate. Liffy trying to get the ultimate over the wall, but no, Rampage is gonna drop him before it's able to go through. Liffy is gonna die here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liffy does go down. You saw how much damage that Dual Swords Rampage did. That weapon skill for Dual Swords being incredibly powerful. Multiple slashes. If you let multiple slashes hit you, you're taking a lot of damage. Remember, it has 2 activations. As long as even 1 tick of damage is dealt with that Dual Swords Rampage, it's a very potent weapon skill. And it's what makes this build actually a viable build. If it didn't have that, it wouldn't be a viable build whatsoever. But since it does exist, it's very powerful. Yeah, unfortunately for Shubi Senpai, yeah, Bleeder Dylan, not necessarily a real build, unfortunately. We do have 3 teams meeting over here in the, this is like alley area. We have Xiaosei and Nazimi, we have Aluko and Gano, as well as Passant and Kyoya. The thing is that's really risky about these situations, if you have 3 teams in the same zone, you may not even be aware that there are 3 teams in the same zone. Oh, the engage goes on to Gano, though. You're seeing that long-range engage from Adela. Nazimi catching with the Queen, coming straight down onto Gano. Gano gets popped pretty much immediately, but here's the risk about taking a fight with 3 zones in the same, or 3 teams in the same zone. You do have the third party, Xiaosei, getting comboed by Passant, but the big turnaround by Nazimi doing a bunch of damage to both Passant and Kyoya. Kyoya dropping down to about a quarter HP. Passant with just 1 hit left. Both of these players could fall down to just a pawn. Kyoya goes down. Passant is now trying to get away as best as he can, but it looks like Nazimi and Xiaosei are more determined to just make sure that Kyoya goes down rather than pursuing the double kill. But we do have a Luko here. After Gano did get picked up, this could be a third party to, or you even call it a fourth party if it's just like a third party that came back into a fight. I don't even know at that point, man.
Yeah, at this point, this is just going to be Nazimi and Xiaosei are going to have to disengage immediately. We see Gano's on the chase, and my god, he is so speedy with the EOD boots and the white crane fan, but he's just pushing them off the corpse. Yeah, he needs to create that missile tune already. But the corpse will go to... No, wait a second. Kyoya is actually going to get the resurrection off. Passant just sneaks it through. Aluko and Gano just said, okay, well, we kind of want to chase these guys off, and Kyoya is going to live for another day here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Honestly, here the funny thing about that too is even in Alley, we saw situations yesterday where a team was like in that exact same situation, completely dead to rights, and then a third party came by, forced people off of the execute, and then that team that was downed and basically guaranteed to lose came back and won the entire match. So look, you can't let anybody survive in these situations. You can't even make the argument like, oh, we want to farm for kills. No, if you let anyone survive who got downed, there's a good chance they'll just come back and win the whole thing. They're going to come back with a vengeance, knowing that they got a second chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially, it would have been so huge to pick up that kill for, on Kyoya here. He has full build. These are just items that would have been really nice to hold on to for now, but sadly, he got out. These guys are not weak at all. They're not like playing from super behind. They're not like winning on a ton of items. Passant is still on a mask and a golden bracelet, but Kyoya has full build, and we saw just even a few minutes ago the burst that a dual sword rampage Yuki can pull off. So Kyoya is going to be quite upset about what just happened, dude. He's going to remember this.
Yeah, so one more thing to know here. Homecoming already on a mithril armor. This dude is super tanky and has pretty good damage too. You saw, like we just mentioned, that dual swords rampage. It's very powerful on this character. Also Celeste. Here's the thing that's kind of interesting to me. Didn't they got a tree of life, didn't they? What?
Yes, they did.
They haven't used it for anything yet. they're currently both sitting on burnish ages, and they're both sitting on straight jacket sneakers as well. Maybe they're missing what they need in order to finish like glacial shoes or something. I don't know. We have a fight over here. We're missing a Deus XM did go down to Burning Z and Gally. This is one of our teams that is favored to win this, but it looks like Burning Z and Gally found their number there, and it's going to be a kill going over to them. Honestly, I'm not even going to say it's an upset, but I will say Deus XM and Superior One definitely a very much favored to win team in this tournament. Like win the entire thing, not even just the semifinals. So that is a huge kill to go down right now to Burning Z and Gally.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you even look at their items, they've just been kind of having a bit of a rough patch here. The Exodia Sicella just not really able to get together.
Yeah.
Still on the Crimson Bracelet and the Patch Robe. Superior still on the Buddha while okay, but he's also missing his chest as well, just sitting on the military suit. So he does have the Sword of Sana, which is really nice, but no chest piece is really hurting. This is a very squishy Emma, but if there's a character that could potentially 1v2 a fight, I would have to give it to an Emma.
Yeah, honestly, Emma could pull off some pretty crazy stuff. You also have to remember, though, that she can also get away from people, so she's really good at surviving and trying to rat for placement, especially in when you lose your teammate, your main focus is survival, because you want to get those extra placement points, even if you aren't getting kills. And that's something that Emma is actually exceptional at. So that's... Of all the two characters to end up dying, it's probably better for the Sicella to die, because the Emma can rat a lot better than Sicella can. Now we do have Burning Z and Gally potentially putting a lot of pressure on Passant. Passant trying to dash away. Remember that nerfed dash range on castling for Passant makes it really hard for Adela to get away in a lot of these situations. Gally gets the Semtax bomb. Ooh, Passant tries to use the ultimate to cancel the root, but actually times it improperly and does get rooted in the end. But Kyoya setting up for the jump on them. Oh, a beautiful combo coming out of Passant plus the coup de grace from Kyoya with the beautiful dual swords rampage to put the final pressure onto Burning Z. He will go down, and suddenly it's a 2v1 in favor of Passant and Kyoya.
Yeah, beautiful picture coming out from Kyoya. Burning Z face checking the bush, knowing that his teammate was nearby, but now we have Gally. He does have the assault rifle skill activated. The microstuns are coming out. The attack speed is uncapped, and Gally is just putting down the damage. But here's the problem, though. He can't go for an in-combat res as well.
Kyoya goes down.
Just set him. Kyoya does go down, and now we're seeing the Rebel Assault chasing down with Gally. He does have Simtex Bomb on Passat here, and he just needs a couple more auto attacks. That is going to be a beautiful turnaround from Gally. There are 2 kills for him and Burning Z.
Gally winning the 1v2 in such a rough situation, but now we have a third party. Superior One, who is all alone, is trying to maybe kill Gally here, but knows that he is not going to be winning this and just opts to dash away instead. The change onto the hat trick, or maybe it was onto the dove. He just knows that is not going to be something that favors him whatsoever. Burning Z does get picked up. Man, I cannot believe that Kyoya and Passant ended up losing that after the 1v2. Moreover, I can't believe that Gally was so good with his micromanagement to dodge all of those combos coming out of Adela and make sure that he won such a unwinnable fight in that situation, just showing the strength of this AR ISIL. It's pretty damn good. You have to keep your eyes on it, and you cannot sleep on it either.
Yeah, the damage coming out from now Agni, the now buffed Crusader armor, not giving you any moon speed penalty, and the fact that that fight was going on for so long that the overheat stacks finally capped off and he was able to activate the assault rifle skill just showed. I mean, you guys saw how crazy the assault rifle skill there was. He was just pumping out damage after damage after damage, and when they were trying to run away, they were just getting microstun with every single auto attack. So Gally was just able to instantly chase the entire time, and man, it was just so hard to take a consistent fight against an assault rifle. You just can't.
Yeah, honestly, you really just can't. That is... I'm still like reeling from that fight. I can't stop thinking about it. That was so well played by Gally. Nicely done there. And it just goes to show, we saw this in a previous tournament match as well. I think it was against... Actually, I don't remember the exact fight, but we saw situations where we had an AR ISIL with that Agni, and their teammate was focused over the AR ISIL, and all that did was it just left him the opportunity to just roll over the rest of the people in that fight. You have to take down the AR ISIL. They are the damage on their team 1000%. Anyone else is just a frontline. You need to get rid of this thing before it becomes too much of a threat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think it's a problem with this, the build in general is not actually that hard to make. Despite being a legendary item, it already falls into your inherent route anyways. So the way you build this, you just don't... What you were building before, you just add a heated oil on top of it, and you're good to go. You just need extra lighter and oil. Or if at worst case scenario, you just get heated oil off a bear later on into the game. It's really, really easy to make.
So we are seeing the Scotty going on to Homecoming. It looks like they were just looking for, I think it was like probably the bracelet to finish that bracelet of Scotty. pretty respectable. We also have Xiaosei and Nazimi putting a little bit of their foot forward, trying to get some of this positional advantage over here in pawn. Remember, guys, getting these consoles is super important because that gives you a lot of vision on the area for free. It doesn't cost you, you know, time or positioning disadvantage by having to go put like cameras down or something. No. You just get vision on almost the entire area just by accessing that console for about 3 minutes. It's a really good tactical advantage, and it's something that every team is trying to get. One thing you're going to notice in these higher level lobbies, you're going to see players sort of find a zone and stick to it, or rather maybe 1 or 2 zones to rotate between. A lot of the times, the teams that end up trying to just like cross the whole map will be the ones who get picked off because they're entering unsafe areas that they otherwise thought were safe to begin with. Now we have Gano running straight into Celeste and Homecoming. Aluko is rather far behind, but the dual swords rampage coming out of Homecoming is not doing quite enough damage to win that fight, but a beautiful coup de grace coming after the dash forward. Gano dropping very low with the reactivation onto Homecoming. With the damage from Celeste, Gano will end up going down. That steady shot doing a lot of damage. Keep in mind though, there are 2 teams in the bottom side of Factory who could come by to third party this if they see enough pings. Aluko trying his best to maybe stop Celeste and Homecoming from finishing off Gano, but it may not be something that he is able to do. Maybe a Herculean task that he is not up to. Now currently Aluko being chased out by Homecoming and Celeste, tries to dash to the wall. The fire escape connects straight into the wall and he will not go over despite having Wick buff. It will not be enough in this 2v1 situation. Aluko is sure to not be on the winning side. Dual Swords Rampage number 1. Dual Swords Rampage number 2, the E forward. Can he get the stun? It lands, but it's not quite a full stun since he did not have enough cufflinks at the time. Wow, this is just one of those situations where you really see the survivability of Adriana, but in the end, she will go down after being chased across 3 zones.
Yeah, survivability of Adriana versus the chase of Yuki is a tale of all the time, but sadly Yuki will come up on top here, especially with the mithril armor coming up. Meanwhile, through all of that, Burning Z and Gali did actually confirm the body on Gano back in Factory. Clearly taking some components here. We're seeing some items sitting on the floor next to his corpse, so they're looking quite strong. Burning Z did claim the EOD boots as his own. And they were looking quite strong. We're also seeing Serenade over here, just kind of wandering around the woodworks of Hospital, seeing if he was able to get a third party off, but was forced off earlier by Burning Z and Gali. So right now, we're just kind of in a bit of a stalemate.
So one thing that's really important to note about Burning Z at the moment, and this is not a knock against him as a player, it's been a very chaotic game so far, but he hasn't really found the time to get all those stacks. He's on 77 stacks, which by Shukai standards, especially in competitive play, it is really important that you at least break that 100 stacks mark, and you want to be getting closer to around 150, but unfortunately he's sort of stuck at that 77, maybe just relying on the fact that Gali can do most of the damage for his team. He doesn't necessarily need all those stacks as long as he's playing a nice tanky frontline with some CC. Now Serenade may be the target of Gali and Burning Z right now over in Hospital as he's trying his best to run away. He still has the ultimate available to him to try and dash away. He is likely to use that in a situation coming up. Burning Z throwing down the walk fire. It's not going to do enough damage, and Serenade uses it as an opportunity to just get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's going to put it on a pretty rough cooldown now. Now extended by 3 minutes. Oh no, Serenade now no ultimate.
Yeah, from one bad situation perhaps right into another, but he does manage to see that the console was being accessed, and Serenade is going to be running away from this one.
Yeah, he needs to get out there immediately. Wait, you need to keep running, Serenade. You cannot stop walking. You do not have an ultimate to your name, and you are incredibly lucky right now that Homecoming did not catch eyes of you. Oh no, the whiff final dash over the wall is going to keep Celeste on the chase. This is going to be a very slow chase for a while, but Serenade is trying to turn the tables here. While Celeste is quite strong, he is also relatively squishy. Nazimi coming in with a beautiful combo, blowing up Serenade, and he is still going in. He does not want to stop here, trying to take Celeste's life as well. Not going to work out. The coup de grace is going to be dropping. Getting hit only Xiaozhe, but Xiaozhe, of course, is on the air ISO and is going to keep popping out the consistent damage. He sees no reason to continue moving, and of course, Celeste is just dropping his first swipe out, like, please leave us alone. Take the smart bomb as an offering. We're gonna walk away.
Yeah, that smart bomb is a good way of sort of zoning them away. If you put smart bombs down, it sort of says, look, we can fight. Like, if you want to dash onto us, we're gonna just do a lot of damage with these very high powered traps. One thing I noticed there, remember, Celeste was low on mana. Celeste had already used his ultimate to try and catch Serenade, and as a result, it was a situation where, honestly, Xiaosei and Nazimi were probably gonna win that fight in the 2v2. A beautiful long range snipe by Nazimi onto both Homecoming and Celeste, but now we have Superior One getting chased by Xiaosei and Nazimi. He tries to dash for the wall, but Nazimi is ready to catch him. Beautiful covering on all of Superior's obvious sort of escape options. Look at that combo damage. Superior dropping incredibly low. Missed the hat trick. Will not be able to go over the wall and will end up falling. Nazimi slaying Superior One in the center of Avenue.
Yeah, Nazimi with the beautiful heads-up play, waiting for Superior One over the wall there. And despite not really having enough damage to finish off against the 100-0 combo, Superior sadly did miss the hat trick over the wall, and that was going to spell his doom. I mean, we're really seeing the powers of Zilla, but wait a second. We are seeing a absolute royale happening in Hospital right now. We're seeing Burning Z, Gali. Zhaoze is going to drop there, and Nazimi is just trying to get disengaged with the Queen. He will walk away, but Zhaoze is sadly going to be down there. This is going to leave Nazimi completely by himself, but right now he might actually have an opportunity to get Zhaoze back up as Homecoming and Celeste are nearby. But guys, this is the final zone of the game, and I don't think that resurrection is going to happen for free. Every player is here right now. They are all waiting. Nobody is going to make a step forward without being caught out by another.
Okay, so Gali and Burning Z are going over to try and finish Zhaoze. He doesn't want any opportunity for Zhaoze to get picked up in some weird fight, come back, and end up winning that. So it looks like it's going to be a 2v2v1 situation, Homecoming and Celeste versus Burning Z and Gali with the sort of surprise factor of Nazimi perhaps coming in here and doing a bunch of damage from range at any moment. All of these teams are stacked on kills. Homecoming and Celeste have 5, Burning Z and Gali have 6, and Nazimi has 4. So honestly, it's not like we have any situation where one team is more heavily favored than the other. It really could go to anyone. Even Nazimi could end up taking this entire thing with some sort of surprise comeback and third party against the 2v2 situation. The question
Yeah, absolutely. We are waiting for Nazimi. Nazimi is just being so patient in this bush. Like, nobody's bothered to check it yet. Nobody's trying to force him out of it. They know if they try to force Nazimi out, then the third team waiting around the corner is going to be the one to take the game there. So right now, it is kind of just going to be these two teams facing off against each other, while Nazimi could easily make one of these teams as the victor. But right now, we only have 15 seconds left on timer, and we're seeing Celeste at Homecoming set up with some funny traps here with some Sting Bursts, but they do have a couple Smart Bombs left in him and some Pendulum Axes. But the problem is, with Isol's passive, he can see those traps being placed on and able to clear it out with his Rebel Assault.
Yeah,
so
one well-placed W will, Rebel Assault, as you said, will actually clear out pretty much all these traps. He's not even trying to, he's just autoing them down. Smart Bomb goes down, the Pendulum Axe is getting cleared as well. Nazimi enters the final square, but Celeste and Homecoming have sort of the positional advantage. This bush is very, very powerful, and where you want to be in this final zone area. The Semtax bomb from Gali does land onto Celeste, but he is just clearing traps right now. Homecoming uses this opportunity to go back in. The dual swords rampage does land onto Burning Z and Gali, but the coup de grace from Homecoming completely whiffing, getting absolutely nobody. Oh, Gali gets beautifully comboed by Celeste and Homecoming. Burning Z goes down. It's now a 2v1. Nazimi versus Homecoming and Celeste. Can he win the 1v2? A beautiful ultimate comes down. It will connect onto nobody, however. With just a few slashes left, Nazimi is about to be taken out of this game with a final attempt to maybe checkmate his opponent. He ends up falling, and that will be Celeste and Homecoming taking game number 1 in this semifinal stage.
Beautiful play from these guys at the very end. Nazimi, I feel so bad for him. He tried to take those 2 kills off Gali and Burning Z, but was barely just a little bit of ticket damage from securing any of those kills. And he tried to do his best, but losing his partner so early on into the final circle, it was going to be impossible to pull off.
It was so beautifully played. I feel like Homecoming and Celeste found the exact right opportunity to go in onto Burning Z. That beautiful dual swords rampage chunking down that Shukai player right before he had a chance to really sort of take the fight into his own hands. What Shukai wants to do is like slow someone, knock them up, and start comboing them, but he never really got that opportunity because he was jumped on so aggressively by Homecoming and Celeste. A beautiful sort of team fight sense coming out of those 2 players. Ended up taking first place with 7 kills. Nicely done, Homecoming and Celeste. Second place, Nazimi secured that second place spot just by not being the bigger threat. That's sometimes like it's weird to say like it's a good thing to lose your teammate early, but in that situation it kind of was. Since he was not the bigger threat, he ended up being sort of ignored while Homecoming and Celeste focused more on Burning Z and Gali. As a result, Nazimi and Zhaoze, they take second place with 5 kills. That's a fantastic result for them as well. And in third place, we had Burning Z and Gali with 6 kills, third place. Also, you know, third place is not the best placement in the world, but 6 kills in third place is not a bad result whatsoever.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's only game 1 of 3, by the way, so we have plenty of time for these folks to catch back up in the leaderboards. And even if you're in third place, they were in third place with 6 kills into their name. So Burning Z and Gali had a very, very strong performance regardless of their placement, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing them running back that same strategy probably the next couple games coming up.
Absolutely. And one more thing that is super important to mention about this match is that even if you get third place, you got the 6 kills, and that just shows you are capable of continuing to do good things in the future matches. It shows that your strategy does work. One of the worst things and worst feelings you can have as a competitor going out of a game like that is to go, wait a minute, we got destroyed. Our strat is that we've been practicing, everything that we've been putting into preparing for this event did not work out. That is not what you want to see. It's not what you want to hear, because that makes you feel really insecure about your next few matches. Momentum is a serious thing in these tournaments, and the players who did well, who got all the kills, they're going to be the ones who have that momentum. And keep in mind, only the top 3 from this group will advance. So hey, if you're not in that top 3, you might as well be packing your bags, because you're not going to be in the finals if you don't end in the top 3. But we do have the scores ready for you. Tom, you want to go check out the scores with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Move on over to the scores. Okay, let's go check out the scores. Currently in first place, it's no surprise to anybody, we have Celeste and Homecoming with 39 points. A fantastic place to start your tournament semifinal run in. If you're on 39 points, I'm not saying you're already qualified, but that is a good place to start, because that means you have a very fantastic chance of just having okay games in games 2 and 3 and just qualifying off of that first game performance. In second place, we have Xiaosei and Nazimi with 29 points. Congratulations, that second place finish did end up paying up for them, because they ended up getting slightly more placement points than Gally, and Burning Z, who are also tied for second place with 29 points. Nicely done. You can see that giant gap between third and fourth, right? Like, isn't that insane how big that is?
Third, fourth, and everybody else. Third and fourth, the discrepancy is 20 points. In fourth place, you have Days and Superior at 9 points, and from there, it is only trickling down. So right now, the guys in the top 3 are feeling really happy. And like Scott mentioned earlier, Celeste and Homecoming, who are sitting at 39 points, while not technically qualified yet, they're looking real happy moving on to these future games.
Yeah, for sure. And man, I'm super impressed. The team that actually kind of surprised me at how low their points is, and there's no diss whatsoever, I thought they actually did really well in that game, was Kyoya and Passant. And they are only sitting at 6 points, which is not necessarily the best position to be in. I felt like they did better than their result, but that just goes to show, if you're not getting those kills, the placement only does so much for you. You cannot get away with just getting placement in this tournament. So you want to get in that top 3. If you want to qualify for the finals, you have to both be doing well in placement and doing well in your kill count. And that's exactly what our top 3 teams did in that first match. The question on my mind is that, are these top 3 teams going to be able to keep this point lead? Are they going to be able to continue to play this consistent and end up qualifying for the finals? I don't know. That's one of those things we're going to have to wait and see. But I would say, if you are a fan of any of these 3 teams that are currently in the top 3, are currently in that qualifying position, you should be pretty happy knowing that they have a nice lead going into games 2 and 3. But still, anything can happen. It is anybody's game. Just because you have one bad game does not mean you're out of the tournament. We've had players go from 18th or 9th or whatever the lowest ranking is based on the format, and shoot all the way up into qualifying after just one good game. So it's still anybody's game. Tom, are you excited for game number 2?
Oh, absolutely. I do want to bring one more attention back to the scoreboard. There is one character in this lobby that's actually sitting in second and third place respectively, even though they're both tied for second, which is ERBS. We saw the absolute dominance of this new build on ERBS, the power of Agni, and just how well he could just scrap, is able to take a man fight. Absolutely. The longer these fights go, and you're seeing the setup come out as well, right? We're looking at Xiaosei and Nazimi. If Nazimi lands a queen on somebody, they're getting Simtex bombs. Oh, yeah. That is going to be a stun into a root into... You're not surviving after that. You're just dead. Every time it happens, somebody dropped. And I think we're going to continue seeing that strategy moving on to these games. I feel like you see Gally and Burning Z. Burning Z, while he doesn't exactly have the same exact setup, if he is able to get the knockup with Z, then it's kind of going to be the same thing. The Semtex bomb is going to drop. They're going to drop incredibly low. It's going to be a free pick for your team. And that's kind of the power of duos versus solos. You get to play around with compositions more and play off your character strength just a little bit further than you would if you weren't playing in solos. And we're seeing that come out here in these games tonight. Yeah,
and one more thing I want to mention. You had kind of said, like, yo, I'm surprised to see these Adelas. Did you notice that the Adelas did extremely well in that match?
Yeah, the Adelas were doing crazy. The damage was coming out. They were super consistent. Nazimi is a madman, just dropping every ability he saw at anybody that walked near him, and just, I mean, we saw the fight over a pawn, right? He dropped the, I forget exactly who, but then he ran into Homecoming and Celeste right after his ultimate. He says, I'm going in. I am this confident that I could go in. And despite not really securing the secure on Celeste at the very end, you still managed to force a couple square pops out and walk away with his life. So these Adelas are definitely coming out of the woodwork tonight and putting on quite the performance, and I'm very excited to see what they could do for the next 2 games.
Yeah, like I've been saying, I said it last game before the match started, I'll say it again right now, I think Adela is fantastic in these duo matches. You saw that insane burst. Like, I can't remember exactly which fight it was, but there was one Adela who just like almost 100-0'd someone with one nice fat combo, and that's exactly what that character is going to be doing. They're being played as an AMP character in general right now, and it's a really good burst mage. And honestly, yeah, that long range engage potential, like you mentioned, you can get that long range queen, you can get that long range sort of knock up with a knight bouncing one of your pawns forward and knocking someone up. That's huge. As far as engages go, that's so safe and so huge in this duos format, especially if you have someone like ISL who can follow up that damage with huge amounts of burst. Now, one team I'm expecting to see a lot better things out of this game is Deus XM and Superior One. They ran away with their team with their group stage like it was nothing. It looked like they were just you know, toying with their prey and just absolutely annihilating their group. We saw them sort of struggle to get their items online in this match, or actually the previous match, but I'm expecting to see good things out of them in this game. I feel like they're very strong at adapting, and I think they're going to come in this match with something better, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a character that is heavily talked about a ton, which is the Exodia Cicella build. This build line is incredibly strong, but the problem is it is kind of hard to get online. It's not the easiest route to get together, and of course, it is not as, it's a lot more punishing here in duos than in solos, because if you get caught out once, especially weaker, and especially as a character like Cicella who doesn't exactly have the greatest escape tools on the planet, well, we saw what happened last time. You kind of just die. But if he is able to flip the tables and get his build online, then it's really hard to ever get to the point where you could put Cicella into a disadvantage. You kind of just get to bully whoever you like. And right now we're seeing, while most people are grouped already, Deus and Superior are still waiting to group up. They are going to meet up at Pawn relatively soon here. But we saw it right now. Deus having to walk by Homecoming and Celeste and just barely itching out of their vision range there.
Wait, we've seen this fight before. Homecoming and Celeste are putting a ton of pressure onto Chui and Icekyo. This exact same fight and the exact same plays happened last game as well. A beautiful polymorph by Icekyo, catching Homecoming during his dash. It will negate that movement, movement advantage there, and he's going to be forced to sort of stay far back. It's not going to be an advantage given to them at all. Yeah, Deus XM and Superior One are some of the few teams that meet sort of late. That's because their builds are a little bit more greedy. Putting this Cicella build together is rather difficult. It's like you mentioned, it's sort of an Exodia build. If you put all the pieces together, it's quite strong, but getting to that point is rather difficult. So, well, now that they're together, now that they're finally getting some of their pieces online, you should feel a lot better about their chance of maybe scaling into the late game as they were unable to do last game. Now, as we mentioned earlier, we're seeing sort of that situation where every single zone is occupied by a different team, and every single team has met up with their teammate by this, excuse me, by the start of night number 1. We have, like, I can't say more than that. Like, every team is uniquely staying away from each other. Everyone has their own zone that they've established as sort of their zone, and that's a really strong tactic, because it means that you have the opportunity to farm that zone, get your weapon mastery, get the items you need online, and not necessarily risk a third party by taking an early game fight that takes too long. But someone's steeping right into Homecoming, and he gets the coup de grace right on top of them, and they're gonna die. God, that is not what you want to see if you're occupant of space. I am so sorry, but these mid-game TPs are almost too risky to even risk.
Yeah, and it's funny, the irony in the caster curse coming from Scaz there is exactly that. When somebody secures a zone as their own, TPing out of your own zone and going somewhere else is really risky, especially in duos. You're going to see these guys grouped up together, and you just saw the combined power of the Yuki and Aya here. They just got the blank cartridge down into Yuki's stun, and it was good as dead. Now we're looking at a fight over in force. Icekyo and Chui taking a fight with Poseidon and Kyoya, and right now, well, not really a whole lot's happening. We're still waiting for Rampage to come online for Kyoya, where it's going to be a bulk of his damage coming out. And Poseidon is really not too bad, only seeing on the Missile Team, the Stray Jackets, and the Uchiwa. So until a little more items do come together, these fights are going to be there's not a whole lot of damage coming down, really.
So one more thing I want to kind of point out, we mentioned that there's a lot of Adelas, we mentioned that there's a lot of AR ISILs, but something we kind of haven't really highlighted too much, maybe we haven't, I just kind of have bad memory, it's one or the other, is that there are 3 dual swords amp Yukis in this game. We have both Homecoming, Chui, and Kyoya, all 3 of them on that dual swords, that amp dual swords Yuki build, which it's been sort of a standard, in my opinion, it's been sort of a standard build in team modes for a while, but you're really seeing a lot here. All these players are really preferring this playstyle. I think it is very powerful in the team modes. You see how much damage these players have been outputting in the right situations. It's really powerful. Also, one more thing I want to point out is that we do kind of have a weird situation where you mentioned it earlier, there's only one Shukai player. Something I noticed yesterday, in all of the groups we casted, there was not a single Shukai pick. Does this mean that Shukai has fallen out of favor due to the recent, like, was it like the AMP formula changes? Is that like a big Shukai nerf? Is Shukai no longer going to be popular in the duos meta? That sort of remains to be seen. But in general, I can assure you, people have not been playing Shukai nearly as much as they used to.
Yeah, for sure. Like what we saw previously on the ERCS, we saw a ton of Xiukais. Like every team just had, there was Xiukais everywhere. He was in such an insane character. But he has been the receiver of a few nerfs over the last couple patches, and of course with the recent formula changes and new systems coming into place, maybe Xiukai has fallen off a favor a little more. But Berniezy has been one of those people who are just kind of very true to his character. He is a big fan of the Xiukai, and I think despite the changes, he doesn't really care. He still thinks Xiukai is a very strong character, and he's going to be sticking with him no matter what. Also, he does have an interesting weapon coming out. Normally we see the Feng Shui Hob, but no, we're actually seeing a Lance of Poseidon coming down from him, which is not a weapon you see a whole lot of.
Yeah, it's
Do you think
true.
it's mostly because of a routing difference, just to route with Gali, or what do you think about
Hold on,
this?
Gano's ult's already active, and he's about to walk right into Iceko and Trey, which means that Kiar ultimate, that extra tool is not available for this fight, but Iceko and Trey just opting to not take this fight here. We're also seeing Shuvi Senpai trying to TP away as Passat and Kyoya are encroaching on their position, does end up TPing away, right into beach, hopped right over Kyoya and Passat. Kind of funny when you think about it. But you were asking a question about, was it Lance of Poseidon, I think?
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what you think about this weapon. Do you think it's just because the weapon's very powerful, or do you think this is because just to route with Gali to make sure they can meet up earlier?
It's got to be routing. I've heard a lot of people say, oh, Lance of Poseidon, it's garbage. Like, it's terrible. And I don't entirely disagree, but hold on, we have a fight over here between Trey and Nazimi. Iceko getting caught by that Semtax bomb, and now with no HP left and no hopes of survival, will end up going down. But also we have Trey getting caught by Celeste and Homecoming. It looks like team number 1 is getting absolutely picked apart here by 2 different teams on 2 different fronts. Trey goes down. Remember, Homecoming just used the dual swords rampage, so he cannot use it again here against Nazimi. Oh, a beautiful queen by Nazimi, catching both Celeste and Homecoming. The castle forward plus the ultimate going down. Homecoming will end up falling. Oh my god, Nazimi, that gorgeous engage right here is going to spell victory for Nazimi, as Nazimi decides to put all of Celeste and Homecoming's hopes into sort of the roughest position possible. Do I make the checkmate joke? I probably have to. Checkmate, Celeste. Wait, he has to go down first. There it is.
There we go.
As Celeste does go down, Nazimi and Xiaosei picking up 3 kills in that situation. 1 against Trey and Iceko, and 2 against Homecoming and Celeste.
I mean, I'm sorry, Xiaosei, I love you, but the props here is going to Nazimi. Nazimi absolutely played out of his mind there, landing a 2-man queen into a full combo on Homecoming Celeste while teleporting in on the castling and immediately dodging Celeste's blank cartridge right after with his own ultimate, like essentially frame perfect. Like he dodged it just barely and dropping Homecoming on the back end there. Nazimi playing out of his mind, and I mean, Xiaosei, you were there too, but you were carried on the back of Nazimi there. I apologize.
Absolutely. Nazimi played that beautifully. That was, I mean, you can see why Nazimi is being considered one of the best, if not the best, Adela within the NA region, doing fantastic work there, having put in the time on the character to master those sorts of situations. You don't get that by accident. You do have to sort of be setting up those pawns in order to get that queen on command. Nicely done, Nazimi. We now have Shuvi Senpai getting sort of sandwiched between Aluko and Gano, as well as Superior 1 and Deus XM. Deus XM and Superior 1 have been very quiet this game, but they did manage to get both of their builds online, so it's already an improvement over last match. We have Nazimi and Xiaosei setting up for Wick, as that is about to be spawning in the next 40 seconds or so. The only team over here potentially trying to contest Wick. The thing we've been noticing lately, especially in these duos matches, Wick is free. No one is contesting it whatsoever, and that's because people have been valuing the items a little bit less on these characters that are so good in duos. It's not that Wick buff is necessarily bad, but also Superior 1 and Deus XM have traditionally been the team that I have noticed cared the most about Wick, and they were not alive last game to even contest it, so I'm not surprised whatsoever to see them over here trying to contest it. Normally Superior 1 takes that force core, makes the suitor Sana, Deus XM, or potentially using to auto arms for Deus Ex, one or the other, but in any case, they are here to contest it for sure. They're gonna have to deal with Nazemi and Shousei though. We're already up 3 kills, and yeah, Laurel Wreath on Shousei looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, just to follow up on the point you just mentioned, the reason Deus and Superior are going to want this Wickline so bad is that if you look at the compositions we have here, this is the most traditional like poke comp you could possibly imagine. And of course, anytime you land any ability on any of these characters, you're going to be applying Wickline bleed. And of course, with Throw's auto attack range, it's just so easy to constantly have 100% uptime on that Wickline bleed if you're able to get it. Also, they are just very safe at taking it. They are very heavy range characters. They have a lot of CC in their kits. So even if they come in with the third party, as you can see happening right now, they're not taking any damage. They're slowly poking it down, and they have the upgrades to go with it. But Shousei and Nazemi are not going to let this happen for free. They are still waiting. This is going to be a very, very slow Wickline take. And right now, despite the zoning happening here, Wickline's just walling her way to alley. Nobody else is really here trying to contest this.
Oh,
and now we're seeing the engage coming from Nazemi, landing the beautiful queen onto Deus. Gonna go in, the Rebel Assault is gonna drop to try to get some more CC down. Xiaozhe is starting to pump with some consistent damage. Caltrop's gonna drop, but not gonna really connect anybody. Nazemi going in with the ultimate, gonna drop Deus with the insane damage. The Semtex bomb on Superior, gonna drop the root. We're gonna see some damage. Oh, gone down from Nazemi, but it's not gonna connect Sally. We are gonna need some time here for the queen to come back up, and if it does land, Superior could drop, but he might have one more charge of his ultimate. Yes, he does. He will walk out with his life here. Meanwhile, over in alley, despite all of this, we are going to see Liffy and Serenade take down the Wickline.
There's a fight happening over in Factory as Burning Z and Gali are catching Passant and Kyoya. Kyoya goes in with the Dual Swords Rampage. Passant pops the ultimate defensively to try and survive against that Semtex bomb. They're being chased into the red here as Burning Z throws down the lock fire. Passant with only about 120 HP left. If anything lands at this point, he will go down. That is the kill with the last stick of the Rebel Assault. Gali grabbing that kill just barely on the edge of the range of his cone. Now Kyoya, it's up to him to run away as there's no way he can revive Passant before Passant dies to the zone with only 4 seconds left on his timer. Like you just mentioned, Liffy and Serenade got Wick for free because of that fight that broke out between Team 6 and Team 3. One of those weird situations where even if you're not trying to get Wick, as long as there's another fight that breaks out, Wick just might happen to fall into your lap by accident. And that's gonna be a big advantage because remember, Liffy is playing a character that does scale super well off of those Wick items. Already on the frag rack, probably going for that Opera Mask or something similar to it. Very, very good items to be picked up by these melee auto attack scaling characters.
Yeah, we're going to see Liffy going to be quite the powerhouse if he's able to get those transitional items together fully. Right now, he is just on the Frag Rock, which is, well, I mean, it's 95 attack power and a ton of move speed to its name. So Frag Rock is definitely the item you want to be on right now. So I'm pretty sure these guys are going to feel a lot more confident moving into the late game. But also, I do want to talk about something that did happen earlier, which is the Burning Z. Wait 1 second. We do have a fight coming over in alley right now. Nazemi, Xiaozhe, and Kyoya. The beautiful coup de grace is going to drop, and Nazemi is going to avoid it with his ultimate. The Rampage is going to drop down, and Sally not drop Xiaozhe there. Kyoya will fall.
Kyoya did his best there, almost actually got the kill on the Shousei. Hey, if you're gonna go down, you might as well take someone out with you, but didn't quite find the damage that they needed. We're seeing the effectiveness of that Adela ultimate. It is doing so much to be able to dodge these like gigantic bursts from Yuki's. I'm not saying that Adela is a counter to Yuki necessarily, but having a on-demand invulnerability plus repositioning tool plus a lot of burst damage is very good against a character that has a very telegraphed high damage ultimate that comes off after a delay. So Adela looking pretty good against these Yuki combinations already. One thing I want to kind of point out, we do have Serenade and Liffy there with the Wick buff, but they're not really doing much with it. They've been in alley this entire time, already lost about 1/3 of their Wick, but you know what, I guess that's okay as long as they're surviving. They're getting those placement points even if they're not necessarily abusing that Wick buff damage. Gano and Aluko have also been rather quiet this game, just sort of getting what they need over time. 30 farm on Gano, you know, 17 on Aluko. Pretty good on levels and levels and mastery so far. Speaking of which, let's check on levels and mastery. Nazemi and Shousei, they've been fighting all game with 5 kills, and they're already on 13 and 14 mastery, heads and shoulders above everybody else in the lobby. Honestly, the funny thing to me is that Gali and Burning Z, who I felt like have been very aggro in this game, have by far the lowest mastery at only 9 apiece.
Yeah, they are actually, quite surprising. They really haven't seemed to be fighting too much, and only 9 apiece. Why have Nazemi and Xiaozhe both sitting on 14? But wait a second, what is going on in Hotel? We have Gano dropping down the ultimate to Aluko, but it is not really going to do a whole lot. I'm sorry, dropping the ultimate to Superior, not Aluko. That is his teammate. What am I saying?
He's killing his teammate. No.
How could he? No, onto Superior. Superior is going to run away, though. And we did mention this last game. If Dave's drops, well, he's the one teammate you want to drop because Superior can run away forever. But right now, we are going to see the chase come down from Aluka on the back end with the Adriana. But again, we are seeing just how safe Emma is. I'm pretty sure another charge ultimate is going to be back up relatively soon, but we're going to see the root connect, and wait a second, we might finally be able to get some consistent damage going down here on the Superior, but the wall hop might be on in just a moment. Oh no, the Fairy's down to 100 HP, but Nazimi is here for the third party, and the Rapier skill is going to secure the kill on Superior.
Aluka is now being pressured by Shouse and Nazimi. The Syntax Bomb lands on Aluka with the beautiful Pawn Knight combo as well. With the ultimate to reactivate, Nazimi will take down Aluka, but Burning Z and Gally are here for the third party. Gally Syntax Bomb landing on Aluka, or sorry, on Gano, as Gano gets slammed down by that heavy meal and will end up dropping to Burning Z and Gally. The funny thing there, like you just saw, it was not Gano and Aluka that got the kill on the Superior one. It was Nazimi and Shouse. After all that chasing, after all that pressure, it didn't even go to them. It went to Nazimi and Shouse instead, which is just a heartbreaker in this situation. Just someone comes by, Rapier skills it, and gets the last hit on all of your work going to nothing. We saw, unfortunately, Gano and Aluka dropping with 0 kills after all of that work chasing. So, we currently have a situation where Nazimi and Shouse are in first place with 7 kills. Jesus, Nazimi with 6. Nazimi is such a powerhouse right now. 6 kills, 16 farm, 1 assist, 15 mastery. Can you even take this like behemoth of an Adela down at this point? And remember, even if you kill Nazimi, who is such a huge threat, you also have to deal with an Agni Laurel Wreath Shouse on AR ISIL. Like, this is such an impossible group to get through at this point. You have to like combo them, burst them, CC them, something in order to take them down, and that is such a impossible task with their current mastery and itemization.
Yeah, absolutely. And now even now, they're still not really playing like too confident. They're kind of just waiting and setting up a bush trap here with the operational mine and telephoto cameras, and just setting up the queen, making sure that they don't really get a little overconfident here, and just making sure that people start running into them. And right now, that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing Serenade and Liffy running into Zhao Zhe. The Semtex Bomb is going to drop, but Liffy is going to start engaging on Liffy. Oh, beautiful Suture into Dilate ultimate, into a crazy Cathy ultimate there. Wait a second, Zhao Zhe is going to drop, and Nazimi is getting lower. But Serenade is walking away with his life right now. Only 10 seconds on timer. Yes, Nazimi will secure the kill, and Liffy is... Oh, the passive coming back up. Wait, is Nazimi going to secure another kill in the back end?
Liffy's alive somehow. How is this even possible? Oh, tries to get the stun against the board, but doesn't quite make it. Oh my god, that was a situation where I genuinely thought there was no way that Nazimi was walking out of it alive, but then it was just actually Burning Z that decided, nope, I will be killing you instead, Liffy. And Serenade, unfortunately for them, they will end up going down, and that's gonna be Nazimi getting away, still alive, and now with 8 kills. How is this even possible? Already 9 kills for Shouse and Nazimi total. And Nazimi taking 8 of them all for himself. Now all for themselves. The question is though, Shuvi Senpai and Nazimi, are they going to end up teaming? My guess is no.
And your guess is right, as Shuvi Senpai says, I am tired of you. I am going in for the engagement with the ultimate, and now Nazimi is like, look man, I'm going back in. But wait a second, Shuvi Senpai did silence himself here. That means he's not gonna be able to re-engage with his Q. So yeah, he's gonna be forced back into school here, as Nazimi is just kind of just blocking him off the school entrance here, as timer is gonna start ticking down in 20 seconds as that zone will be closing. But yeah, as we like talk about the previous point, Nazimi, everybody just kind of ended up forced back into Nazimi with 100 HP left, and Nazimi just able to secure every kill for free. Crazy. His team has 9 kills to their name right now. They have killed essentially half the lobby.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Well, almost even more than half the lobby, because you can't be killing your team. I secondly, people can get down and get picked back up and you can kill them again, but there's really only 16 people you can kill, and they have 9 kills. That is an exceptional number to currently have, especially if you're down a player at the moment. Nazimi jumping over the wall, trying to stay in a safe location, but Gally sniffs it out, does not think that they're going to be able to get away. A nice... Ooh... trying to hide over here, but probably gonna get sussed out by Burning Z and Gally. Question is, will Castling be up in time to jump over this wall to safety? It's clear that that's the goal for Nazimi. Oh, actually, no. Runs out into the red, tries to go for the combo, tries to go for the kill. The confidence, there's so many pieces here. They're about to get reactivated. Gally taking a ton of damage, almost dropping. I saw the line there, Nazimi. I saw the line. I saw what you were going for. And that was almost the cleanest comeback 1v2 I have ever seen in my entire life. But it didn't quite come together. Gally and Burning Z take up another kill. It's now a 2v1 situation. Can Shuvi Senpai kill this hulking Shukaya of a player, or this brutal ISOL? No, it's not gonna happen. Before we even see the final square, it is GG to Burning Z and Gally taking game number 2 in the first set of semifinals.
Yeah, GG to Gally and Burning Z. Back in, which was just party, and just off that third party alone, they were really just, well, at that point, they're the strongest players of the game. We saw them at the very end dropping claymores and double guillotines. They were more than prepared for this final circle coming up, and despite Nazimi's hardest efforts at the very end to try to turn it back onto Gally, it was not enough.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Burning Z and Gally. They ended up taking first place with 4 kills, which you'd think they would have the most kills in the lobby, but that actually went to Nazimi and Shouse, who fell in 3rd place. But let's go from top to bottom. In 1st place was Burning Z and Gally. Excellent third-party sense, excellent sort of just game sense in general in that entire match, picking up 4 kills and 1st place. In 2nd place, we have Shuvi Senpai and Occupant of Space. Do you remember the beginning of that game? Do you remember how Occupant of Space died? They were the first to die in this match, as far as I can remember. They died TPing in a hotel where they got, like, you know, ultra one-shot comboed by Homecoming and Celeste. And look at them. 2nd place, 0 kills. Hey, that's placement. We take those, honestly, we really do. And in 3rd place,
we absolutely take those.
We have Shouse and Nazimi with an insane, outrageous 9-kill 3rd place. Beautiful performance by Shouse and Nazimi. Wouldn't be surprised if they sort of swooped in and took that 1st place spot after that beautiful performance. But let's check out the scoreboard, because we do have that available. Actually, wait, hold on. We're going to be updating the scores real quick. It's not quite ready quite yet, but yeah. So my takeaway from this is that Nazimi and Shouse, there's no way they're not qualifying, right? They've got to be way up there in the points. They are looking real good after that game, and I wouldn't be surprised if the gap in the points between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and then the rest of the group got even wider after that game. We're going to go over to the scores right now and check out where our players are currently at in 1st place. Tom, you want to run us through these?
Oh my goodness. Jause Nazimi at 67 points with an insane performance in game 2. In 2nd place, we have Gally and Burning Z in 59 points. And in 3rd place, we have Celeste and Homecoming in 47 place, who sadly dropped fairly early in game 2. But I don't think they have much to worry about, because the discrepancy between 3rd and 4th is massive. Yeah, absolutely massive.
The point diff is still absolutely insane. Like you just mentioned, 3rd place at 47 points, 4th place at 19. It is not even really close at the moment. But that being said, as long as Homecoming and Celeste, if they end up dropping early again in the next game, and say someone like Serenade and Liffy or Occupant of Space and Shuvi Senpai end up popping off in the next game, this could be a bit of a shakeup into this top 3. But I would say for pretty much certainty, Shouse, Nazimi, Gally, and Burning Z, these 2 teams are looking pretty secured to go into the finals. Remember, only the top 3 can advance. Despite this insanely stacked group, we have to eliminate 6 of them. Only 1/3 of them can survive. Remember, we're going into today with 27 teams. It's like 54 players or so, some of the top talent in the entire region, as well as some of EU's top talent being here as well. And it's just not going to end up going well for some of them, as 2/3 will have to be eliminated. We can only end up with 18 players at the end of the day. Yeah, this is sort of, I mean, I can't say I'm completely shocked by the players who are currently in the qualifying sort of position at the moment, but man, has it been a brutal set of games so far to get here.
Yeah, it has been quite brutal to get here in the first place, and we are seeing, man, it is just the same 6 players absolutely killing everybody. And we mentioned this earlier. The placement is nice and all, and we do take those, but you guys really need to start getting those kill secures, because if you aren't, you really aren't securing any points for yourselves. And we really are seeing that with the massive discrepancy between third and everybody else.
Yeah, it's the funny thing is that we had heard some me as the TO for these events, I'd heard some complaints about like, oh, don't you think placement is valued too high? And I can't stop looking at groups like this where it's like, is placement getting these players anything? If you don't have the kills to match it, you're not going to be making it into those qualifying positions. Guys, you have to be getting those kills too. I'm sure you know that, but just know that the system, it does reward kills and it does reward placement, but really you got to be getting a nice mixture of both. Now, we do still have one more game. It's still anybody's game to make it into that, at least that third place spot, even if the first place and second place position might be a little bit locked in at the moment. But I'm still hoping to see some good things out of some of our teams that are struggling to find those points. Deus XM and Superior One, the team that was very favored going into this match, and they are kind of struggling to find the points that they need. And I'm not trying to disparage them whatsoever. They're fantastic players and everybody knows it. But what is maybe not working for them? Is it matchups? Does their team comp maybe struggle against Adela? Is that sort of what I'm seeing? Because I feel like that's sort of what's happening here. The Adelas and the Isles are kind of just beating their team comp.
Yeah, they're kind of just getting melted down when that happened. I mean, sadly, what ended up happening last game was really unfortunate. Nazemi landed a beautiful queen, and from there, the story was just kind of over for Deus. Deus just got absolutely melted, as he doesn't really have much of a way of repositioning within his kit. He only really has the Cicella bubble, and outside of that, it's not really going to work out very well for him. But we're seeing, of course, Adela and ISO have long-range picking potential. So if the bubble is down, it's going to be really easy to get pickings down to Deus, especially at that point in the game where we saw like Nazemi had already like 5 kills. He has insane mastery advantage over everybody, and at that point anybody he ran into was just gonna drop very slowly, and that just kept happening time and time again. I think the composition overall for Deus and Superior is fine. They just really haven't had a situation where it really shines just yet, and I don't know, it hasn't shined twice. Hopefully it shines a third time, because right now they're definitely in a rough position.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I know their team is exceptional. I know their team is very good, and I really hope to see some good things out of them in this next game. Before we get into it, though, I also kind of want to mention these ISOs. You mentioned it in the last game, and I'm going to mention it again here. These ISOs are doing exceptionally well. It's a situation where we're seeing both of our AR ISOs in that qualifying position, rank 1 and rank 2, both running that Agni AR ISO. It's been very powerful. I don't think it's necessarily carrying their team, though. Like, I feel like Nazemi and Xiaosei, for the most part, and this is not to knock Xiaosei whatsoever, he's been doing fantastic this whole time, but Nazemi has really been showing that prowess on Adela. So I feel like it's not even just, you can't even just point to, oh, they're getting carried by Agni. Like, that's Adela 100% pulling most of the weight, in my opinion, on that Xiaosei Nazemi team, as well as when it comes to Shukai and Gali Gali, Burning Z and Gali Gali. I feel like it's pretty evenly spread between the two players, both of them contributing a whole lot to their match. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not necessarily the case of Agni being broken. I feel like it's more the case of Isol is a fantastic addition to any very like aggressive jump on you comp, because what he can do is he can just grab you with that Semtax bomb. He can extend any catch potential and just burst you down, root you in place, and make sure that you go down. It also gives you that extra sort of zone control in the later parts of the game, because you do have those extra mock mines, which are quite good, and you can also control the trap game as well, as you do have that rebel assault to clear out traps. So Isol, is he overpowered? Is Agni broken? Kind of hard to tell, kind of hard to say for sure. It sort of remains to be seen, but it definitely does seem potent no matter what.
Yeah, I don't think ISO is overpowered per se. What I do think we're seeing coming out from the second place team, Gali Gali and Burning Z, I think we're seeing more power from ISO being shown there. Because Burning Z is just kind of being a giant wall for him. And once the engage from the Jukai comes out, we're seeing the Semtax bomb dropped off in the ISO. And these guys, they don't have as much damage that we see like versus, you know, Xiaozei and Nazemi, right? You don't have the Adela burst coming down. Jukai really isn't stacking as much. He's mostly a CC wall at that point. So we're seeing that Gali Gali is just able to consistently get the assault rifle active online time and time again. And once that active is online, you can't really run. You can't run. It's a ton of damage. Attack speed's uncapped, and ISO is going to abuse that time and time again. It really feels like more of an ISO funnel comp and just let Jukai be a giant tank. That's kind of what the second place team looks like. But of course, Jukai being a giant tank is kind of just fine. He scales off HP anyways. And he does a ton of damage and a ton of AoE damage. We saw the fight over in Factory with Gali and Burning Z versus Passant's team, where he just dropped the walk and, well, he was just walking towards him as this giant wall that he couldn't get through. And it was a ton of damage coming out after wave after wave after wave, just slowly bringing him whittling down until Gali was able to finish him off. And we've been seeing that happen a lot throughout this tournament. And I don't know, I think the Jukai, despite everything, is still an incredibly strong pick. And speaking about the Jukai, he's not on Spear anymore. He's on Dagger now.
Yeah, he kind of did pivot, although... Wait a second.
Is this just more of a movement speed thing? Are we going to see him just grab a Spear from Pawn?
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm wondering. Is this like, does he just pick it for the early game movement speed? Yeah, he's already going to Spear. Okay. This is just sort of a strategy. We see both of our ISOs stealthing past each other. They don't want any trouble. We have Nazimi coming over here into Hospital. One thing I should mention is that there were 4 players that started in Hospital. So anyone who needed to get items out of here early might have trouble getting the stuff they need. We also saw a character pivot. Did you notice which team is playing a different composition?
Yeah, and these are the 2 characters they are actually known for. Kyoya back on the Sylvia and Passant back on the Rotzi. These are characters that, well, these guys, this is where they build their names from. Passant is a Rotzi player since day 1. Kyoya is one of the best Sylvias on NA, and we are just seeing... I think we're going to see a pretty strong performance here. This could be just more of a desperation comfort pick where it's like, okay, look, I know we practiced this one composition, but we are just really comfortable on this characters. Why don't we just go back to our main characters for now? Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it's not been working out for them so far with that that dual swords amp Yuki as well as the Adela, so they're switching over to something that they're more comfortable on. Hey, if you're not having success with your strategy in the first 2 games, it's not a bad idea to pivot it for the 3rd one, because you know what? You're in a rough shape anyways. You kind of need to just have that really great game. And if what you're currently doing is not working, then you need to do it a little bit differently. We do have Serenade and Liffy killing Shaosei though, like instantly. Like I couldn't even get to them in time before he was on the ground dying with just the Fedorova. Now we have Octopus Space coming over here too, kicking him while he's down. Don't gotta do him like that, Shaosei. The current team that is in first place right now, getting killed off early by Serenade and Liffy. Nicely done. Both of them with their weapons done in that sort of grief squad position over here in Chapel. We also have Celeste and Homecoming really close to Deus XM and Superior 1. Keep in mind, Deus does not have the finished weapon, but that spiky bouncy ball is still pretty damn good as a blue weapon. Gonna be able to meet up with Superior 1. Drops the gold. That will be a Ruthenium Marble getting finished right here, right now.
Yeah, actually ended up catching what happened to poor Zhao Zhe there. He ended up walking into the cat, getting sutured into immediately silenced. Wait a second, we are seeing a fight over at Dock. We're seeing Serenade, Passant, Liffy, and Kyoya. And right now, they're just all clustered within each other. There's just a barrage of animations coming out. But we are seeing Serenade and Kyoya on the ground, and this is going to turn into a 1v1 between Liffy and Passant. But Passant is kind of low on mana, only down to 56 mana, and not really a whole lot of damage coming out. But we are seeing the passive procs coming down and just doing a good amount of damage. But Liffy has a ton of consistent damage to his name now with the Cardinal Wand and the combat boots coming in. Passant has no boots, and that is really going to hurt here. Gonna get the front flip over to Liffy, but no. Liffy with the dagger skill dropping is going to drop Kyoya and Passant into last place here. Liffy's going to get the res on Serenade, and man.
Very important part of that fight too is we saw Liffy ticking extremely good food there while also ticking some SP pots as well. Passant, like we mentioned, was no mana, was unable to get that SP back either. Oh, beautiful suture by Oculus Space onto Burning Z and Gali. Unfortunately though, it will not turn into anything favorable for them, as it's going to be Burning Z and Gali picking up another kill over here. We did see Shuvi Senpai going down before that fight even began, because we were watching that Kyoya Passant fight. Yeah, another nice set of kills picked up by Gali and Burning Z. This might be their game to win, considering their biggest competition, Nazimi and Shaosei, have already lost half of their team.
Yeah, while unfortunate for Nazimi Zhao here, I don't think they're exactly too concerned. I think at this point, Nazimi could just blow up and he would still be secure in the top 3 no matter what happens here. So I wouldn't be sweating much. This isn't game 1 anymore. This is the final game. We have seen a lot of the points come down. So I think Nazimi's perfectly fine with this outcome at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, one more thing I want to point out here is that we do have Daze and Superior 1. They're getting their items online. This is potentially a situation where these teams can show their power. We do have Deus XM with a Mithril Shield and full build. They had struggled to get that online in the first game, but they're looking a lot better this time. Homecoming and Celeste. You see them both on the patched robe, unable to finish. I assume they're going for EOD suits. They kind of switched up their strategy. They are not sitting in hotel like we've normally been seeing them. Instead, going for something else. Also, how's Aluko and Gano doing? They've been pretty quiet this game. Ooh, Gano already on the Mithril Armor. Aluko kind of struggling to get some of those items online, but overall still looking pretty good, at least for Gano's sake. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting situation. We have a lot of teams already kind of dead. We have Shase down. We have Shuyi Senpai and Akino Space. They are down. Kyoyo Passant, they are down as well. That's more dead than we've been seeing in the previous games this early in the match. It's been like night one. We still have a lot of teams available, but oh, Homecoming gets pulled by Deus XM. It's a fight breaking out between our two teams over here. Celeste and Homecoming need to have a good game this game so they don't end up getting kicked out of that third place spot. They're just trying to run away. They're just trying to make sure they don't die this early to a team that might be their biggest competition to vie for that third place spot. Homecoming trying to get away, but it's against an Emma who has lots of dashes and lots of polymorphs. I've seen this chase before. It is hard to get away from Superior 1 and Deus XM. The board charge trying, an attempt was made to try and get away. Ooh, a beautiful dash onto the bat, giving you a little bit of extra distance as you do dash behind your target as Yuki, if it connects. Beautifully spaced by Homecoming. He will end up getting away, and then to Superior 1, giving up on the chase.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Deus and Superior because, like you mentioned, that is their biggest competition. If there's a team you want to kill right now, as Superior and Deus right now, is going to be Homecoming and Celeste, not even able to get a single drop down there. But now we're looking to see a turnaround. Deus and Superior taking on a fight with Trey and Ice-Kyo over back in Temple. And right now, we are definitely seeing, well, the advantage of playing the Exodia Sasela. Still ticking at full HP right now and just putting on a ton of poke, but they're having a hard time trying to secure the kills. And we're seeing that happen right now as Homecoming stops. Oh no! The Wilson dropping down and securing the kill for Deus Superior. And now we're seeing the third party coming in with Gano and Aluka. Oh my god! The double
relax. Oh my god, Homecoming does end up going down though. Celeste will fall as well. Hey, that's not where you want to be if you're Homecoming and Celeste. You will end up falling over here in a roughly 6th or 5th place. But now we do have Deus XM and Superior 1 in a lot of trouble as Gano and Aluko are here at just the right time, at just the right place. Deus XM goes down. Superior 1 left to do a 1v1 or 1v2 against Gano and Aluko. Not the best situation to be in, as we're seeing 3 whole teams potentially get eliminated right here if Superior 1 does go down. This could be one of our fastest matches of all time in the duos ERCL. Superior 1 in a rough spot here. It is hard to get away from both a Kiara and an Adriana having some of the best chase potential in the entire game. Superior 1 does go down. That is going to be 3 teams being eliminated here. Homecoming, Celeste, out of the game. Trey, Ice-Kyo, out of the game. And of course, Deus XM and Superior out of the game. We're down to just 6 players left. 4 teams, 2 full teams. Burning Z and Gali, Aluko and Gano, and 2 solos in Nazimi and Serenade.
My goodness. I feel so bad for Homecoming. Homecoming had the absolute best possible combo you could have on Yuki there. He had double rampage on both Gano and Aluko, a full coup de grace on both Aluko and Gano. Like, he absolutely destroyed them, but it just wasn't enough damage to actually drop either of them. He needed more time. He needed some more items to go for him, but man, he did so much there only to get dropped moments after. Such a shame.
Yeah, that was honestly one of the most exceptional dual swords amp Yuki combos I've ever seen in competitive Eternal Return gameplay, like, ever. That was so clean. Nicely done, Homecoming. Unfortunately, like you said, it was not enough damage because they were still full HP and didn't have the advantage of Celeste backing him up because, unfortunately, there were like 3 teams all fighting here. It's really hard to find the opportunity to have both of your teammates attacking the same targets when you do have, you know, Deus XM and Superior beating on you from the side. So it's gonna be tough in a lot of those situations, but still nicely played by all of those teams. Deus XM, okay, so first of all, Deus XM and Superior, they did pick up 2 kills there. Homecoming got 1, or sorry, Celeste got 1 kill there. So there were more kills gone over to Deus XM and Superior. They played that really well, but unfortunately, it was the third party on the 4th party that sort of was the straw that broke the camel's back. That was not going to end up being a situation they could make it out of successfully. That's one of the biggest issues with Sasela in duos, or just Sasela in competitive play in general. once you're in a fight, you are locked into that fight. There's not too much you can do to get away from it. You're not playing, you know, Kathy, you're not playing Dylan. You don't get these free get out of jail free card escape tools. No. You have no dash. You can maybe bubble away, and it's not the most amazing escape tool in the world, but you know, it's a start. It's a rough situation to be in. You're sort of watching into those fights, and especially if you're getting third partied, it makes you kind of even less successful in those situations.
Man, at that point, it wasn't even a third party. It was a third party on top of a fourth party on top of a fifth party. That bubble can only hold so much for you. It is not going to be able to stop you getting away from the entire lobby, essentially. Because right now, we're almost 10 minutes into the game, and we only have 6 players left.
Oh, it's going to be a long one. We got time to fill, man. You want to break out some cards and do some, like, I don't know, we could do some, what was that game? Like war? Oh, no, we can do some poker. I don't know. We got time to kill because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 zones still open with only 6 players left. Yeah, sure, Wickline is up, but no one's here to contest it. We have Aluko and Gano grabbing console. They're gonna maybe run over to it, but in reality, this is not gonna get contested. This is not gonna be a big fight unless Burning Z? Teleporting? No, they're just playing it safe. So all these teams are just playing it safe. They're just avoiding each other. They don't want to fight right now. We could maybe pick up knitting or I don't know. Even any hobbies lately we could do.
Yeah, I've been playing this Eternal Return game. Highly recommend it.
True. Hey, we could learn how to play Eternal Return. Okay, let's have a little guide session. What should we teach new players right now? What is something that new players probably don't know about?
Well, if we're talking about in terms of duos, right now, there's probably something that a lot of players are going to make the mistake of, and you're seeing a lot of these guys not make the mistake of, which you're noticing, like, for example, we're seeing Nazimi just kind of decide to walk from hotel to alley instead of just teleporting. This is, well, for the reasons it's going to be a lot safer. I say it as he starts teleporting.
Cut the feed. Gano and Aluko, they're currently in Avenue.
Okay, so the reason this is a lot more risky themselves is that you can easily just teleport onto console vision. You can teleport onto a team just waiting for you. We saw this happen in game 2, where Homecoming Celeste were just able to take down Occupant of Space as he just teleported right on top of them and just kind of ended his run immediately. And that is something that is very common. So you're going to see players opt to be a lot more safe in that regard rather than just take teleport. They will walk the entire map rather than take a hyperloop just to make sure they don't die.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more thing I kind of want to point out, maybe for new players that you don't quite know about the game's meta in general. Hand, can I press Alt? No, that doesn't do anything. They added the new feature recently that had like the things pop up when you press Alt, so I thought that would maybe work in Spectator, but it doesn't. I'm actually kind of a huge fan of the fact that with that last quality of life update, they added the colored health bars. Big fan of that. It makes these, like that fight over in Temple would have been an absolute nightmare to follow if everyone's still on those red health bars. So that's a good thing. So let's talk about, let's talk about Wickline. Wickline was that neutral boss monster you just saw go down over here somewhere in Avenue. Gano and Aluko picked it up. They have this thing called the Enhanced by Vital Force buff. There's a 6-minute buff that makes them deal true damage on all of their attacks. It's essentially like, if you've played League of Legends, it's kind of like the Baron Nashor of this game, or if you've played Dota, it's like the Roshan of this game. It's your big neutral objective that everyone wants to contest, but instead of being in just one set area, it spawns in one set area and then wanders aimlessly around the map. You can sort of follow it based on what zones are available. Like if Avenue is open, she'll always go to Avenue first. If Avenue's closed, she'll generally go to Cemetery first. But if Avenue and Cemetery are all closed, she'll either go to Forest or Pond, generally Forest. So it's things like that where it's like you can sort of follow where she's gonna go. She has somewhat predictable behavior, but she still just sort of wanders around aimlessly, not to be sort of confused with Baron Nashor or Roshan, who always have a static place to be. Gano and a Burning Z. These teams are going to finally be fighting each other. Our last 2 remaining full teams going to be engaged on each other. The Mock Bind's being dropped by Gali. Gali going to be doing a ton of damage to Gano and Aluko. Aluko dropping very low, getting caught by the stutters of Gali. Gali with that overheat ticking. It's just going to be Gano trying to do the 1v2, trying to pull off the dream in sort of a panic. Throws the Q down. That thing is a little bit hard to aim in the proper direction when you are playing on high ping, as Gano, I believe, is playing from the EU. Burning Z and Gali will take Gano and Aluko out of this match.
Yeah, one thing that kind of came into favor in that fight there is that we saw Gali was actually fighting the Wild Dog right by the console before the fight started. So he was actually able to pre-stack his overheat, while probably unintentional, because I don't think he meant to walk into a Luco and Gano there. You know he was very happy to have that pre-stacked right away. Oh no, Serenade trying to take the Hyperloop out of the red zone here, and he only has a 9-second of timer, and the Semtex Bomb is going to drop. Wait a second, the slow from the walk is going to come down as well. It doesn't matter if he's going to explode or not, he's going to die one way or another. That is going to leave our final 3 contestants of the game, our full team of Gali, Burning Z, and just Nazimi, whose partner was the first one to drop this game, just kind of wandering around aimlessly. He might as well be Wickline at this point, because he has not really been doing a whole lot.
He's got a great accessory too. He's just sitting on a feather, unable to find, I believe it's probably a crane fan or something. So this match is about to wrap up as Nazimi knows exactly how this is going to go. Maybe go for a little bit of a 1v2 play. We've actually seen this exact same 1v2 before and it didn't quite go in the favor of Nazimi, but this should be wrapped up in just a moment. Nazimi, nice queen, nice combo, not a whole lot of damage though.
He dealt like 20 damage. I'm pretty proud of him. You can tell he's been having a good time this game.
Yeah, I mean, against a 77 stack Shukai with a bunch of defense, you probably could fight better fights. Not going to be ideal. Oh, setting up the pawn, setting up the queen. Will we see a combo? No, we will see a escape instead. Oh, pawn. Spiked blank. Very potent trap there. Okay, we're seeing the 1v1, the honorable 1v1. Just kidding. Gali is jumping on this fight too. Big ultimate, walk fire. So how's your day, Tom? How you been?
It's been going pretty good. Got some coffee, ate some breakfast. Clearly watching a chess match going on at the moment. Nazimi is doing quite a bit of damage with the rapier skill. You are not going to drop the absolute behemoth that is Jukai right now, and Nazimi will drop Gali. Burning Z will take game number 3 with 7 kills in the name. These guys were already qualifying as if from qualifying to probably super qualifying.
Yeah, super qualifying. They were already in fantastic shape. And then again, so was Nazimi and Xiaosei. Hey, they ended up dying pretty early. Xiaosei dying right at the start of the game, but Nazimi just played it very safe and made it to the final 2. Hey, second place is not bad, even with no kills. You'll get a lot of those placement points. And I mean, they were already probably going to qualify anyways, so I don't think it's going to change too much here. Not the most exciting end to that match, but that is going to be it for Group A, our first semifinal to conclude here. We are going to be potentially seeing some shakeups in the final scores, but I'm not expecting too much to shift around. What really remains to be seen is whether or not Homecoming and Celeste can stay in that top 3 spot, but we do have the scores ready right now, so we're going to head over to those right now. Let's check them out. Currently in first place, we have Gali and Burning Z usurping the throne from Xiaosei and Nazimi, as they did get 2 wonderful first place performances. 98 points. Very well done by Gali and Burning Z. In second place, we have Xiaosei and Nazimi. 81 points. Second place. A fantastic performance from them as well. And in third place, it was secured as soon as they got those first few points in the first few games. Homecoming and Celeste, they do end up qualifying with 55 points. It was a very close attempt, man. In fourth place, we actually saw a pretty respectable comeback from Serenade and Liffy. Fourth place with 39 points, a very strong attempt, very well done by them. They didn't quite make it into the final stage, but hey, fourth place, you can't be too upset with that considering the caliber of the competition you're playing against. In fifth place, we have Gano and Aluko with 30, Deus XM and Superior coming in sixth with 27 occupant of space, and Shuvi Senpai with 18, Kyoya and Basant in eighth with 13 points, and in ninth, Trichue and Icekyo doing their best with 5 points. A nice attempt from all of our competitors. And that is going to conclude Group A for the ERCL semifinals. Was that the result you expected? I'm kind of curious what you guys think about that set of games. That was personally sort of one of the most exciting like sets of team fights we've ever seen. We had a lot of like third parties and fourth parties and like crazy action. The fight between I'm blanking. I want to say it was Gali against Kyoya and Passant over in Uptown, where he did that crazy 1v2 comeback after Burning Z went down after face checking the bush. Was absolutely insane. Like a 1v2, a raw 1v2 from that AR ISOL player. It was really amazing to see. It's no surprise to me that they ended up in first place in their group with that level of talent. Tom, was there anything that really stood out to you about Group A? To me, that was a really like solid performance from all of our players.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's just kind of more not even sort of the players themselves, just more like the character choices we mentioned earlier. You know, we bought up the AR ISO and the Adelas, and well, they kind of overperformed in pretty much every facet. Sadly, the guys who had been kind of dominating the duels ladder did not make it through this bracket, which is Deus and Superior, who, while playing a very strong game, had an unfortunate game 1 and 2. And well, game 3, they managed to have the call of the entire server on top of them, and were not able to make it out of the Temple Blood battle that pursued earlier on this match. But no, this is kind of exactly what we expect, especially after game 1. After game 1, we kind of saw our current first through third place standings kind of just annihilating the entire lobby, every single one of them. Gali, Burning Z, Zalzane, Nazimi, Celeste, and Homecoming pretty much killed everybody. And we can see that when we look at the first game's like points. The discrepancy was like 30 points between like third place and everybody else. Yeah. So at that point, you really just have to crawl yourself back up through the ladder and hopefully try to make it back into the standings, but really was not able to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, we are going to be going to a brief break. When we get back, we're going to continue the ERCL semifinals with Group B. A lot of crazy action about to come up with this group. Honestly, like some of the most exciting teams from the qualifier stage are going to be showing up here in the second group. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back. Welcome back to the ERCL semifinals. We just wrapped up Group A, where we saw 3 teams advance: Gally and Burning Z, Shousei and Nazimi, and Celeste and Homecoming. These are not necessarily the teams that were seeded the highest to get out. Like Celeste and Homecoming, they came in second place out of their original group, but they did manage to make it out here in Group A of the semifinals. But that's in the past now. We've already finished up Group A. It's time to go into Group B. Group B has a brand new cast of insane players who have all brought their A game for you today. So let's go over who's going to be competing here in Group B. Tom, do you want to run us through at least some of the new players we have in Group B?
Well, I mean, you guys kind of know them, you love them. We have a verse here, possibly, I'm assuming, on the Hedgen. You know, the character he's been done for. He hit rank 1 on NA with in solos. He's also with teaming up with his buddy Proster, who's going to be on, I would imagine, going to be the Rozzy. I did not actually get to see the games yesterday, so I don't know.
So
I would
you're
imagine
actually going to be in for a surprise. I'm not going to spoil it, but you're going to see what they're running. It's not Rozzy. It is not Rozzy. It is Hedgen, but it's not Rozzy. You'll see. I'm sure you'll have the same reaction I did, which was like, what on earth are they doing? But it worked. Hey, it worked out for them.
All right, and for the second team here that we have for very well-known players, we have Slime 13, which is an Adriana player that, again, was kind of doing really, really well in solos. Really probably one of the biggest known Adriana one-tricks on the NA ladder. You see this guy in your game, you already know he's on Adriana. I never seen him off Adriana ever. And we have Binks123, who is a Dylan main as well. So, interesting composition we have coming down there for those guys. And I don't know, in terms of other names I recognize here, well, I mean, we have Tier 98 and Pie Master, which Tier 98 kind of has a toolbox of characters. I don't really know. For my opinion, he's mostly known for Shoichi. I don't think he's going to bring Shoichi. And we have Pie Master, who's, in my opinion, mostly known for Heart. But yesterday, I did hear he did bring out the Lennox and kind of had a infamous play that happened last night, but
yeah,
you know.
So yeah, funny enough, yeah, Tier 98 will not be on Shoichi as far as I'm aware. If he's running the same composition as yesterday, he'll be showing up on Amp Dai Lin, which surprised me too, but it kind of worked out for them. Also, coming out in first place from their group was Free Stratos and Lily Petal. I don't know a whole lot about this team or what compositions they run. We didn't see them on stream yesterday, but hey, if they took first place out of their group so convincingly, then surely they have some good stuff to show us today. We also have Hansuke and Lynx Purdue. These are 2 players that or at least Hansuke, I've been seeing in the game for actually forever. The dude's been playing team modes for almost as long as I have, at least since closed beta. Dude's been around for a long time. And also Fiesta Boy, I'm Rin. They had a couple of struggle games yesterday, but they did manage to make it out. Very good, consistent players. Pi and Ellison as well. Very good players. We have Mitsuguni and Ilaris. Very good players. Although I think actually Ilaris will be playing with Lil Dojon today, not Mitsuguni. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they will bring as well. They did very well in the ERCS squads event, so they are here to show their stuff in the duos event as well. And Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're bringing to the table as well. That is going to be sort of it for the sort of summary of the players. That's the player list for ERCL semifinals Group B. But it's almost time to get into the action. What are your predictions? Who do you think's getting out? You have to name 3 teams to get out. Who's getting out?
3 teams to get out? Oh my goodness. I mean, look, I'm never gonna not put the rank 1 on NA to not get out of here. I gotta put a Verse and Proster up there, and I am going to have to. Let me just take a little bit of a cheating pick here. Let me see where these guys are going. All right, I'm gonna go. You did mention Lily Petal and Free Stratos did hit. They were at the top of their group yesterday, so I'm gonna have to give it to them.
Okay.
Mostly because I like one of their picks, and I've been playing it a ton recently. And of course, to the Pie Master in Tier 98, I absolutely love Lennox in duos and squads. Pie Master played an obscene amount of Lennox back in the day, so whenever he whips that out, I am very, very excited to see what he can do on it. But I just kind of a character we didn't see in the last group. I don't want to spoil what we're seeing here yet, but yes, you know, he's on the Lennox. I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of it moving forward either. It's just not a very popular character, and I think as a character people are sleeping on for the team modes in general, possibly because they haven't had a lot of experience in team modes, and just kind of, well, I mean, this character is a juggernaut of AoE. Her Q's AoE, her W's and AoE silence, her E is a knockback or a push forward, and then the ultimate and the whip skill, being able to catch targets out of position, is very, very punishing. We saw this back in the squads ERCS, just how strong Lennox was.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing more of it come back here in the ERCL today.
Yeah, and also one more thing I want to point out here is that we do have a lot of these players are dedicated team mode players. Like I said, Alaris and Lil Dojon, they've been playing team modes for a long time. They're bringing out Magnus Sicella, which is honestly kind of a strange combination, but I look forward to seeing how that's going to perform. So check out Proster's pick. Was this what you were expecting?
What in the world? When do you play this character?
So I was really confused too. They're running Dagger Jackie Averse. Or sorry, Dagger Jackie Hedgen. Sorry, Hedgen Averse, whatever. It's the same, like, I get them mixed up all the time now. But basically, the point is they're running Dagger Jackie and Hedgen, which is the strangest team comp I have ever heard of, but it worked out. It's more of an offensive auto attack based Dagger Jackie. It's not this sort of, you know, kind of mediocre tank rat Jackie that we've been seeing a lot in solo queue. It's offensive. It's almost like building Kathy, but then slapping on Jackie instead. So you're running the frag rack, the radar, all these offensive tools. So it's very powerful in the early game, helps you chase kills down. They both jump on the same target and blow them up and make sure that they die early. It's very, very interesting how they play it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to play that.
Yeah, this is not, I mean, you were 100% correct. I was not expecting Proster to bring out just typical Dagger Jackie, like old school. Kathy's not even in the game yet. Dagger Jackie, and it's something we haven't seen in essentially any ladder in such a long time. It's been kind of what you mentioned earlier, just more of a tank Jackie variant that's been hopping around the ladder lately, and I don't even know what to say. That's super surprising. I'm kind of surprised. I'm gonna be really surprised to see how this performs later on today. I'm expecting good things out of these guys. These guys are insane players regardless. And, you know, just kind of going through the possibilities of what it can do. It's just more of like a verse goes in, CC somebody to death, and Jackie just whacks on him with a chainsaw and drops him while running at Mach 5. That's kind of the idea of what I'm thinking is going to be happening here, but you never know.
Yeah, totally. And also, we were talking about this earlier, Pie Master in Tier 98. Yes, they may have only gotten out of their group in second place, but it really felt like they got out in first. Like, they had done so well, but then again, there was also Sana and Aethers who had ended up taking that group by storm and emerging in first place. That doesn't mean that Tier 98 and Pie Master didn't put up a great performance as well. I'm expecting to see some really good things out of them, but we're already seeing right now 3 teams sort of meeting over here in Forest. It's getting very crowded over here as Fiesta Boy is trying to finish the usual Magnus route, while Averse and Proster are here and probably going to get this first kill. Fiesta Boy is in a lot of trouble. The root does not quite connect, but the fear does. Fiesta Boy dropping down to just 90 HP, 59. He does go down to Averse and Proster. It's going to be our first kill of Group B. He's actually going to let them live, though. Oh, Averse and Proster not even trying to thirst. Maybe they... Either that's a sort of a confidence, we know we're better than you, we know we're going to get you killed later on in the game as well, or maybe they just want to finish a few more items, get Averse on that finish elemental bow before, excuse me, before coming back for the finish, or maybe they're just hoping to fish for a teammate to come by and get a double kill. Either way, this is going to be a finish kill for Averse and Proster, as Fiesta Boy will be going down.
Yeah, I think we saw the damage coming out right away. It didn't even matter that Averse was sitting on a Scorch Bow of all things. He just kind of provided the CC while Proster walked in with the Carnivore and just ended up melting Fiesta Boy's face off. And it's such a shame because if you look at his XP bar, he was down to just such a sliver of XP to be able to have his ultimate up and getting out of that situation, but was not enough yet to be able to really walk away. And Sally just going to be the first person to drop in the game. And it's a story as old as time. You walk into Averse, you walk into Hedgen in Force, it's gonna drop you.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm Fiesta Boy, and I played a lot of this Magnus route, I played a ton of this Magnus route, I'm gonna hold on because there's a fight happening in Hotel between Hamske and Bink X. Hamske dropping down to half HP, Bink X putting a ton of damage onto him. Binks in general is just super built. Like, look at that. The finished Bloodwing Knuckle, a Bink Soul coming down, missing Hamske by just an inch, but Hamske will go down either way. Hamske was actually in pretty good shape as far as his itemization goes, but that initial catch onto him proved to be too potent for this team. Lynx Purdue not even opting to jump in on this fight, as Binks and Purdue also in pretty much the exact same position. There's a fight in Pond as Pie. They're just dead. They're just all dead, and Call Me Daddy and Careless is just here to third party. Everybody just dies.
I don't even know what happened. Wait, what the heck happened here?
So
there's just 4 corpses.
There's just 4 corpses. So what happened was, coup de grace hits both members of Lil Dojon and Ilaris. Ilaris and Lil Dojon just AoE the crap out of Ellison and Pie. The bike hits both Ellison and Pie, gets the double kill, and then Lil Dojon is down. Ilaris goes to the revive, Call Me Daddy, and Careless comes by and cleans it up.
What? Hey, my God, what the heck is this?
Big explosive fight that ended up just being like barely alive at the end with Ilaris, and then it's just a third party comes to clean it up and it's over. Well, We have just lost 2 more teams in the blink of an eye. Ellison, Pi, Ilaris, Little Dojon, all dead. And we've already lost 6 players total in Group B. Group B is proving to be far more bloodthirsty than Group A ever was. Even in that game where we had like 6 people left at the start of day 2 or whatever. Okay, maybe that was a little bit more bloodthirsty, but this is pretty damn bloodthirsty. Freestrauss and Lily Petal over here with the twin bow, with the Mistleton finished. This is a pretty nice routing decision as both of these characters tend to meet up around the same time in archery range. Slim and Binks over on the right side of Alley with quite a lot finished. But hey, this is a little bit out of character for Binks to be in day 1 and not have mithril gloves. I wonder if things are not necessarily going his way here.
Yeah, right now we're actually looking to see over at Pond. There's kind of another fight going down here in the same place. Yeah, we're seeing 298 drop down the ultimate onto Careless here, and High Master is going to be dropping as well. Call me Daddy 69. I mean, you're noticing there is a big item here that kind of solidified this fight from the get-go. Call me Daddy 69 has a Monkey King bar at the start of day 2, and he was just able to wail on these guys. And there was really not a whole lot going on because Pie Master really isn't that built. And I mean, while tier is full built, Pie Master is just kind of sitting on a Gleipnir and not much else.
Yeah, and one thing I want to kind of point out here is tier 98, he is not running Amped Island. He was running Amped Island all day yesterday, but suddenly we're seeing Vibro Nunchuck, Creed of the Night, Optical Camouflage Shoot, pivoting completely over to crit. I don't know if that was necessarily like, we don't have the items in our starting zone, our zones are too contested, so we should switch to something else, or if maybe they just feel like this is better overall. They did some testing last night, who knows? Either way, switching their strategy and it doesn't end up paying off. On my screen right now, I have 6 bodies. Like, this is what happened here? There's so many dead guys. We also have Call Me Daddy and Careless, which is a team that maybe not a whole lot of people were putting a bunch of bets on, already with 3 kills and that Monkey King bar during day 1 night. What on earth happened to create this Monkey King bar this early?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, the meteorite drops that we saw happening
in the Bears.
I think it might have been. That could have just been a single. I mean, they're down to a cumulative what? They have 9 hunts to their name right now. That could have easily just been 1 bear, 1 4 score. We didn't catch it earlier. We don't exactly know, but that's probably going to make the most sense. And prepping an MKB this early into the game is not exactly very hard. You could one zone it between Pawn and or Temple, and just holding on to it, it's so crazy if you're able to get it. I mean, you look at the power spec on this thing, it's 140 attack power to extra range. Luke with this weapon is an absolute monster, or especially if you're able to get it this early. The potential snowball is incredible, and we're actually looking like they might push out some aggression here. We're looking at a Versa Process pick up some potatoes over in Temple, and the noise pings did call over Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless here, but it looks like they're just kind of waiting for someone to walk into them, but sadly they actually ended up going the opposite direction, and nothing's really going to come out of that.
Yeah, for sure. So let's take stock of the situation. Where are our players currently at? We have 4 fully alive teams. Call Me Daddy and Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless. We have Freestrauss and Lily Petal running almost full build on Bo Nadine plus Kiara. We do also have Binks and Slim 13 over here, still almost at full build. Binks missing an item or 2, but overall Slim 13 looking pretty good. Version Proster team's been very quiet after their initial first kill. They are pivoting. Wait, what? Oh, this is supposed to be radar. I just haven't got the radar online yet. Yeah, they're looking to maybe finish their last few items, but aside from that, we have I'm Rin losing their first teammate over in Uptown in the beginning of the game. We also do have Lynx Purdue, who lost Hamskate over in Hotel. Our only 2 solo players running around the map without a friend to hold their hand. It's going to be rough for these teammates to find placement points and find kills, and we saw in the last group that placement points are not enough. You need to be getting kills too, so if you lose your teammate early, you're kind of in rough shape, and it's just up to you to maybe just get what tiny numbers of points you can get before it goes to the next few games, and everything comes down to you just not having enough. So yeah, odd situation. We have Binks and Slim teleporting up into a Verse and Proster zone of Alley, but Proster and Verse are moving over to archery range right now. I think they're just trying to play it safe, just farm up passively. Although that being said, Binks has 23 farm, is in incredibly good shape on both mastery and farm. Like if we check the mastery right now, we're seeing, holy cow, 32 farm on Lily Petal, 10 mastery, Binks on 10 mastery as well. Call Me Daddy with the 2 kills and the Monkey King bar up to 10 mastery as well. Remember, creating that Monkey King bar gives you a lot of mastery because it's both a gold weapon and your second finished weapon, so in pretty good shape mastery wise.
Yeah, right now I think the biggest issue is going to come down for Binks 123 himself. He kind of needs to get off a lot of these items. He's really just only sitting on not exactly the greatest vibes right now. He's still in the Bloodwing Knuckle. He's still in the Steel Knee Pads. He's still on a Steel Shield. And while he does have some nice stats to his name right now, he really needs to fully transition just to better items. He's not very tanky, and he kind of just only really can play 4-dial-in ultimate right now, while everybody else on the map is looking to be pretty full built. Like, everybody else is looking incredibly sharp. I mean, let's look at Lilypetal, for example. They're on an Auto Arms. Twin Bow, Sunset, White Rhinos. They are looking incredibly strong while they have a frontline Kiara with just the standard tank build. If anybody walks into Lilypetal right now, who is also on 38 hunt and 234 stacks, it's going to be really scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's going to happen right now with Ryan being chased out of Beach, but he does have an Opera Mask and, you know, just the bike up to walk away, but got chunked immediately with a single rain of arrows and Q down to half health. Wickline on the map as well in Avenue, and nobody really contesting this. And like I just mentioned, this is going to be huge for Binks. He needs to get some transitional items, and with this Wickline dropping, that's going to guarantee him a Force Core. It's going to guarantee him, of course, the buff and a VF blood sample. That's going to help an absolute ton.
Imrin gets caught by Proster and Averse. The ult being thrown down by Averse, but it's not going to catch him. Imrin is able to just bike out with no fuel left. Will they get away altogether? Oh, a beautiful rain of arrows perfectly tags Imrin, dropping very low. Averse is not giving up on this kill, but will get slowed by the finish line. The big ass, oh, what is it called? The wheel, something like that, comes out, does not quite, doesn't knock back because it's, you know, too far away, but it's gonna give you a little bit of extra fuel. Imrin might be able to get up to that fuel point and run away on that bike. That rain of arrows does not connect this time, and Imrin gets away once more. If you're gonna have to rat away, you could do a lot worse than Sylvia, am I right?
Yeah, Sylvia, especially if we're looking at Sylvia's headpiece here, it is definitely going to be really, really hard to catch Sylvia right now. Like, Imrin is gonna just be able to run away from most situations, especially once he has fuel up. He's level 14, does have the rank 2 ultimates, so it's going to be up pretty much whenever he wants, and once he's level 16, he is going to be absolutely zooming out of any scenario as long as he plays relatively safe. I am curious, looking back into Binks here, yeah, Bink is looking a lot stronger than before. Sitting on the auto arms now, and, well, not really much else. Does need to kind of get off this headpiece, but he's looking pretty good overall.
Yeah, we are seeing the auto arms. That's the second set of auto arms this game. Binks is still on the steel knee pads, as he often is. We've heard him say that he's not willing to shift off of these. He doesn't even really care about finishing real shoes. He'll just be on steel knee pads until he can finish like Hermes boots or something. Just thinks they're good enough as shoes. They kind of are. They're pretty decent. You don't have to spend that much time looking for, like, I mean, I think all you need to finish this is like what? A pair of running shoes and oilcloth or something. So if you find oilcloth off of a bear, you can just go finish your shoes. You don't have to really go out of your way to get that done. But we are seeing absolutely nothing of interest happening right now because all these players didn't die in the initial culling. We had so many players die at the start of the game. Remember, we had this like pit of bodies in Pond. We had Pie Master and Tyr ended up falling too as Lilypetal was checking out the mass burial site over here in the bear pit of Pond. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those situations where since so many died so early, well, all of our players can sort of stay spread out and not have to worry about, you know, catching other people, seeing third parties. Everyone can sort of run away if they don't want to necessarily take these fights. What this actually benefits is any character that scales really well on RNG items because you have a lot of time to farm. That's why you have the auto arms on Binks. It's a very good upgrade. You have the Queen of Hearts on Slim 13 because they got the Wickline, which gave them that VF blood sample. This is a really good position to be in for both of these characters. You also have Lilypetal on Bo Nadine, reaching almost 300 stacks, which is a really good position to be in for Nadine. You want to be able to just passively farm for as long as possible because you are scaling your damage with every animal killed. That is how Nadine's kit works. She is a farmer. She is like trying her best to find animals at all stages of the game to make sure that stat count is a chart with upwards trend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're also seeing kind of in terms of transitional items, we have Proster here looking to kind of just doing his best impression of Kathy right now, sitting on Mithril armor and a Chinese opera mask. We just really needs to get that Fraggle Rush, and he is fully built. I mean, just look at this. He is absolutely zooming. He is on 4.38 MS while in combat. He is just going to be able to kind of casually run at anybody that steps in his direction. And if he's out of combat, he's at 5.08. This man is quite literally gonna be running out Mach 5. Good luck trying to run away from a Versa Processor if you run into them.
Ooh, Glacial Shoes out of the box, going to go straight onto a verse. He is so happy to find that. Gold boxes are very valuable, guys. This shouldn't be like a secret. Like, no one's like, ew, gold boxes, I don't want to open those. Yeah, no, gold boxes are really, really good right now, especially with Autohead, aka Elysian Halo, being added into the game, which I'm pretty sure is in the pool, unless they, you know, made a mistake or something. That's another really fantastic item that almost any character will want to slam. Hermes boots, Autohead, Auto Arms, Glacial Shoes, Bracelet of Scotty. I don't know if I said Hermes boots already, but I'll say it again a second time because it's that good. These are all items that these characters would love to see. Even Blazing Dress has been buffed a ton and is really good at the moment. So all gold boxes are super valuable, especially if you're a team like a Verse who has a sort of an auto attacker and a mage. It means that almost every item you find out of a gold box can be used unless it's EOD boots.
Yeah, and really kind of forgetting the last one there, which is the traps. You could also find remote mines and smart bombs in there, which when the final circle comes down to it, those are gonna kind of be your bread and butter to securing a small part of the zone as your own. So, and there is no ISO in this lobby like the last game. The last group we had 2 ISOs coming out, and does make traps definitely a lot weaker than here. So any form of smart bombs or remote mines or guillotines, claymores, whatever these guys are building right now is gonna be absolutely massive moving forward into the final zone, because right now, what was a bloodbath early on, the game is kind of just stopped into a pitched halt. There's not really a whole lot happening. Everyone is just kind of going through zones, securing vision, pairing very slow, working on those transitions, and that's really all that's happening. So I would say expect a ton of traps coming out in the late game. I'm pretty sure these guys are holding on into an absolute, I don't even know, probably like stacks upon stacks of traps right now.
So, okay, here's the kind of crazy thing. Imrin, yes, has been ratting like crazy all game, but still hasn't finished an arm. But with the Mithril Boots and the Chinese Opera Mask, going to be able to run away pretty easily. Both of our solo players have sort of located each other, but I don't think they're necessarily trying to team together. They both do have the Chinese Opera Mask to run away from whatever it is that might be chasing them. It's going to be hard to get away from Slim 13, who is playing Adriana, one of the craziest, scariest chasing characters. Free Shadows and Lily Petal both going for the TP as a Verse and Proster are going to catch him. Proster going straight on the Lily Petal, but a beautiful Monkey Wire over the wall is going to get the distance that he needs. Proster. Ooh, Proster gets the kill on the Lily Petal. She will end up going down. That is going to be Proster falling as well to the reactivation from Stratos. That judgment catching, what was it, Proster right there. It goes down after all, and a Verse is going to get chased down by Binks and Slim 13. That is one of our favorite teams going down completely here before anything really happens, as all of our teams are suddenly contesting each other right here. Free Stratos goes down. Lily Petal falls as well. Fully executed by this third party. That was like a third, fourth, fifth party. I couldn't even keep track of which teams were involved in that fight.
Yeah, right. I think very much else. Nearly every single team in the entire game right now. The entire lobby just kind of converging into alley, aside from Coffee Daddy and Careless over back in Pond. But everybody else is kind of just in the alley area right now. And what was a game that was slowing down the pitch halt, well, we just kind of lost 4 people right there. And now we have Binks, who was just kind of having a hard time getting some of these transitional items together, is nearly fully geared out now. Nearly best in slot in everything right now. Just really kind of wants to get off that Bloodwing Knuckles. And of course, his partner here, Slim 13, is looking so happy right now. Mentioned earlier, Incinerate Bomb plus the Queen of Hearts, Auto Arms, Mithril Helmet. He is incredibly tanky. These guys have chase for days. And right now, we have a Lynx walking up to Binks right now. Wait, Lynx right now this big, gonna get the silence down, but he's kind of gonna be forced into running through Slim and Binks. Wait a second, he is incredibly fast here, but so are these guys. We're gonna watch the ultimate come down. Not gonna do anything, gonna be on the extended cooldown, and we are gonna see the oil six. Oh my goodness, the speed coming down from Binks. Lynx might have made a tragic mistake here. Yes, as he drops back down over in Temple.
Lynx gets chased down by Binks. Both of our Dylan players have pretty similar names, honestly. Binks is so fast with the Mithril Armor, the Chinese Opera Mask, and the Feather Boots, and the extra movement speed from the Bloodwing Knuckle. All of these making this Dylan a Formula 1 racer of a moving machine. We have Slim 13 also with the Mithril Helm equipped, with the Auto Arms. All these transition pieces being picked up off of all these bodies that dropped over here in archery range. Funny thing is that this meteor is actually still here, weirdly enough. With all of these RNG items, you would think that'd be gone like an hour ago, but nope, it's still there. Glacial Shoes onto Careless, Kelt as well. We have Call Me Daddy, I keep saying that, Call Me Daddy 69 with the Monkey King Bar, a nice snipe from Careless. Gonna be tagging Slim 13, but it doesn't do that much damage. Call Me Daddy just goes straight in, is gonna go try and put aggression on the Binks. The bite combo comes in from Careless, but I don't know if it's doing enough damage. Call Me Daddy uses the bat skill, the full swing to knock away the players who are contesting. chasing him, and I think Slim13 and Binks kind of got confused as to who they were going to focus and ended up getting ran away from by both players on both sides of them just suddenly. These two players splitting up, and Rin is sort of left to run around and maybe catch one of them in the when they're alone. I'm not sure how this is going to go down. Actually, no, it looks like Slim13 and Binks are going to notice that Rin is over there. That camera is spotting everybody in this zone right now. A beautiful telephoto camera giving them all the vision advantage that they do need. Now, Binks in this bush looking for a kill.
Yeah, right now, I don't think these guys really care too much about actually trying to kill Rin here, because again, let me just look at Rin. He is so fast, but he is running out of time here. They know he's gonna block out the exit. Wait a second. 3, 2, down to 2 seconds left on timer, and he is getting incredibly lucky here as Binks and Slim over here is actually going to let that go. They don't want to let Careless and Call Me Daddy 69 just set up on zone for free. Again, this has been a very slow game in the mid to late game. So there's a high chance these guys do have a lot of traps dropping down. Yep, there's the first of many, I am sure. The Pendulum Max is going to be dropping down. But the big problem here is I don't know how Call Me Daddy 69 actually gets into this fight right now. We do have Slim13 who's on the age round, has the oil slick. He has the cocktail for the ultimate, and he has the smoke screen. So that's going to be a Melee's worst nightmare. I don't know exactly how he's going to be able to get into this at all. And right now, Rin, with 2 seconds on timer, kind of just still sitting in the corner.
So one thing that is going to be a very important factor in this last fight is that Rin is right here, potentially can come in from the backside, but it looks like Call Me Daddy 69 is going to be doing a ton of damage on the Binks. Binks throwing out the ultimate. It doesn't quite connect. We have a smoke screen down, though. It's going to be hard for these players fighting in the smoke to see what's going on. A beautiful Q connect from Call Me Daddy 69. Binks goes down. Careless is about to drop as well, but Slim13, will he end up dropping before Careless falls? Careless does fall. Call Me Daddy 69 gets the kill. That's going to be team number 6 cleaning up Slim13, and Binks is Rin able to third party this before Careless is picked up? No, he is not. It is Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless's opportunity to take this and run away with it. This could be the victory going over to them. They do have plenty of time to sit here and rest up. 13 seconds. The nice wheel comes out. It does tag Call Me Daddy 69, but I don't think it's going to be enough to necessarily win this fight. But both these players are a little bit bruised.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Rin walk in there, but again, just not really fighting anyone the entire game, just being forced to run away the entire game. Has no master to his name, and these two guys are... for Careless and Call Me Daddy 69.
Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless do end up taking game number 1, which was, I'll be honest with you, not the result I was expecting, but it's certainly a result I am happy to see. That was a crazy game by all accounts. I don't think anyone was expecting the pacing of that game or the result of that game, or really anything about that game, because in that fight, or in that game, we saw that so many players had dropped over in Pond in that crazy bloodbath, and then later on in the game, there was like a huge pause where nobody died. We had 10 players on the map for like what felt like an hour, and then suddenly, over in the top side of archery, the division between archery and alley, suddenly everyone decided to fight. We had a huge fight. Averse and Proster, they dropped. We have who is it? We had Free Stratus and Lily Petal. The initial fight between Averse, Proster, Free Stratus, and Lily Petal, all 4 of them die because there's third parties upon third parties. That's what's so risky about taking these fights in the mid to late game, as you'll have people breathing down your neck at all stages of these fights. If you don't wrap it up within a few seconds, you're about to have a few couple of friends, you know, uninvited guests to your party if you're not careful.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful to these third parties. Normally, when you look at these compositions, you would imagine the people that are gonna get third party is gonna be someone like Call Me Daddy 69 on the Luke, not a character with a ton of mobile agency built into his kit. But he was just able to get the Night 1 Monkey King bar and absolutely snowball that lobby into a victory for him and Careless there. It was a beautiful, beautiful Luke performance. Not a character that would probably be on the top of your mind when you think competitive duos formats. Yeah. Definitely not a character that would be on my radar for sure. But if you tell me my Luke is going to be spawning with a Monkey King bar, I'm going to be pretty happy. For sure. A Monkey King bar is a huge advantage for Luke. So, the results of that match, we have it currently in first place. We are, well, not like points-wise, but, you know, kills-wise. We had Careless and Call Me Daddy 69 with 6 kills. A very nice performance from them. First place. In second place, they died, or they lost Fiesta Boy right at the start, but it's Fiesta Boy and Rin taking second place due to really good positional ratting by Rin for that whole match. 0 kills, but hey, the placement is still there. Those are good points nonetheless. In third place, we have Binks and Slim13. 5 kills, not a bad result.
pretty good result for Binks and Slim 13. They looked pretty dominant throughout the entire match, but they ended up taking third because there was still a single player alive, even though they took that fight right there at the end. In fourth, Hamskay and Lynx Purdue, 0 kills. And I mean, like, it feels like a verse was like one of the top teams. Verse and Proster were one of the top teams, or like one of the last teams to die in that match. But actually, they dropped in 6th because there were so many solo players still running around alive. 6th with 2 kills. And that's going to be it for round number 1. We're going to be prepping round number 2. During all that, let's talk about our current scores. Actually, hold on. The scores are already up, so we can go look at that now. Currently in first place, we have Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless with 36 points. A very good opening showing from them. A very nice lead to give them a little bit of leeway moving into the following 2 rounds. Slim 13 and Binkax with 26. Fiesta Boy and I'm Rin with 14. And in fourth place currently, we have Averse and Proster with 11. 1 point behind them is Free Stratos and Lily Petal with 10. So, Tom, that's where we're currently sitting at with our scores. What do we take away from that match?
Well, unlike with the Group A, we are not seeing the insane discrepancy that we saw between 3rd and 4th. It's actually only a 3-point difference this time around. And at this point, we can actually confidently say that like anybody can come back, right? Between 9th place and 3rd place is 10 points. That is nothing. You can make that up in a single game as easily as humanly possible, right? You just need to get one good game under your belt, get a couple kills down, get a decent placement, and you're back on the charts. But aside from that, right now, again, like I'm just kind of really surprised about the Luke and Sylvia comp. That it just worked out so well for Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless, and just not something you really expected. But the kind of crazy one was Averse and Proster. We did talk about the Carnawan Jackie, kind of the Cathy cosplay coming down from Proster. And while it was working incredibly well early on, you kind of, I mean, there's really no character in the game that can deal with 3rd, 4th, 5th, and the entire lobby converging onto you in the exact same moment. That is very unfortunate. I'm very curious to see if these guys are going to continue with that composition, or if we're going to see something like we saw last group with Tolkien and just go back into more of a comfort pick and possibly see Proster back onto the Razi.
I think they saw enough success on it in the last group, like in that qualifier stage. They're probably going to stick to that composition, but you know what, like you said, there's always a possibility they could be switching off of it if it didn't end up working. I think that was just more the case of a bad fight, bad situation, and you just sort of have to shrug that off and go to the next game. One thing I had a thought, and it kind of escaped me. I'll be honest.
Oh, I feel that at any point.
Well, I had something important to say, but I kind of lost. Oh, let's talk more about Careless and Call Me Daddy 69. That's what I want to talk about. So, do you think the Sylvia Luke composition, and I'm not trying to take anything away from them, I think they did quite well, especially that last fight was very well played by them. But do you think some of their success is maybe attributed to that very, very lucky first bear day 1 force core Monkey King bar? Is that something that's maybe kind of a sort of a lucky shot? We're not going to see a lot of that in the future. I mean, you can't get a Monkey King bar every game day 1, right? Unless you're, playing unless you're playing dial-in for some reason. They always seem to get those auto arms super early. But yeah, like I don't know, is that just right place, right time, good RNG, and they snowball the rest of the match? Or maybe they just have what it takes. Maybe they just do have that good team synergy. Maybe they do have that good team composition. You haven't been seeing any Luke whatsoever. Is the first Luke I've seen in the entire tournament. Maybe there were some in the qualifiers we didn't cover, but in the groups we've covered, we haven't seen a single Luke so far. So what do you think about that? Was that just lucky, or was that sort of the sign of maybe these guys have something that they are ready to bring to us?
Yeah, I do feel like that is probably more. That was definitely a very, very lucky early game. I mean, the difference between having, let's say, a Mallet Luke or a Statue Sorterio Luke versus a Monkey King bar is pretty huge. It is absolutely crazy. It turns them into like an okay character to easily one of the best characters in the game at that point. And we saw that happen very early on when they fought Pie Master and Tyr. It wasn't even a close fight. Careless dropped and Call Me Daddy was on his phone having a great time and just right-clicking away. Like, that's how strong Monkey King bar was.
It's really good.
It is definitely the possibility that, I mean, we saw them play the fights. Even at the end, where they were considered much weaker and their composition kind of fell off, they played the fights extraordinarily well. They were very patient. They disengaged. They had good team synergy within them. But Luke is definitely not a character I would ever suggest for this type of composition. I would much rather have a Dylan or anything else. I don't know. Luke is kind of a character that does lack a lot of agency, but as we saw, if he's able to get in head, he can stat check you time and time again. And it worked out for one game, and that one game might just be all they need to like just inch it out to the finals.
Yeah, they might end up qualifying just on that alone. As long as they play consistently in the future matches, get a couple of points here and there. You don't even have to get a lot of kills, just get some placement stuff. That could be enough. A 6th place or a 6 kill first place is that's a lot of points. Could be what you need to end up qualifying for the finals. Keep in mind, guys, the finals, they're gonna be played next weekend, I believe. I have to double check this. I'm like 90% sure played next Sunday, starting at 4 p.m. PST. It's gonna be a 5-round all-out battle between the top 3 teams from each of these semifinal groups. Total of 9 teams. We started with 162 players, and we're whittling it down to just 162 players, whittling it down to just 18. 9 teams total. So it's gonna be hard to get there. You had to make it through like well over 100 players to even make it to that phase, so it's gonna be pretty brutal no matter what. We saw the ERCL solos was pretty crazy, and now we're ready to have the duos event be crazy as well. Yeah, so it's gonna be crazy no matter what. We currently have game 2 starting up right here. Not seeing any too wild of pick swaps. Are you noticing anything kind of different? I'm seeing a free shadows on Adela switching off of, I believe it was Kiara in the previous game.
I'm not complaining at all. Yeah, he was definitely Kiara last game. But man, I want to see some more Adela action after Group 8. We have yet to see pretty much anything come from this character since her initial nerf. So more Adela is always a good time. And Pai and Elisan was on this composition, I believe, but they ended up having the start of the bloodbath over upon last game. But it looks like to be pretty much of the same as we saw in the first match over here. No real big changes besides the Adela.
So I want to focus on Ilara's and Little Dojon. This is a team, yeah, they were in that crazy pawn bloodbath in the beginning of last game, but the thing about them was that they were the ones who won that initial fight. They got third-partied instantly afterwards, but they had ended up winning that. I want to see more of this team. I don't know what exactly they're running. It looks like it was something like Ruthenium Marble and Amp Magnus, but I want to see more of it. So I'm hoping they can make it past this early game period. We can see some of these Magnuses do big things, because I mean, I'm biased, man. I like Magnus. I want to see Magnuses do well because I'm just kind of a big fan of playing Magnus myself. But we have a Verse getting pressured by Slim13. He doesn't have his weapon done yet. He's on the Scorch Bow. He's using that E to get over the wall, but now Proster, who doesn't even have his weapon nearly close to finish, is getting pressured a lot by Slim13, who has the finished Incendiary Bomb. He's very, very powerful at the moment, and it's sort of up to a Verse and Proster to see if they can get any of the items they need out of Forest before they get griefed. I mean, I say the word grief, but really outbuilt, I guess, by Binks and Slim13. Did they run this exact pathing last game? I don't actually remember what Binks and Slim13 ran for pathing last game. I feel like they were in Hotel at this point.
With the pathing. Yeah, I remember them kind of cleaning up and over in Hotel, but this does kind of make more sense where, this is a pretty common Adriana route, and this is a very common Dylanol route as well, where they kind of just meet up in Force Zone 2, and it is working out very well for them. Averse and Prosser were kind of just ended up, well, nearly, yeah, they were just forced out completely. And we're seeing Proster still on the armor knife, not able to finish the Carnival, not finding any flowers in like the few boxes he was able to check. So these guys are going to have to be playing from behind for possibly the rest of the game.
Yeah, being forced out of Forest is a pretty bad, or it's a pretty big disadvantage for Verse and Proster. That sort of is their most important zone. It's where they get all their gems. It's where they get all of, well, not necessarily all their feathers, because they can get some over here in Cemetery, but it's where they try to get all their feathers. It's where they get the Elemental Bow online. You can finish a lot of items on Hedgen over in Forest if you go Archery Alley Forest, but unfortunately not able to find the items they needed because they got pushed out like you just mentioned. One thing I want to point out, I wanted to point this out a little bit earlier too. We were still in day 1 and 90% of our teams had already met up with their teammate. This is what I had mentioned in the previous game as well, and I'm going to mention it again here as well. In competitive team modes, you need to be meeting up with your teammate as early as possible. The earlier the better, as long as you're not sacrificing your builds in order to do that. You're noticing around the time it turns to night 1, almost every single team should be with their teammate. If you're trying to play just sort of on ladder, if you're trying to just play casually with your friends, you could be a little bit more lazy about it. But if you're trying to take it seriously, if you're really trying to grind for that rank, really trying to grind for those results, you gotta be making routes where you're meeting up early. Now we have Pie Master and Tier 98 getting in a fight with Pie and Ellison. It's kind of confusing with 2 players named Pie. The double coup de grace off of Pie landing on both Pie Master and Tier 98. I mean, dropping very low. We also do have the double cross slash from Pie Master hitting Pie. Ooh, Pie does go down with the beautiful ultimate coming out of Tier 98, catching Pie. He will end up falling. Now Ellison maybe, I can't tell if this is unnecessary. Still here trying to take this fight, still trying to scrap, but both Tier 98 and Pie Master 7 are taking very good food. This is not going to be a fight you can necessarily win as a solo Emma this early in the game, and Ellison will likely go down here. Ooh, oh, Pie Master missing the W. It's a very thin skill shot. It doesn't quite connect, but the Q will, and that's going to be Ellison going down. A double kill for Pie Master and Tier 98. Now, on the other side of the map, we did see Call Me Daddy 69 during that fight, and Fiesta Boy, and TTV I'm Rin, and Carrotless dropping over here to Proster and Averse. I assume this is sort of a 3-team brawl. We're seeing that I believe it was I'm Rin got one of the kills, but 3 of the kills went to Proster and Averse. We saw they were having a rough game to begin with, but it ended up being a fight that went in their favor, and now they are very well built. This is the momentum swing that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, you can never really truly count out, you know, the ability for Hedgen to catch someone else. Sadly, we weren't able to catch it as another fight was happening on the map. But, I mean, we look at it versus items. He is looking to recover quite nicely from these corpses. Sitting on Elemental Bow, ooh, a newly crafted EOD suit, an Imperial Burgonet, Straight Jacket Sneakers, and a Shaman Brawls. And Proster is pretty much fully built as well, just kind of missing a chest piece at this point. This is looking pretty nice. And just to cover more about that Pond fight, last game we did see it kind of go the other way around as Pie Master and Tier 98 did fall over in Pond pretty early. But this time around, we're looking at Pie Master kind of just full built. He is on the Glepnir Rockers, Motorhelm, Burnished Aegis, Tachyon Brace, and Uchiwa at the end of night 1 there, and just kind of bullying a team that just had lesser items than they do, and was able to just kind of sit there, face tank everything, and just apply a ton of CC. You saw the power that is Lennox come into these fights. A giant wall, a giant CC bot at that point, and just doing an absolute ton of damage, especially early on in the game where people's HP pools are lower, you know, besides this early on into the game, and you don't exactly have a ton of HP items to make up for it.
So something that I want to point out about this team composition, this is why I was so surprised to see the crit Vibro Nunchuck variant of Tier 98's build last game, was this is what we saw like almost every game in their qualifying match. They were on like full build during the beginning of night 1. They were super fast on their build. I don't know what their routing is, but it's super efficient, and both these players are hitting like max build super early. Players are going to be running into them and going, oh cool, we can fight these guys this early game, and then no, they just get bodied because they're so full built. Pie Master jumping straight onto Little Dojon, jumping right to the backline, but remember, Little Dojon does have the Elysian Halo. Ilaris does end up going down. Pie Master and Tier 98 both putting all the damage that they have left and raining in their kit onto Little Dojon, and they will fall in the same place they fell last game, in the Bear Pit of Pond. That is another set of kills for Pie Master and Tier 98. They had a rough game last game, but this is going to be the game where they can come back for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a nice little MVP to that fight. Tier 98 landing a beautiful Nunchaku skill there, getting a free stun down to Lars and kind of just taking a quarter of his HP for free, which kind of just snowballed that fight into a one-sided fight altogether. And now we're going to see Elysian Halo going on to Pie Master, and this snowball, it's just starting to roll down, but it could snowball quite heavily. These guys run into anybody right now, they are good to take another fight.
Yeah, one more thing that's really important about this team is that they don't, like, look, their ultimates are nice, their ultimates are valuable, but they don't have to have them in order to fight. A lot of Tier 98's damage is loaded into both his 3 Q activations, as well as that silence, that spit of the alcohol. We also do have Pie Master. A lot of AoE not necessarily tagged onto his ultimate, and also that pull is a massive sort of fight engager, fight CC tool. It's very, very potent in these fights, and he has it available on a much shorter cooldown than his ultimate. So just because their ults are blown does not mean they cannot be taking these fights right now. Let's talk about a team we haven't seen much of this game. Binks and Slim13. They've been just sort of farming passively, getting their RNG items. Like, look at what Binks has got itemization-wise. I was saying this earlier, I was surprised to see him not on Imperial Silk Gloves at the start of the game. One, because whenever I run into this guy, he is always mithrilled out of his mind, and there he is with the Imperial Silk Gloves already. But hold that thought, because there is potentially a fight breaking out over in Forest between Free Stratos, Lily Petal, and Averse and Proster. Keep in mind, Proster does not have a chest piece finished. He's just trying to get that mithril armor, but they've yet to find the mithril. We're also seeing big Qs chunking down both Averse and Proster, as Free Stratos is trying to find that long range stun. Look at this build. Okay, so remember how they were playing Kiara Nadine last game? They pivoted to Adela Nadine, but the funny and cute thing is that they're just running the Kiara build piece for piece on Adela. That's really cute. I don't know if I've ever seen that, but I really like it. Double arrow rain coming out for both these teams. Missing Lily Petal by an inch, but also I don't even know where Lily Petals went. Proster pushing up the right side of this bus, going to have to just clear out the scroll trap if they want to advance on this position without losing too much life, because I think it's going to hurt them. And also, ooh, wait a second, hold on, we're missing a fight over here in alley. Lynx Purdue and Hamske, big burst onto tier 98, dropping. Oh, there's a TP about to go right on top of him. It's going to be a verse, TPing right on top of Piemaster, but his teammate, oh, what a fortunate TP, comes in right next to him. They don't realize what exactly they walked into, but it was right as tier 98 got picked up by Piemaster. What a strange engagement.
Yeah, that would have been incredibly unfortunate had they been slightly healthier, because one silence from Piemaster would have spelled the end for a versus run there. But right now we are looking at man, that sadly that we missed it, but like we didn't even get to see a verse when he TP out of that main building after landing on Piemaster. He was right in between Hamske and Lynx as well, but they were all walking away. Like he was just an inch away from being ran down with no escape tools up. He got incredibly lucky back there.
Like, it was actually lucky for so many people all at once. Like, if they had TP'd a second sooner, they would have stopped Piemaster from reviving tier 98. That would have been really bad for Piemaster, but if Piemaster and tier 98 had happened to revive just a second earlier, that would have been really bad for reverse. Or if Proster had TP'd into a less favorable position, not as close to his teammate, that would have been really bad for reverse too. There's so many things that just could have gone slightly differently to result in a very different match moving forward, but all of our teams ended up surviving that and walking away cleanly. Now, we have Wickline being chased down by Slim13 and Binks as Piemaster tier 98 are trying to steal this. A beautiful pull over the side. It will be Piemaster securing it, but the items go to Binks and Slim13. That being said, Averse and Proster are here to third party, try to get what they can, but surely all the items are missing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really nice for Binks and Slam, because you ready, or for Slim, because you already know Slim right now wants to get the Queen of Hearts online. He needs that VF Blood, and that's just going to guarantee it for him. And of course, a free Force Core. Well, at that point, that's just going to probably spell Hermes Boots for Binks, I can only imagine. We haven't seen any crafting coming out from these guys just yet, so maybe they still do need the components to get it, but I can only imagine they did secure the materials for themselves.
So something I want to comment about this group, about this match in particular, but we're gonna have to pause that because there's a fight breaking out over in Temple. Looks like a nice double silence onto all of Averse and Proster. That bleed ticking as well. Oh, beautiful altar from the side, plus the pull, but the mist. Ooh, the whiplash didn't quite connect, but it's gonna be Averse just getting destroyed in one swift CC combo. You're seeing that beautiful engage from tier 98 into the beautiful follow-up from Piemaster. Averse, unfortunately, will just drop like a stone against these two melee behemoths. Man, that was brutal. I would not want to be in Averse's shoes in that situation, but it's also a positioning thing. He did get caught out by tier 98's ult there. The initial silence putting them in a bad position. They couldn't quite push that. Additionally, they did have that wick bleed ensuring that they were going to win that fight from start to finish.
Yeah, imagine playing a squishy character like Hedron with no, like, you just double silence and you were CC'd throughout your entire HP bar. That must have felt so bad for poor Averse there. We saw Proster was barely able to walk out with his life because of the Mythril armor and the CDR that he has, but Averse just got that. He got drunken silence. He got whipped into Piemaster and Tier. He ended up getting barely ulted by Tier there. We saw the whiplash come out and the blue viper coming out at the very end, just completely destroying him. Now we're seeing poor Proster trying to just get his footing back in here, but he's being ran down by Free Stratos and Lily Petal, and that is going to spell the end for Averse and Proster here.
Yeah, Averse and Proster, they struggled to find the points they needed in that second match, and now in game number 2, sorry, in that first match, and now in game number 2, they are kind of dropping with not a whole lot of kills. I mean, they got 3, so that's actually pretty good, but their placement, that's only a 5th place placement. That is not where you want to be placement-wise. They're going to have a big game 3 in order to make it into that top 3. That being said, let's talk about some of the teams who are doing quite well at the moment. Tier 98 and Piemaster. They have 5 kills. They also have Wick Buff. They also have pretty good mastery. And they do that Elysian Halo that they ripped off of Alaris and Lil Dojon's body earlier in the game. So itemization-wise, they're feeling kind of good right now. We also do have Hamske and Lynx Purdue who have been a threat. Being able to take down Piemaster, or sorry, Tier 98 earlier in the game. We didn't quite see exactly how that went down, but hey, if they can kill him then, they could maybe kill him now. It's probably the X factor of that Amp Dual Swords. Yuki dealing quite a lot of damage if you do get that Dual Swords Rampage on top of the coup de grace afterwards, but it looks like Hamske might be getting caught here. He's almost in range of Dylan ult. Remember, we saw this earlier. One big Dylan ult, and you're being forced into that fight. You're not getting out of it. But Hamske and Lynx Purdue, both playing very high mobility characters, will be able to just dash and then double dash and then triple dash their way out of this fight.
Yeah, this is a very safe team that we're seeing from Lynx and Hamske, because they could just run out for pretty much ever. As long as you're not in the fight initially, they are good to go to just run away. But of course, the same issue comes down for Piemaster and Tier. If they're able to get one ability down, they just need one. They need a silence, they need a dial in all, they need a hook, they need something. And that fight, well, whoever they land on, they are good to go.
It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, this is something that I had been highlighting during their qualifier play yesterday. And wow, that was a lot of damage just from the W of Piemaster. All that attack power really adding up to a significant amount of damage on this character. Maybe Lennox is a little bit slept on with how well attack power is currently scaling on all of our sort of mage characters that are moving towards these attack power builds. But what I was going to say, this team has double silence. The W of Lennox, that's a silence, and you also have the silence, the 2 whole second silence coming out of Drunken Lee Dai Lin. It's a very strong combination. You can basically lock down a team and prevent them from casting spells for most of a fight. It's very good against casters like Hedgen, potentially like Adela as well, but the problem is you do have to get them before they throw down those like invulnerability ultimates that Adela is very likely to do. But also, like, if you catch what's her name, Nadine, before she's able to monkey wire away, she's stuck there, and she's kind of screwed. Sure, she can still auto attack and do a lot of damage, but being stuck in place is not really an ideal situation for a Nadine player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really just gonna show like how much front-loaded damage, you know, something like the Amphidiolin does have, and something like Lennox has. And if they're just able to change the CC properly, I think they could burst pretty much anybody in this lobby right now before they're able to use their safety tools. And even if they are, well, they're probably walking away with a quarter HP, maybe not even that much. Like, we were saying this, these guys are snowballed out of their mind. If we look at their mastery, Piemaster and Tier 98, we're seeing 15 and 14 respectively being the highest mastery in the game, and only really comparing. No, I am lying. Okay, no, Lilyfair is
no, you're missing something.
Oh,
very
okay,
important.
Wait a second.
Hold on, there's a fight breaking out over on the top side, the right side of Alley. Oh, beautiful over the wall from Tier 98. It was not the empowered one, though, so it was only for about half a second. Binks does manage to ult away himself, so this could be a nice escape here by Slim13 and Binks. One of these characters you do not want to be chasing into is Adela, especially in these tight corridors. Adela, or I keep saying Adela, Adriana will be throwing down tons of like burning oil fields, and chasing through them will be slowing you down, and you'll be taking a lot of true damage. So that was an insane escape by Binks there. I thought he was going to go down for sure, but wow. I mean, that's just sort of speaks to the ability of Dylan to get out of these terrible situations. But Tier 98 and Piemaster have predicted where they're going to be coming back into the zone, and they want fight number 2.
Yeah, they want to look for this fight yet again, but now we're seeing Slim trying to push them off with the ultimate charges, but that is kind of a lot where the damage comes down from Adriana regardless. And we're seeing, oh my goodness, a ton of CC coming down from the Lennox. Binks dropping down to half HP here, and Adriana just able to get the consistent damage. Tier 98 going back in with the ultimates. Binks will drop here, and Slim is just gonna say, sorry Binks, I got nothing left in my kit. I'm gonna have to let you die here.
So we need to highlight something. The reason why that fight went that way, there is a very important reason why Tier 98 had their ultimate up and Binks did not, and that's because of a change that took place a couple of months ago actually, where Dylan had a change. Dylan's ultimate was one of the best defensive tools in the game, and it kind of still is, but to punish people just using it defensively as an escape tool, if you don't hit a target, it will like make the cooldown for it so much longer. And since Binks had used it offensively, or sorry, since Tyr had used it offensively and hit Binks over here across the wall, his ult was mostly cooldown refunded, whereas Binks's was down because he used it to escape. And as a result, in that fight, Tier 98's ult was up and Binks's was not. And that was the difference between winning and losing for Tier 98 and Piemaster, as they do end up taking Binks down, and that's one less competitor to deal with, as Slim13 is now alone.
Yeah, poor Slim13, but again, I mean, this is a character, yeah, we're seeing Slim13 is just kind of setting up into a nice position here, finding his nice little corner of force to be able to run away to, which actually, this is kind of a scary corner to be in, I'll be honest. You don't really have anywhere to run to if somebody catches you out of position here. Absolutely, and if you don't have a lot of red timer to work with, that's pretty rough, man. That's pretty rough. Yeah, just kind of take whatever you can do at this point. We are seeing, you know, over in force, Lilypetal is setting up squirrel traps pretty much on every choke point imaginable. Just trying to see if they can finally go on the aggression on whoever they walk by. But the people walking into them might not be the exact people you want to watch. It is the strongest players in the lobby right now, with Piemaster Tier finally entering forest. And we are seeing the complete opposite of an engage with Lilypetal and Freestyle. Just like, yeah, I'm going to let you guys just walk by, do what you want. Please walk into us, but if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine with me.
So what we're seeing here now is all of our players are funneling into forest. When the zones are orange, that means that they're going to be closing once this timer reaches 0. And now that they're red, the zones are closed. Now, let's talk more about timers and the reason why they're so important. If you're in the red zone, you have 30 seconds total in the match of red zone timer. When that ticks down to 0, you will be instantly eliminated from the game. Now, Lynx Purdue and Hamskay, they're going to be trying to find this fight against Lily Petal and Free Stratos. Whoever engages more efficiently will likely be the one who comes out ahead. What that means is that Free Stratos is going to be fishing for a nice long-range stun. Additionally, though, when you're running up into this top area, it makes you very vulnerable to third parties. So if Free Stratos and Lily Petal are not careful, they will get third party here. Slim 13, with only 13 seconds left on their timer, will be forced into the red by Pie Master and Tier 98. That should be enough time to TP out before their timer reaches 0. 3 seconds left, right into safety. Unfortunately, for Lynx Purdue and Hamskay, they were chasing the red by Free Stratos and Lily Petal. And now remember, Slim 13, we mentioned that red zone timer is out of red zone timer. If they go into the red, they are dead for sure. So having accepted their fate, they will likely be dropping down here to Pie Master and Tier 98. Oh, yeah, the kill gets stolen by Lynx Purdue.
Yeah, Lynx comes in with a nice enhanced Q, does get the free kill on Slim, which he kind of didn't need at this point. Him and Hamskay haven't really been able to take many fights this game, and that is going to be their second kill of the game here. But this is going to be kind of a scary situation.
Hold on.
3 teams are fully up.
Before this fight begins, I want to highlight Lily Petal has 93 farm with 524 stacks. That is an absurd number of farm on a Nadine player. You do not see 500 stacks every day. You rarely see 500 stacks in your life. That is a very vigilant Nadine player. They have surely been like extremely well farmed and efficient farming with really good animal timing. Like I cannot highlight how impressive 524 stacks is. That is insane and completely unheard of. We got a bunch of smart bombs dropping for Lynx.
Reason, though. If we look at the mastery difference, Lily Petal's on 19 while Free Stratos is at 9.
Yes.
It's been a hard funnel here. So now we're going to see the final zone finally opening up here. And right now, while we do see some smart bombs from Lynx and Hamskay, they are slowly ticking some timer as they're just trying to dodge these skill shots. The Tier 98 and Pie Master are sitting in the corner. And again, this is just kind of Lily Petal Free Stratos getting to bully people. Oh no, Hamskay and Lynx going in. We're going to see a dual sword rampage come down. Free Stratos is just trying to get the disengagement out here. Beautiful Nunchaku skill coming down. But the smart bombs are just blowing everybody up. Hamskay getting a nice coup de grace on Pie Master, who's forced to take some red time. He's going to drop along with Hamskay. We're gonna see, I don't even know what's going on here. Pawns are flying everywhere. Lynx is gonna drop, and that is just gonna leave Tier 98 with a quarter health running into bush here. And that is gonna spell game number 2 for Lily Petal and Free Stratos.
A chaotic conclusion to this. And what that was there was, it was a case of Hamskay and Lynx Purdue deciding, okay, we're losing timer, we're losing health bars, we gotta just go, we gotta get in on this fight. They engage onto the orange team, Lily Petal and Free Stratos. What that does, though, unfortunately, is that once Pie Master and Tier 98 come in to try and third party and maybe do some damage to Hamskay and Lynx Purdue, that kind of gives Lily Petal and Free Stratos free reign to just combo the hell out of them. They had the 500 stacks on Nadine. Pie Master tried to pull Lily Petal towards them to try and get those kills, but it didn't matter because Free Stratos was there to CC them back, to reset the fight for them. Also, all of the squirrel traps that are set up by Lily Petal was doing huge work, making sure no one could just jump onto the orange team there. And congratulations to Lily Petal and Free Stratos. You see why they dominated their group in the qualifier stage of this tournament. They're coming out here with a victory as well. Very nicely done by Free Stratos and Lily Petal. So, to conclude that match in the scores, even though they had first place, it was Free Stratos and Lily Petal with 3 kills. But in second place, it was Pie Master and Tier 98 with 7 kills. Like I said, they didn't get first, but man, they more than doubled the kills of the first place team. Free Stratos and Lily Petal, first place 3 kills. Pie Master and Tier 98, second place with 7, a whopping 7 kills. Absolutely insane, and I cannot highlight this enough. 93 farm on Lily Petal. I don't think I've ever even come close to seeing a farm count that high. I think I've personally gotten like 85, and that was like, I'm gonna just do nothing but farm all game. And even then, like, that's not 93. That's an insane amount of farm for a Nadine. So for that alone, I want to give you bonus points, but I can't. In third place, we had Hamskay and Lynx Purdue. They had 3 kills, a very nice performance by them as well. So let's unpack this. What do you think about that match? What do you take away from that match?
I think what we saw was the power of hyper funneling a hyper carry. Nadine was doing an absolute ton of damage and playing for Final Zone, which is what Nadine has kind of always been really well known for. With Squirrel Chops coming down, with the tank Adela just peeling for you at all times, you had a lot of room to work with. You were able to just poke down what is, the last 4 players remaining in the lobby being all melee players, kind of stuck in corners, really being forced to either run into you or just die slowly to timer or just being burnt of all their food. So they were able to get a nice positional advantage due to this, and these other guys were just forced to play for second place. And despite all of that, they were able to take first place. But even though they took first place, we had Pie Master Tier 98, while not able to securing the game for themselves, they got 6 kills to the name. They were able to just snowball very, very hard early on. We saw the beautiful teamwork coming down from them, just comboing those sciences together really well, getting all the CC they need, and just having a ton of damage between the front-loaded bursts of Lee Dai-Lin and the continuous AoE damage that comes down from Lennox. And man, I said it before and I'll say it again, Lennox is being slept on very heavily, and Pie Master is showing you guys right now why she's amazing.
For sure, man. All right, we do have the scores ready. We're going to shoot you over to those right now. Let's check it out. Currently in first place, taking that confident lead in first, beating out the previous first place players, this Pie Master in Tier 98. They have 41 points. That 7 kill second place really worked out for them. A nice first place position. However, they're not out of the woods yet. There are some big sort of upsets here, as Free Strauss and Lily Petal, they shot back up from 10 points up to 37 second place in a tie with the previous first place team of Call Me Daddy 69 and Caredless. Call Me Daddy 69 and Caredless had a great game in game number 1, but they kind of struggled here in game number 2, and it's clearly showing why that's necessarily not the best thing in the world. You got to keep that momentum going, because they're tied for second right now, which is essentially tied for third. They're 2 points away from dropping down into fourth, as we do have Slim 13 just like biting at their ankles. They're so close. Slim 13 and Binks with 35 points, only 2 points behind Call Me Daddy 69 and Caredless, and right behind them too is Lynx Purdue and Hamskate with 29 points. Behind them is Averse and Proster with 27. All these players are within 10 points of making it into the top 2. Top 2, Tom. Top 2. There's like 6 teams that are on the bubble and have such a good chance of making it into our final 3.
Yeah, no, this final game is going to be incredibly sweaty. I think we're going to see a complete shift of what we've been seeing from the first 2 games. This is going to be very, very slow and safe lobby. But if there's one thing I've noticed from Averse in the past, is that when he's behind, for some reason, there is something that clicks in this man's head, and he goes absolutely ballistic, and he just ends the game with like 9 kills. It's happened before. I would not be surprised to see it happen again. But man, this is going to be incredibly sweaty. What you're seeing right now for the top 3, I don't think it's going to end this way with the next match.
Absolutely, man. I really have a pretty strong feeling that we're going to see something crazy out of Averse. He does have sort of that star sense in these tournament matches. We are currently setting up the final game of Group B. This has been some of the most insane action I've ever seen. Well, like, really, it's anybody's game at any point. I'm like on the edge of my seat as to who's actually going to do well. You're going to notice if any of those top 6 teams drop early in this game, that's pretty much it for them. They're pretty much out of the running. So you have to have a good game here at the end of Group B. If you do not perform in this last match, it's over for you. It's done. You're not moving on to the finals, and you gotta go prepare for ERCL squads, because it's not gonna be, you performing in the finals. That being said, the current first place team, which I believe is Pie Master and Tier 98, I mean, sure, they got 41 points. That's above everybody else, but it's not by a whole lot. They still have a good chance of getting knocked out as well if they do not perform here in game number 3. It is absolutely anybody's game.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very scary game, pretty much for nearly every single team here. But there are 6 teams that could easily qualify. This is, even if you are the first place team right now, even if you are Pie Master and Tier, and you drop last place right now, your position is not secured. Like, that is just the reality of it. Absolutely. This is not looking like Group A, where it was just like, the discrepancy is like 30 points. No, the discrepancy is like 20 points. You are 15 plus. You could get dropped out super, super easy if the other guys below you just manage to pop off.
So it's
right now.
Oh, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was like, right now, we are seeing a couple changes come into the lineup. One character we haven't seen yet. Don't want to spoil it just yet for the viewers watching, but it's gonna be kind of an interesting one.
I think this is a case where if you're currently in the contention for those top 3 spots, if you're one of those top 6 at the moment, who are only a few points away from breaking into the top, you're probably going to play it safe. You're probably going to go with the same strategy that's been working for you so far. Don't switch it up. But if you were struggling, if you're in like positions 7 through 9, you might want to just switch it up. You might as well try something, you know, like there's no reason to necessarily force yourself to do something that has been working out so far. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw most of our top teams staying with their same strategies. But we're loading into our final game right now, which means the conclusion of Group B is about to be underway. So don't go anywhere. We're about to get into that match. I can't even predict for you who's gonna take it. I got no idea, man. I'm not a soothsayer. I'm not, you know, omniscient. Ooh, I don't know who's gonna win it. I'm a little biased because Pie Master's been my duo partner for the longest time ever. So I'm kind of rooting for them at least a little bit. But I want to see all these players bring great games. I want to see what Lily Petal can do on Nadine. I want to see how much farm she's gonna get because like 500 and something odd stacks with almost 100 farm. I want to see triple digits. Show me triple digits on the farm, Lily Petal. All right, it's time to get into the game. Let's see what our players are going to pick.
Yeah, looks like right now the only real change in lineups is going to be, well, the first ever Fiora in Group A or B. We're looking at Lars sitting on Fiora and Little Dove John on the Yuki. It's definitely a very interesting composition. Not a whole lot of CC, just a ton of damage coming between these two. Fiora did get quite a big change last patch, where she is now able to essentially get 2 full W rotations if she is able to proc her Touche with her E. She just needs a little bit of cooldown reduction in her kit to be able to apply that, but it is an absolute ton of damage, and it's kind of just another way of what we've been seeing, you know, something like Pie Master and Tier 2, right? They kind of CC everybody to be able to get enough damage to drop them. Well, their composition is more so, hey, I'm gonna get 1 Yuki Q and we're gonna kill you instantly.
Absolutely. So I'm not seeing any absolutely crazy cheeses yet. I am definitely seeing Elars and Lil Dove John. Remember, they did switch over to Fiora, not a character we've been seeing hardly at all in these team mode games. Over here in Hospital, I'm guessing since it's a two-handed sword, this could be some sort of a plasma sword cheese. Yes, we're seeing a plasma sword already on the Yuki. Alara is trying to finish their plasma sword as well. Free Stratos, hey, Lily Petal and Free Stratos are trying their best to get into that top spot, and Free Stratos being here this late while there's 2 players threatening to make a plasma sword, that's a scary thought. If you're making too much noise, Free Stratos, this might be the end for Lily Petal and Free Stratos. So they got lucky. They lived to see another day. Wow.
One thing that Free Stratos does have here that none of those characters does is the ability to just go over a wall. Worst case scenario here, but yes, a plasma sword, zone 3, if caught out in the open, would have just, Free Stratos would have 100% dropped there.
100%. Easily. I've been in that situation before. Even 1 plasma sword runs me down and I'm dead. That sucks. But yeah, so it's still anybody's game. We may have seen one of our first eliminations, but it did not go through. Averse and Proster, they're taking their sweet time and meeting up over here in Avenue. This may be a adaptation to the group that we had not been necessarily seeing earlier on. That being said, they are both still on white weapons, maybe playing everything in reverse. We are seeing the shoes already finished for Averse. We are seeing the white green fan being done as well. I'm guessing Averse is playing his route sort of in reverse. I didn't even notice where he spawned, but might have been a Forest Avenue alley start instead of what they had been doing previously, because they already do have the feathers. They already, yeah, here it is. That's about to be a finished elemental bow. So yeah, a good adaptation of the group, avoiding that Forest, for lack of a better word, cluster party of people over there where things get kind of dangerous. Like, you don't want to be running into, who is it? Like all these players who've been threatening that zone rather early on. Like Binks is over here, Slim 13 is over here. These were the 2 players who gave them the most trouble in game number 2. So good adaptation. We have Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless potentially getting in a fight with Binks and Slim 13 as stuff's about to go down over here in Hotel. Oh wait, something is going down over here in Cemetery. Lynx Purdue is down. Wait a second, Pie Master and 298 picking up their first kill of this match, and it's gonna be the first player eliminated out of our final game in Group B. That is gonna be Hamske, losing his teammate this early in the match. An unfortunate result, considering they were also, man, they were pretty close, weren't they? Yeah, they were in 5th. They were on 29 points. They had a good chance of making it into the top 3, but it's gonna be a hell of a lot harder now that Lynx Purdue is no longer in the match.
Yeah, you can see Pie Master and Tier are not going to let go of the aggression that they had last game. They want to make sure they solidify at least that top 3 spot. They're currently sitting in first place. And maybe with just that one kill, that might just be enough to put him there. But hey, you still can't drop this early. They're looking incredibly strong though. A ton of HP. Items coming down from tier 98 with the Smiting Dragon, and we're looking at Pie Master with the Rocker's Jacket, Tachyon Brace, and the Gleipnir Motorhome. So these guys are looking incredibly strong. We did like point out how like the Plasma Sword Yuki was there. Well, I mean, Lennox early game is pretty disgusting as well. Like, you do not really want to run into this character at all. We saw it all of last game, and we're probably going to see it again. Looks like Pawn is kind of open up for the first time ever in any of these games. Usually there's about like 20 corpses in this bear pit before they spawn.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, what happened, guys? Why isn't everybody here?
Yeah, the corpses didn't spawn in this game. Is there a bug? Are those not supposed to? Are they supposed to be there? I don't really get it. It's a little weird.
Let's see if these guys manage to be absolute gamers and just find a nice little purple item on these bears. Doesn't look like it per se. Wait a second.
They are clicking quite a lot. No. Okay, that's gonna be an Imperial Burgeonet. No. Okay, for a second, I swore we were gonna see an auto arms just get slammed instantly, and I was gonna lose my mind. But no, not quite the case. But that being said, they are finishing all their items pretty early on over here. Pie Master on full build with a minute left still in the zone. Fiesta Boy struggling to get their items fully online. This could be Imran and Fiesta Boy going down right here if tier 98 and Pie Master force the issue, which they are going to. Oh my god, Imran dies in like 6 hits or something. They're not gonna let him get away. That is Imran going down, and kill number 2 for Pie Master and tier 98. Now Pie and Ellison might be running into Fiesta Boy as he is trying to get away over here in this situation. God, I can't get over the potency of this like chasing in the early game. They're full build, man. I mean, the Bracer's not full build, but they're basically full build. Fiesta Boy does end up going down as Pie and Ellison do get the catch on him.
Ooh, but now if we look at archery range, we're looking at Binks and Slim being forced out of by Averse and Procer. Binks is incredibly low here. Wait a second, he's going for the craft in the bush despite still being on the chase. Averse is gonna have his E coming up really soon, and he's gonna be able to get over this wall. We look like he's setting up for it right away, but Procer is taking a ton of damage from Slim here. The ultimate is gonna drop, get the fear on Slim, but they're gonna change their aggression back into Binks. Binks is gonna be forced on here. Yes, the fear is gonna connect, and Binks is gonna drop, and Slim again is just gonna have to say, sorry, man. I have to get out of here. You are as good as dead. Averse and Procer are gonna pick up their first kill of the game here. I mentioned that last game, I'm gonna say it again. I swear, every time I see Averse in a bad ranking position, he just manages to always come back with like 20 kills. And I think we might see it happen yet again, because right now, this game, they're not struggling in items. Procer, full build. Averse, practically full build. Missing a couple components of Fantasy Imperial Burgeonet, and we're the drop near and we're the Tindalos band, but they are looking very, very nice regardless.
Yeah, so real quick though, before things get too carried away, we have Call Me Daddy 69 alone as Careless has not met up with them at the moment. Pie Master and Averse, these are two teams that want to get these extra points here. They may be finding each other, and this could spell the end of their tournament run if this fight does go too hard for either player. Depends on who thinks they can take this fight better than the other. Keep in mind, the ults are down for Averse and Procer, whereas the ults are up for Pie Master and tier 98. That being said, the kiting, the chase, the disengage, everything is on point for Averse and Procer, so they're going to be running away. They're going to not be forcing this issue. So, before we get too carried away with these fights and these discussions, let's talk about the teams that have already lost a member. Lynx Purdue and Hamskay. They were, I believe, 5th coming into this match. They were one of the teams that was contending for that top 3 spot. Binks, 1, 2, 3, and Slim 13. They were currently in 4th with 35 points. They were trying their best to get the points they needed in order to qualify, and now it looks like they're going to be eliminated rather early. But Slim 13 is kind of 1v2ing right now. How on earth is he pulling this off? Ilaris and Little Dojon are not finding the spacing they need as they're getting kind of kited out by Slim 13. The stun does connect though. Now Slim is in a rough position. This could be the end of their tournament run with the parry. Little Dojon picks up the kill onto Slim 13, and he will end up going down. That is the end of the tournament run for Slim 13 and Binks 1, 2, 3. They were favorites to come in here and make it to the finals, and they are likely fully eliminated. Now we have Free Stratos, maybe getting the catch on a Careless. Call Me Daddy 69 does not have the Monkey King bar this game and is struggling to find the damage onto these more tanky, well-established, chase characters like Free Stratos playing Adela. The promotions, the checkmate comes down as Careless trying to bike into there, trying to do some damage, ends up falling either way. Free Stratos gets the stun on to Call Me Daddy. Another one of our contenders currently in 3rd place will go down. That is going to be Call Me Daddy and Careless going down here in game number 3. We are seeing a lot of our contenders dropping, and that is leaving a nice path for some of our like higher up placement players to make it into the finals. Another fight breaking out over on beach. It's non-stop action over here. Elars and Lil Dojon catching Ellison and Pi. Pi is down. Ellison with the change onto the hat trick. I don't think he can necessarily pull off the 1v2 here. The stun from Lil Dojon does end up connecting. Ilaris chasing forward. The Martian Romper is not actually available at the moment. Hits him with the Fente, but it's not going to be enough to make me to make Ellison not want to be in this fight. Ellison is taking very good food. The dash forward by by Lil Dojon on the Yuki, but the Caltrops dropping is going to be dealing a ton of damage, putting a dangerous zone that Ellison can sort of play around. That being said, keep in mind, during all of this, Ilaris is healing up on the side of this fight as Lil Dojon does start pretty low. The parry comes down, the beautiful change onto the hat trick, pulling both of these players back in. Ellison is putting on a clinic on how to 1v2 his Emma right now.
Yeah, we see him going back in. He's gonna get the drop to Ilaris here. Lil Dojon is just trying to create some space for Ilaris here, but it's not gonna work out very well. The coup de grace is gonna drop. It's gonna deal a nice amount of damage. They are both incredibly low. Lil Dojon on a single auto attack away, but he's taking some nice. Oh, the guards double hitting Lil Dojon. Gonna drop him down there. Ellison with the beautiful 1v2, incredible kiting from Ellison the entire time, just showing how crazy he is on this Emma right now. Just beautiful ult positioning, beautiful hat trick positioning, Caltrops, everything was absolutely perfect for him. And man, they just never stood a chance.
I'm sure chat is flooded with melees right now, but my god, you have to give credit to Ellison. Played that absolutely perfectly from start to finish, had the items they needed to take that fight, and man, absolutely gorgeous play coming out of Ellison there. Beautiful, beautiful work on that Emma. We now have Proster and Averse here to take the Wick right as it spawns. No one is here to contest it. The zone's about to close in about 12 seconds, but they will surely kill Wick with more than enough time to spare. Dropping the ultimate does not matter. They're going to get this for sure. All 5 of those omens are going to be circling around, and we've already seen Wick fall. Proster at half HP. If they TP onto someone, this could be pretty bad, but I'm going to guess they're going to go to archery range? I'm going to guess archery range.
Well, the satellite, the big thing right now is that the satellite did pop on the map. So they know where everybody is. They were able to open the map and just pick a zone that had nobody in it. So they stopped for a moment. They went into factory knowing nobody was there, and just to regain their composure there and just start crafting their items away as they now have all of the Wickline components, which is going to be absolutely huge for Proster. That does mean, yes, we're going to see him walking towards Zoc, because that's where you're going to be finding the kitchen knife to make the Frag Rock. So Proster with the Frag Rock on his best Cathy impression yet again is going to be quite a snowballing this really soon once he's able to start getting those items online. But right now we're seeing Hamusuke is kind of just vibing alone over in Dock. Gonna need to get out of here, knowing that there are a couple people in the area, 100% having the console to him, and we're seeing Proster and Averse just kind of doing a clean sweep of Dock, making sure nobody is here trying to contest them, and just kind of claim the area as their own. Aside from that, there's not really a whole lot of else happening on the map right now. Everybody has kind of claimed a zone as their own. We're seeing Free Strauss and Lily Petal over at Cemetery, Pie Master and Tier over in archery range, and Ellison and Pi over at Beach, but no one is really converging onto each other at all. It's all just going to be kind of what we saw last game. The mid to late game 40 modes tend to slow down quite a bit as people tend to play very, very safe. You don't want to really just go in there, especially with how close the placements are right now. You really do not want to try and take engagement where a third party is pretty much guaranteed. Like, it's very, very scary if you take a fight right now and the third party comes in, and that might just knock you out of the placement. Oh my goodness. Are you looking at Pi's items? Pi is... God, I do not want to run at this, man.
Stacked right now. He's sort of missing the what's it called? The Starsteel Twin Swords, the Moonstone RNG dual swords that have been very, very popular lately. But Divine dual swords are not bad either, and you do have the auto head on the Elysian Elysian Halo. Pretty dang good headpiece. Keep in mind though, we do have a verse with still a close home, but that doesn't matter because Proster already on the frag rack. Very good looks, very nice shiny new dagger. Deals a lot of damage, a lot of movement speed to help you catch onto those range characters. We have Pie Master catching Hamskate over in alley. He does the double slash, he does the coup de grace, but it doesn't do enough. Hamskate gonna be taken out of the tournament by Pie Master and Tier 98. What we're seeing right now is our final 4 teams all about to see this final zone. And here's something that you should be paying attention to. We mentioned a lot that there were going to be a few teams, 6 teams all in contention for these final 3 spots to make it into the finals. and 3 of those teams are still alive. And unfortunately for Pi and Ellison, despite the fact that they have 3 kills already, they were in dead last moving into this round. So they're gonna need an absolutely insane game to make it up into the top 3. That doesn't mean they can't do it. If they win this and kill everybody in the lobby, that actually might be enough to help them qualify.
Yeah, absolutely, but that is always, of course, a Herculean task. Much easier said than done, especially at this level of play. These guys are never going to just give you the opportunity to do it for free, and we've been seeing it time and time again in these matches. This is possibly going to be the last 4 teams that are going to make it to the final circle. I really don't think we're going to see another fight break out. There's not a whole lot of potential for these fights to break out, but we do have one kind of X factor, which is a verse on that hedge that has an absolute ton of CC in the kits. If somebody does make one misstep here, they will be CC'd to oblivion and give Prosser the absolute advantage to go in. And now we're seeing Pi going in 1Q, taking a first down to a quarter HP. And we're seeing Prosser just trying to disengage here, trying to put some damage on. But now they're turning tables on Pi. Daggerskill's going to drop. Pi is going to drop as well. Verse also dropping the back end. This is going to be Prosser versus Elison. Is Elison going to do it again? Is he going to be able to take out Prosser? Prosser moving incredibly fast. He has a ton of movement speed, but not a whole lot of health. And now the chainsaw is offline. Elison going for the combat res. Gonna drop the cards. No, it's not gonna work out. Elison taking the 1v1 and coming out victorious. A verse and Prosser will drop. Elison gonna get the resurrection on Pi, and there is no third party nearby. This is gonna be a clean kill from Pi and Elison.
That actually might prevent a verse and Prosser from qualifying right there. 4th place with 2 kills is not a whole lot of points in this tournament. And they were down 10 points below 3rd place. That was Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless that were sitting at 37 points. Verse and Prosser were sitting at 27. That could be the difference between qualifying and not by just a point or 2. Ooh, that is going to be a nail biter, especially if you are a big Averse fan. Honestly, Ellison playing out of their mind right now, winning that matchup against the Jackie like it was nothing, man. Like that Jackie almost had no agency there as Ellison was doing so much damage. Couldn't quite A-click to him there. That's an unfortunate position to be in. And you gotta say, Pi at the start of that fight, you saw how much damage he was doing to a verse. A verse got chunked out, but with a beautiful re-engage after getting a moment to sort of compose himself, but it didn't happen to be enough because Ellison just took them both down. Ellison has won basically 2v1s so far in this game, but can they win another one? Pi Master gets the hat trick onto them. A beautiful pull up from Lennox there. Gonna be catching Pi. Pi is low, as you remember. Their ult is up already. Pi Master dropping very low. The beautiful ultimate coming out of Tier 98 gonna be catching on to Pi. Now it's just Ellison in a 1v2 situation. I've seen this episode before. I think he might be able to do it. The beautiful hat trick with the change. Pi Master's down. It's a 1v1. Can Ellison, like, can anyone actually beat Ellison in a 1v2? What is happening?
Yeah, now we're seeing Ellison drawing down the cards, gets on the hat trick yet again. Tier wanted to go for the combat res, but again, you're forgetting that Ellison has the polymorph built into the kit. With the polymorph there, well, I mean, good luck trying to get it. Oh, now we're gonna see Nunchaku skill come down to, again, prevent the res as is just gonna stun immediately. Ellison is not gonna allow this because he knows he is much stronger than Tier at this point in the game. Tier doesn't have access to the ultimate. The cow trap's coming down, breaking Tier's ankles here, and he's just gonna opt to try and finish off Pi Master because he's really low. Only got 100 HP left of it, 40 health. Tier just can't do anything. He's just walking around aimlessly.
Ellison is so good. This is the cleanest ever play I maybe have ever seen. Oh my god. Ellison is playing out of their mind right now, and Pi gets picked up. Pi has like no HP. Oh my god, Tier 98 could have just killed Pi. I can't believe it. I'm losing it, man. Ellison. This is going to the Hall of Fame, man.
Got resurrected there, and he just stood for a moment going, did that just happen? Did he just do that again?
I'm losing it. I cannot believe I'm watching Ellison. I was joking about him winning another 1v2, but Ellison just won another 1v2. This is the 3rd in this game.
Dude, Ellison is playing out of his mind today. And you know, when we talk about momentum, this man is gonna, well, if he, hopefully, he better get out of these groups right now because I want to see more of this man from coming down from the finals. I need to see more of this Emma. I need to see more of this 1v2 god come out in the finals. I
would be so happy to see Ellison and Pi go from last place 7 points to qualifying. If they can clean up the rest of this lobby, if they win this, they will get a total of 9 kills, assuming no revives. 9 kills, which would be potentially enough to qualify. That might be more than enough points. They only need like 25 or something points to, no, they need 30 points plus anything else that the third place team would have gotten in order to qualify. They need about like 35 to 40 points, and that's possible if they get a 9-kill first place. This could be their game.
Yeah, this could definitely be the game. This is going to be really scary. That there's a lot of pressure, and I'm sure these guys are well aware that they need to literally kill everybody and win to make it out here. But again, we might get to see the same situation as last time, where Lilypetal has kind of just been hyper scaling the entire time. And despite everything, they are Mastery 17, highest mastery in the lobby, right next to Elisan, but gonna have the squirrel traps to help them out. But this is Beach. Beach doesn't exactly have a lot of places to be for the final zone. It is a very open area, and you are against a ranged character this time. It's not going to be like the last match where you were against 4 melees that could not really approach you or just get destroyed by the squirrel traps. This time around, you do have Ellison on the ammo that can just auto you down and poke you down from a range. And Free Stratos doesn't exactly have a whole lot of damage. They're very low on mastery. They're really just acting as a CC bot. So right now, I don't know. This could be very, very good into Ellison's player, but they do need to get rid of the X factor that is tier 98. Tier 98 could very easily key make this fight into anybody's favor. One dial in spit, one dial in ult, that fight could swing into anyone's favor.
Chat, I don't want to see any balanced negativity about Emma. You guys need to put some respect on Ellison's name. Ellison is playing the best game of Emma I have ever seen in my entire life, and you should be respecting that. That is an absolutely insane performance by Ellison so far. They get the catch on a tier 98. He gets the caltrops down. That's tier 98 dropping very low. One more hit, tier 98 drops. If Ellison and Pi can disengage, oh, the Wolf Assault from Lilypetal is engaged, and Pi is running away. Can Ellison get away here? If Ellison drops, it is over for their chance of making it into the finals. But if they manage to make it out here, oh, Pi comes back in and will end up dropping to Free Stratos. I've seen a 1v2 before. Can we see it again here? Ellison, you have to pull off the impossible, but you have no HP to work with. You can do it, Ellison. Nice try, but it will not be enough. Lilypetal and Free Stratos, they take the game. That's a first place going to Lilypetal and Free Stratos. And that will conclude Group B, one of the most fantastic matches I have ever seen in my entire life.
I hate Emma with such a passion, but Ellison was playing so crazy. I'm genuinely so sad. I never thought I'd be sitting here rooting for the Emma player, but I was rooting for the underdog so hard. He was playing so crazy at the very end. He played out of his mind. He was the best performing player.
Oh, easily.
I'm pretty much sure any group we're gonna see for the entire remaining. I'm sorry, Ellison, you are the MVP here, man. You played so crazy. You were, I don't even know how to play this. You were the carry of this group. That performance was absolutely gorgeous to watch. I am sad you didn't win that game there, but man, such a crazy game. No matter what the results are at the end there, you should be proud of yourself. You did insanely well, man.
Let's not take anything away from our victors, though. Free Stratos and Lilypetal, they played very safe, very consistent, 71 farm. Some of the best farm I've ever seen on a Nadine again. Not quite the 93 we saw in the previous game, but it's pretty good nonetheless. 19 weapon mastery, absolutely insane farm on that Nadine. Lilypetal and Free Stratos picking up 5 kills in that game. First place, very well done. In second place, we had Pi and Ellison. Heartbreaking, dying there at the end. Almost had to fight the final 1v2 in that situation. Didn't quite pull it out, but it was a very close attempt. Second place with 6 kills, and in third place we had Pi Master in tier 98 with a solid third place 4 kill performance. Pretty nice stuff. Well, the question is, who ends up advancing? It's a mystery, isn't it? Well, it's not a mystery to me because I've already seen the scores, but it's a mystery to you. And whoever makes it, everyone in this group played out of their minds. Like, I mean, we don't need to sugarcoat anything. It was a very close race between Pi and Ellison, despite the fact that they were in last place coming into this group. It was a very close race between Pi and Ellison, the current third place performer going into game number 3, which was Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless. And of course, we had a Verse and Proster, who had a very shaky but decent shot of making it in. They had 2 kills, 4th place. They needed to get at least 10 points plus whatever Careless and Call Me Daddy 69 got in order to qualify. So, with that being said, here are the final scores. In first place, we have Free Stratos and Lily Petal with 70 points. A very consistent, strong performance by these two players, winning 2 of the games in this group as far as I'm aware. In second place, we had Pie Master and Tier 98 with 64 points, a very strong performance, and making it in by just 2 points. Aversa and Proster barely, narrowly beating out both Call Me Daddy 69 Careless and Pie and Ellison. Congratulations to Aversa and Proster. You barely made it in, but you made it in nonetheless. Congratulations. You really deserved it. But also, you can't count out, like, look, 4th place, 40 points, Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless. 5th place, 39 points, 1 point away. Pie and Ellison with that amazing final game. 6th place, Slim 13 and Binks with 37 points, 2 points away from each other. You have 7th place, Lynx, Purdue, and Hamskate, 36 points, 1 point behind them. Between 3rd and 7th is only a 6-point difference. This group was insane, and everybody brought their A game, and I am so thankful to have been able to share these games with you guys. Wow. Tom, what do you think of this?
My heart breaks, man. My heart is so sad for Pie and Ellison there. But my goodness, it doesn't even matter. Everybody who made it there played out of their mind. Genuinely, though, I am very surprised at the first place being Free Stress and Lily Petal. I feel like they were the most passive team in that entire bracket. But we just saw really the hyper farming of Nadine and kind of just to tank Adela / Kiara coming out and playing as a frontline wall and just doing so good for them in every game. I mean, they took the final games for game 2 and 3 and they just played out of their mind despite what felt like really passive on their end. Pie Master and Tier 98 playing the complete opposite, which is the most aggressive game out of anybody in these lobbies. They were just going at anybody they found. They were chain CCing, their teamwork was phenomenal and they were killing it. But man, and of course, Aversa Proster just barely inching out that 3rd place, which we thought they possibly may have not actually made it at the very end. Now they barely inched it out, and they will be making it into the finals next weekend.
So one thing that everyone is sort of talking about right now is the fact that if Pie and Ellison had secured the kill onto Tier there, it would have actually tied Aversa and Proster in points because it would have been 3 additional points to bring them up to 42 and tie. I mean, you have to go to a tiebreaker to see who would have ended up qualifying. It's all the little things, guys. It's heartbreaking, really. It really is. It's just all these little tiny decisions, and they all add up to the results that we had here. But that's it for Group B, and we're not done, guys. We still have Group C to get through. This day has been insane. This weekend has been insane. Like, I love the ERCL because we get such insane quality games, such high quality games like we've been seeing all week, or weekend, rather. But that's gonna be it for Group B. We're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna continue with Group C. Go grab a snack, go to the bathroom, you know, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It was... I'm still thinking about that last group, man. That's so heartbreaking. That whole scenario that played out with Pi and Ellison going from like it's 7 to 9 points last place to just being 1 kill away from qualifying. Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. But we have to leave that in the past because... Hey, that was the story of that group, but we have a whole new group to go over from start to finish. We are continuing the ERCL semifinals right here, right now. Our final semifinal group of the day. We have Group C. We're going to go over the players before we get into the action. We're not going to spend too much time because I know you guys want to see all the crazy games we do have lined up for you right now. But let's talk about our players. Tom, have you seen the player list so far?
Ooh, I am seeing some blasts from the past we haven't seen for a minute. Some names I actually haven't seen at all. And a lot of old school and new school players just coming alike. Like, when was the last time we seen Nazuri and Madru? I feel like we haven't seen these guys in forever.
So I don't want to say, I don't want to like expose, you know, Nazuri and Madru too much, but they've been struggling to qualify in these previous tournaments in the ERCL, in the ERCS. They've been having trouble getting the placements that they needed, but they showed up yesterday and got second in their group, which is insanely good for how much they've been struggling. They were seeded, I think they were seeded like last or close to last in their group based on their ranking on the ladder, because that's how we do seeding for this tournament, is based on your ranking on the ladder. They were really low seeded. They made it out in second. They did a fantastic job in their group, beating out some really favored players too. So they've got something cooking. I don't know what it is, but I want to see what it is. But you mentioned some older players too that we haven't seen in a minute. I can't help but assume you are talking about Sana, right? Aethers and Sana?
Man, I am the biggest Sana simp on this planet. And if you guys heard my commentary for the ERCL, okay, this is true. We are both very big Sana. I adore this man. Okay, so backstory. Squads, when it had a leaderboard, he was rank 1 of his team, pretty much, well, in the world. He was rank 1 for the longest time. Yeah,
by a mile. They were the best team.
It wasn't even close. You don't understand how, like, the discrepancy between him and everybody else was crazy. But he is playing with another very old school player, which is Ape. You saw him in the ERCL Solos Finals. He was in the Dean, you know, and level. He was the toolbox of every character imaginable last time. But he is still incredibly good and incredibly consistent in pretty much every mode you've seen him in. He's done it with Solos. Hopefully we can see him inch out in the Duos semifinals event as well. But these guys are old school players, and they are insanely strong.
And I'm gonna just sort of speed run through the rest of the people because there are so many players we could talk about. We could spend an hour that's sort of glowing over how good these players are, but we don't have a lot of time, so we're gonna go right through it. You know him, you love him. Miazroy, he won the ERCL solos a few weeks ago. He is a fantastic player. Him and Tony, which is one of the best Yukis on the entire server, emerged victorious from their group in the qualifier stage in first place by a mile. They hit like 100 and something points, dominated their group. So they're here in this group as well. We have Cure and Michael Udall, the HOTS players, coming in, representing, getting first, coming out of their group. They are looking fantastic at the moment, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be bringing in this group as well. We talked about Sana, aka Juicer. If you see Juicer, that is the Sana player we were just talking about. So Juicer and Aethers, we already talked about them. Madra Zori, we talked about them as well. Lily Dongo and Water Fudge, they were brought in as subs into I don't remember, I think it was a group D or something, one of those groups. Ended up doing very well, emerged in second place. Very talented players, one of the best Emmas in the entire region. And Waterfudge is just, he can bring out anything, and I'm pretty sure he was playing Kiara yesterday. We also have Bamboo and Show or something. I'm forgetting exactly what this player's name is because it's not in English.
I believe it's Shin.
Shin, that's what it is. Shin. We have Bamboo and Shin, which are also some of the best players in the region. They've been showing amazing stuff this entire, like, since I've known them. They've been in the scene for a long time. We also have Fanghua and Fakula, fantastic players as well, very consistent. We always see them in tournament play. We have Mindigo and Rengar Oscar, both fantastic players. They've been grinding like crazy, like some of the highest MMR I've ever seen on any player ever. And we also have in Mindigo, and we also have Absolute Terror and Ratjammer. They've been dominating tournaments and ladders as well. Like, they're very good players. They show up at the top of the ladders. I think they both ended in like at least top 100 in the solo ladder at the end of the season. So the group's stacked from head to toe. There's no bad teams in here. Everyone can take it, so it should be really exciting. I personally can't even begin to say which 3 teams I think are going to advance. I think they're all fantastic.
Oof, man, I can't even give, I don't even know who I'm going for here. I mean, if I have to give the prediction here for top 3, I would have to give it to, I have seen Tony and Mizroy play quite a bit of teams, actually, from my own like small hosted tournaments, and from in-houses. They were actually incredibly good. They do run probably exactly what you expect them to run, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
But also, if I,
they run their
one
characters.
For one, they like their characters, they're just playing them in duos.
Yeah, absolutely. We also do have, well, we're not going to spoil necessarily what these players are bringing, but I can already tell you there are some roster changes in terms of which characters are selected from players we saw yesterday. So right out the gate, we already have some pivots. Maybe people have been labbing strategies and suddenly they're going like, hey, this was better than what we brought in the qualifiers. Let's bring it out today. I saw this morning, I woke up, checked Discord. I see Sana and Aethers in voice grinding for hours and hours and hours before today. They have been practicing and preparing, and if I know one player to be the most like prepared of any player I've ever seen, it is Aethers. Aethers, we mentioned this in the ERCL finals, he does his homework. He is, I promise you, he has studied every single team in this event and knows their routing, their character picks, why they're there, when they're there, how they're there, who is there, all that stuff. He has a notebook full of info, and he's gonna be bringing it out here, and maybe this is why they're pivoting to different character picks. So we're currently in game. The change, we're seeing Sana Juicer switching over to Hyunwoo. He was on Kiara, I'm pretty sure, all day yesterday, and he's just suddenly slamming the Hyunwoo. Yeah,
but not, we are seeing, oh boy, whip out the AO Tapas, because he's starting in school, and you're only starting in school for one reason and one reason alone. I think we might be seeing the Plasma come out from Juster here, and we might be seeing a same strategy that we saw last round with the funneling of Nadine. Hyun's a character you really don't have to do too much about. You kind of just give him items, you smack it on him, and he's good to go. You give him some tank stats, and he's going to be very happy. Of course, 8 is going to be compensating the lack of damage with just power farming as Nadine. So it's going to be quite exciting to see. And of course, this is a really interesting one. We've been seeing a lot of bow Nadine. We saw his last group. We're seeing it here again. It's just not something you typically see in Souls. It's kind of a nice shakeup to see in the duos metagame. So what do you have to say about this?
I was going to say, likely what you're going to see is Aethers is starting over here in Peach. He's going to TP up to Archery, where he's going to meet Sana up there. I don't actually know what their strategy is, but I'm just predicting it. That the only strategy that makes sense, because Plasma Tophet can finish here in school and move up to Archery very easily, whereas Aethers can go grab the materials he needs to finish Twin Bow, finish in Archery. I want to focus on Mindigo and Rengar Oscar. Something interesting that they did that you do not see a lot of duos teams do, but what they did was they both started in the same zone. This was a double cemetery start for this team. What we're seeing is Mindigo is going over Cemetery Chapel to finish that Karn win, and while we're seeing Rengar Oscar moving on over to Hospital, I assume to finish a Plasma Sword. Pretty standard stuff for two-handed sword Fiora, but two-handed sword Fiora is not something we see a whole lot of. There is a lot of people in Avenue. There are 3 teams plus Lily Dongo over here in Avenue. Cure and Michael Udall trading items over here by the police station. We have Majru and Missouri trying to do some stuff too. Majru's got a Swiss Army knife. He's going for the HP dagger. That is not something you see very often on like anybody, and especially not on Shukai.
Yeah, definitely a very odd choice coming out from Jukai. Normally, you would see more of a Mount Slicer, and maybe like at worst, you might see a Carnivore transition into a Mount Slicer. But to build Damascus is not exactly a new item that you really expect. For those who don't know, Damascus is the HP stacking dagger. It does give the healing reduction and some nice attack power, but not exactly a whole lot of stats that a Jukai would care for, because Jukai is already an innately very tanky character. You could just kind of farm up stacks and go out from there, but we could probably see a strategy very akin to the old Carnivore strat. Ooh, and looking like we're seeing our first fight of this group over in Hospital, with Waterfudge being caught out by, I apologize,
it's Fenghua and Fakula.
Oh, Fenghua and Fakula. Okay, getting caught out there, but he's only sitting on the slippers right now versus, well, we're seeing the combat boots coming down from Fakula, and oh gosh, the front flip going down, but it's not actually going to be enough, and Waterfudge is able to walk away with his life.
Yeah, so in addition to that, there are 3 teams meeting over in Dock. This could break out into an all-out brawl at any moment. Mia's Roy and Tony getting kind of split up here. Rengar Oscar hasn't quite finished the weapon yet, but then again, neither has Tony. Waterfudge just barely made it out with his life. Waterfudge and Lily Dongo, the only team that hasn't met up yet. They are still solo and is about to run right into Cure GG. Ooh, Waterfudge in trouble as the root does land onto Waterfudge. The root also lands on a Cure, so it's kind of being just traded back and forth. Cure slamming the ultimate. A few omens out here. If any of them connect, he is in deep trouble. Waterfudge trying to just find the spacing, instantly weaving in and out of those 5 omens, but it's not going to be enough. He will end up falling as Lily Dongo is still not meeting up with him.
Yeah, this is something that we kind of been talking about a lot. Oh, wait a second. We're getting the fire. Oh my goodness, Michael with a beautiful tornado into the ultimate. Gonna drop down Bamboo and Shin instantly.
God!
Wow.
Bamboo and Shin, they were made out of paper, man. They instantly melted to Cure and Michael Udall. Beautiful. Wow, a beautiful engage by them. I was gonna say, very important in that fight, if Bamboo and Shin come by and blast Michael Udall and Cure out of the water, they would have no idea that Waterfudge was down here, but I mean, that didn't even slightly come to fruition. It was Michael Udall and Cure just obliterating team number 1 here as they instantly go down. That is 3 kills picked up for Michael Udall and Cure right at the start of this game.
Yeah, and this is going to be really painful for the scavenger Lily Dongo, as she's right now just sitting on a Willow Leaf Spike and a Gilded Gwynplaine. Not a whole lot at all. She's incredibly behind here. Possibly why they weren't meeting up early on, especially with Waterfudge being forced out of hospital early on into the game. This was just a very unfortunate series of events coming down from Team 7 here. But man, that Michael Udall play, that tornado into the ultimate, just destroying them with 0 opportunity to react. And when they did, well, they were just gone anyways. There was nothing you could do at that point. They were just in the worst position possible. What was meant to be a third party got turned around and snapped back instantly, thanks to the heads-up play from Michael Udall there.
Uh-oh, Mindigo and Rengar Oscar in a rough situation, caught between two teams. Radjammer and Absolute Terror gonna be the ones to put the pressure on. The ult misses from Absolute Terror. The Semtax bomb does not quite connect, but that is gonna be Mindigo going down regardless, as Radjammer and Absolute Terror are here to finish this fight. But Madru is already seeing tons of pings and want to get in on this action. Mindigo is going to get finished nonetheless though. Radjammer dropping very low. Ooh, the Qualifier doing a lot of damage, but not finding the angle to be able to hit Radjammer. Madru dropping low. Nazori doing what he can, but that is not going to work out as Radjammer and Absolute Terror pick up one more kill. Keep in mind, Absolute Terror is full build in this situation, and it's really hard to scrap with a Razi that is full build this early in the game.
Yeah, that's gonna be really, really hard to fight with. I mean, we were seeing the typical like 3-zone Razi come out, and not a single item was deviated from his normal build path to like compensate for duos here. But he's just still like on the insane like tank HP as well, Motorhelm Magazine and Shifa Shahjahan, along with all the DPS components that you would normally have anyway. So he's looking very, very strong here. But we're actually seeing a fight over in Temple with Ace Adjuster versus Mizroy and Tony Ball.
Wow.
Nice Q landing down from Aether. It's gonna put a nice chunk down to Mizroy here, bringing them pretty low. They have some nice food ticking down, and we are seeing 8 is, well, full build, practically just sitting on the leather shield, and we are seeing Juster doesn't really have a whole lot of damage. Missing the helm piece, missing the arm piece, but he is still Hyun Wo. Hyun gets one good wall slam, and you are going to be missing more than half your HP, and Aether's would be good enough to finish you off there. We're actually seeing Amp and Nadine. This is not something we have seen in a while. We did see this back in ERCS. I'm sure you remember.
Well, we sure saw this yesterday because this is what they won their whole group with. This was Aether's weird little build that he's been running. I like it. I like it a lot. Golden Ratio is pretty good, especially if you have a frontline covering for you. The thing about Golden Ratio too is that it's got a nice CDR now. Did you know it's up to 15% CDR at this point? That means you can be throwing out those big Qs way more often, throwing down those squirrel traps very, very often. It's kind of a safe play. Also, we have Rengar Oscar and Madru really close to each other. I don't know if they're quite allied at this point, but they are getting pretty close to maybe catching a fight between each other. We do also have Cure and Radjammer. These two teams might be contesting each other at any moment. I cannot tell if this is aggression or friendliness. I think it's because Rengar Oscar is only on a bastard sword, and well, Madru has at least a finished weapon. So we have a fight breaking out. Radjammer versus Michael Udall and Cure GG. Cure drops low, but Absolute Terror is the first to fall. The main damage on team 5 here. Radjammer's last one alive as Michael Udall is full HP. This is not a fight he can win. He's going to try and find a way to jump over this wall to disengage this fight. He is playing Jackie. Jackie gets away for free. That is sort of the rule of Jackie. But there will be a kill going over to Michael Udall and Cure. One more kill. This is not going to end at this point. Rengar Oscar's been chased for like an hour from Madru. At what point does it become griefing? What are we looking at here?
This has been about a full day of just chasing at beach. I mean, Madru really has no chance of ever catching Rengar Oscar here. He's getting closer and closer, but it's just not really nicking it out just yet. If you look at just the move speed differences alone, Rengar Oscar is definitely faster, so this is just kind of, I don't even know what to make of this. It's just, yeah, he's finally giving up. Madru just said, okay, finally, this ain't gonna work out anymore. I'm gonna just call it there.
Wow, dude, not Rengar. Cure and Michael Udall are looking so good right now. They are already up to 5 kills, wiping out 2 full teams and Water Fudge as well. The Elysian Halo plus the Bracelet of Scotty already slammed around to Michael Udall. The Hots boys looking pretty hots at the moment. Also, Radjammer, he kind of, he's full build and all, but he doesn't have a teammate, and that's kind of rough situation to be in. We have Fangmo and Fakula. How are they doing items wise? I can't click on them because of the teleporter. Okay, full build, but nothing too crazy. No RNG items to their name. Oh my god, can this stop already? I'm so sick of this. Rengar Oscar's looking for, I believe, a turtle shell to finish the Twantian or something. I don't know, man. There's got to be turtle shells that's missing, right? Like, why else would you be forcing yourself to go to beach? Well, I guess pond is closing and dock is closed, so you can't get the turtle shells in that situation. The Twantian is done. Maybe he is finally ready to go say, stop chasing me, you weirdo. You know, like he's gonna try and fight this fight now that there is you know, less of a threat with that weapon being finished.
Yeah, they could have been friends here, but Madru wanted blood instead, and now Rengar Oscar is probably gonna have a permanent gripe against him for the rest of the series.
Oh my god.
I know if I'm Rengar Oscar, I'm just targeting him in spot. I'm gonna see his aim, be like, okay, look, friend, we're gonna scrap. I'm tired of this.
Well,
but right now,
oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll say right now, one thing I did want to point out, yeah, you mentioned that Michael Udall was strong, but I think strong's a bit of an understatement. Yeah, he's pretty much nearly as strong as he possibly could be right now. Elysian Halo, Scotty, this Zahir is looking to be out of his mind right now. If I'm Michael Udall right now, I am so happy going into the next few games. I don't even care right now. Like, how do you contest him? We're also going to see Wickline on the map, and, well, we're going to see what Mizroy is known for.
Is that Mizroy getting Wick uncontested? What? No way, man. Well, Wickline will go down to Tony and Mizroy. The tale as old as time, as you put it. He already has the frag rack done. Pretty standard stuff here for Mizroy. See, the thing about Kathy is, Kathy's a pretty good character when you can get your RNG items, which is pretty consistent when you get Wick every single game. Additionally, these transitional items make Kathy just a powerful character in general. She scales extremely well on these RNG items. You're gonna probably see, yeah, that's an Elysian Halo being slammed right there onto Mizroy. The blood sample, so the Elysian Halo goes to Tony. The blood sample's being left behind? What?
Yeah, I'm really surprised, especially after Chinese Opera Mask was actually buffed. It was already like your best in slot item that you were picking for anyway, so I'm really shocked to see that item not actually being routed for. I don't know what the intention for that was. Maybe they want the more front-loaded burst damage with the Crystal Tiara, just get some more of that crit down, more of the Q damage, but I'm just kind of shocked. It probably is just that. We just want more front-loaded damage rather than just running miles around people and just being incredibly safe.
Rengar Oscar is dead here, I'm pretty sure. There's no way he can get to the TP in time. He has to TP with about 6 seconds left, and it's already hit that 6 mark. Rengar Oscar gonna be going down. That is going to be a kill going over to Mizroy and Tony, because they are the ones who forced him into the zone as per the rules. Well, keep that in mind. If you force someone into the zone, you cannot deny your kill by dying to the zone. The players who forced you there are gonna be the ones who get the kill. Ooh, Tony and Mizroy TPing right into Hotel. That is a risky thing to do, to be TPing this late in the game. Luckily for them, though, the only people who were here who could have contested them was Radjammer. Michael Udall and Kira hadn't quite shown up yet. God, Kira is so fast with the Mithril armor and the Glacial shoes. Michael Udall, still with the same gear, but man, those are good items to have right now. Ooh, Kira gets the tag onto Tony. Will this be an engagement?
Ooh, no, it doesn't really look like much is happening over here, but we're seeing it, Tony and Mizroy just kind of waiting out for Kula here at the entrance, but not much is exactly happening right now. We're just kind of being very, very safe. Zones are closed down. We don't have vision on a lot of players. Again, kind of the typical story of, yo, we're going to catch vision on a lot of places and we're going to be very, very safe. But we are seeing in archery range, Michael Udall is going to catch out Radjammer here, but Radjammer is incredibly speedy, and Zahir doesn't exactly have a lot of ways of catching Radjammer here. So Radjammer is going to be able to walk away with his life.
But only for so long, as he's about to walk right into Tony and Mizroy. You can only brush with death for so long before it bites you in the butt. It looks like he's going to try and jump over the wall here. Both these players trying to decide who is going to catch him on the right side. Mizroy is going to be the one on the chase. He ults to get that extra distance. He Qs. He gets the grounded slash right there. That heavy slash dealing so much damage onto Radjammer. The suture threat does not quite connect though. And since Jackie is Jackie, she gets to run away despite being cornered by 2 players.
Yeah, and we're going to see just Radjammer able to do what the rat does, which is just run away forever. And even with the frag rock, they know they can't possibly catch up to this Jackie right now. He's able to be able to walk away with his life, despite Mizroy's best efforts at catching him. Nearly landing everything, just barely whiffing the suture there at the very end is not going to be enough to catch out Radjammer. Wait, but now we have Radjammer running into a third team in the form of Aetherus and Juster here over in archery range. And we're going to see the Q come down for Aetherus. Ooh, a nice chunk of damage going to come down. Radjammer might actually see his death for once. Yep, we're going to see the Yanro's gigantic punch there. And Radjammer had to run into 3 teams on the Dean arrow and 1 giant fist of Hyun to finally be dropped.
God, that feels nice. I mean, that's unfortunate for Radjammer dropping there. I am so sad to see our Rat Jackie die. Really a heartbreaker. Anyways, we do have Madru chilling over on these. This is kind of nice. He's got a little flower field to hang out in. I don't know what these things are, but they're really pretty. They glow at night. He's hanging out under the trees. It's peaceful. Listen to that. You can hear birds. If you really listen, it's so nice. But amidst all that, we do have Cure GG. We also have Michael Udall moving over into Hotel. Fakula and Fanghua, they just left the area, so there's no one really to fight them but Tony and Miyazroy. They just TP'd over to beach, and perhaps they will find each other over here by the Fountain of Hotel. Cure is going for the console right now, and what's gonna happen? Tony. Will Tony just jump in?
I don't think he can jump in just yet, as Miyazroy now finally has his ultimate backup available to him, and he knows if he dashes into this, there is no way Michael Udall's ever gonna allow that. He tries dashing in that straight line, Udall is just gonna tornado him, and he will drop. This has to be very slow, very safe before you can even walk into Su. Like, this is just poor Yuki's like worst nightmare right now. Having to dash in a straight line against characters that will punish you the moment you go in that straight line. So this is absolutely going to be a fight you're going to have to take in that final circle scenario, or have to hope to catch him out of position. But right now, we are seeing Cure and Udall have played this game pretty much perfectly. They have not been caught out a single time, and every fight they've taken has just kind of been exactly what you've seen. Also, I kind of love that we've seen Madru with the biggest chaotic energy I think I've seen from anybody in a tournament. He just chased Ranger Oscar for 10 years into sitting in a corner in Temple. I am just... Look, man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I respect that out of it.
Honestly, I kind of do too. Also, I have to point out, Miyazroy and Tony have TP'd like 5 times in the late game, which is absolutely insane. Don't do this at home, kids. You don't want to do what they're doing. If you TP in the late game, you're gonna die. I don't know how they've been dodging death every single time, but their TPs have been so clean despite the fact that it should be RNG. Fakula getting the Semtex bomb onto Tony. Fakula dropping very low at the start of this. Both of these melee players jumping right onto Fakula right at the beginning, trying to drop them down as fast as possible. Miyazroy on the chase onto Fakula. Oh, one more slash will do it. There it is. The double bypass does connect, and Fakula goes down. Tony at half HP, but it will not matter. They'll be ending Fakula's life here as Madru is vibing. Watching the bloodbath from afar.
He's having a good time. He's like, I am at 34 stacks. I'm just kind of having a good time here. This is a nice push. You guys all know I'm here. You guys do what you want. Look, we can be friends.
He's like peeking over the side of the bus saying like, ooh, what's happening over there? Kind of scary stuff. Sees the C4 drop maybe. Well, he doesn't have the vision range, but you know, like if this were in real life. He's on 34 stacks. Yeah, he is just full fat jam mode. We do have Tony and Miyazroy. They're going to have to move over into archery ranges. That is our final zone at the end of all of this. Aethers and Juicer, how are they doing? How's the stat count? 50-ish stacks, 330 farm. 4 Aethers, looking pretty good. It's not quite the 93 farm, you know, almost over 500 stacks that we saw on Lily Petal last game, but it's a different build. You know, they're not going auto attack Nadine, they're going more of an amp Nadine. The Hermes boots already assembled. The Elysian Halo. The Mithril armor. These players are stacked on RNG items, but we are seeing Tony and Miyazroy establishing their position, grabbing the console in the final zone. Keep in mind, Ali and Temple, since they're orange zones, they'll be closing in 1 minute and 15 seconds, and we'll be down to just archery range, which is one of the smallest zones in the entire game, if not the smallest zone in the entire game. There's not a lot of places to hide, and Madru and Fanghua, they're gonna find themselves with not a whole lot of options for places to stand, since they are our only solo players left. There's a fight breaking out between Michael Udall and Tony and Miyazroy. Beautiful ultimate coming out of Miyazroy, catching Udall right as he's low HP. Cure is going to need to find a way to get out of this fight. Jumps over the wall with the path of the something. What is that skill called? Charm of the Nomad is what it's called. What is it? I didn't know that was called. Anyway, gets over the wall with the Charm of the Nomad. Unfortunately, though, runs into Madru, who goes, and runs away. And then runs into Fanghua, who just...
Wait a second, but this isn't done yet. We're looking back at archery range. There's going to be more of an engagement between Juster and Aetherus, but they're kind of just using Udall as kind of like a fence at this point.
He's like a volleyball. They're just knocking him around, man. He's actually, no, he's trying to crawl away. Never mind. He's like, please, fight each other, not me.
Just leave me alone, please, man. I just want to relax here. But no, he will drop at the end. And oh my goodness, there was a TP for half a second there. Madru almost TPing right onto Udall's corpse. That would have been the scariest thing ever. But now he's being forced to TP back into archery range, getting the lucky TP this time on the back.
TPs today.
Yeah, for real. These guys have been TPing like this is not a teams mode, and they're not just gonna get absolutely murdered if they get TP'd into the bad spot here. But now this is gonna be kind of an awkward situation. Miyazroy and Tony don't have their ult up for a little bit. 8th on the Amp Nadine that deals a ton of damage from range, and we're going to see a nice little concept where he can set up his squirrel traps with relative ease, and there are some good walls here for Juster to set up his wall stun. This could go really in any direction, and of course, there's Madru.
There is Madru hanging out at the bottom side. We do also have Aethers, like you mentioned. These, like, this little, like, pathway right here is perfect for Nadine to set up a bunch of scroll traps, a safe zone to fall back to if they do get pressured too hard. That is Nadine's gimmick here in this fight. They need to have a zone to fall back to, but Miyazure is just chunking out those scroll traps. Perhaps they were placed too aggressively forward. It's going to be hard for Aethers and Sana to find the distance that they need away from these melee characters, because you know they're both going to be diving straight onto Aethers, which is not where this range carry wants his opponents to be. Although we do have Fanghua and Fakula who could, or sorry, not Fakula, but Fanghua and Madru who could just be the X factor here, completely third party this fight and ruin it for one of our other competitors. Mia's right. Oh, the beautiful pincer attack from Tony. The coup de grace misses onto Aethers, but it does connect onto Sana. Aethers is in trouble as Mia's right dashes in from behind. Aethers does fall. Mia's right half HP. Tony looking pretty healthy as Sana decides to just run away and abandon his teammate on the floor. It's going to be a 2v1 situation as all of these players are about to condense down to this final square in just 20 seconds. Ooh, it's looking good for Miyazure and Tony at the moment.
Yeah, while looking very good for them, the issue is neither of them have access to their ultimates right now, and then Bat is actually going to be proccing the fire trap there. But they are decked out of their minds. Both of them on Elysian Halos, has the Myth armors up, and they got their, well, I mean, let me just look at Mizora. He's on the radar. Boots of Hermes, Frag Rush. He's looking very good. Madru coming in, trying to put on some damage right now, but he's actually just actively healing them. With the Dagger coming in, 1 second, he cannot leave the zone here. Gonna drop down the walk, and we're seeing just sit in the bush and being very, very patient here. He wants to try to play for second as much as humanly possible. We're gonna see Fangzhuan just try to run around and wait. Everyone just try to abuse their dagger skill, but they are gonna eliminate the County. Fangzhuan's gonna drop, and this is gonna leave Juster in a 1v2 situation. And sadly, he does not have anything really going for himself here. And that's gonna be game number 1 going to Mizroy and Tony, which actually on the 7 kills because of the execute on Ringer Oscar in the red zone.
That's true, yes. So that is going to conclude game number 1 here. A beautiful clinic being put on by our resident Dr. Miyazroy, as well as our fantastic anime protagonist swordsman Tony Evolved. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I feel like there was no team that really had any way of contesting them at any point in the game. They just felt so clean from start to finish. And like you said, they ended up getting 7 kills instead of just 6 because that kill where they forced Rengar Oscar into the red zone, and that does go over to them. So that's going to conclude game number 1 over here for Group C of the ERCL semis. This is the last group. Remember, we're determining our last 3 groups, or our last 3 teams to make it into the semifinals. We've already established 6 teams. We just have room for 3 more, and this is where it all comes down to. In first place, leaving that match, was first place Miyazroy and Tony Evolved with 7 kills between them. In second place, we had Juicer, aka Sana, and Aethers, second place with 1 kill. And in third place, we had Fanghua and Fakula with 1 kill. I do need to give a shout out. It's amazing that I'm saying that they dropped in 5th, but they did. It was Michael Udall and Cure. They had 5 kills, 5th place, which is probably going to put them, if I had to guess, in second place, because those 5 kills are really going to stack up and mean quite a lot in terms of their overall placement. But let's see. We should have the scores ready in just a second, so we're going to go to that once they are ready. Yeah, okay, so the scores are now ready. Right as I said that. The scores are now ready, so let's go over to those and we'll check it out. Currently in first place, we have Tony Evolved and Miyazroy TV as expected with 36 points. In second place, we have Cure and Michael Udall also as expected. Despite dropping in 5th, they had roughly 5 kills, which put them in a nice 22-point advantage. In third place, we have Aethers and Juicer with 17 points, but it's still anyone's game to get into that second or third spot, as, well, 4th place is only a few points behind 3rd, and 5th place is only a few points behind 4th. So it's still anyone's game. What are your takeaways from that match, Tom?
Well, my biggest takeaway here is it almost looks like Tony and Mizroy actually possibly have already made it out of the semifinals already with a massive lead from that first game. 36 points to their name. Is going to be very, very hard to get them out of the top 3 at this point, but they just kind of had a dominant game. They were able to just run and just CC anybody walk into and just kill them.
Yeah, they were doing so well.
By far, but sadly they did end up running into the strongest guys in the lobby, well, by far at that point, which is Tony and Mizroy, and just dropped. So it's very unfortunate, but I think we're gonna see more come out from the Hots boys in these next coming matches, and they were playing absolutely out of mind. And of course, in third place we have Ape and Juster, kind of not really doing a whole lot to match. There was a lot of farming, not really able to secure the final zone like they wanted. And like at that point, when you're against a full transition Kathy and a Yuki, and you are that squishy, there's not really much you could do, right? And Nadine doesn't exactly have a lot of self-peel. You kind of really rely on just creating the zone of squirrel traps among other traps and really just being able to poke people down. But if you have a Kathy running at you on Mach 5, you're just gonna die.
Absolutely. And also one thing that I need to point out about that group as we're setting up this this second game now is that they got Wick for free. There's not contested whatsoever. Tony and Mia's right, they got Wick for free. And I don't know if that's going to happen every game from now on. I don't think they're going to get it for free because I think players know that if you give Mia's Roy Wick, he will run away with the game as he does every single time. That is a character that scales super, super well with the Wick buff, with the crazy good RNG items. You can't just be handing it out to Mia's right on Kathy for free. Keep in mind, that character Kathy already has that really strong bleed on their passive, and you throw on another bleed onto it as well. How do you even, like, one tag and you're losing tons of HP every second, several hundred damage worth of bleed every second or so. Also, those items let you scale super, super well. So it's one of those cases where I have a feeling we're going to see a little bit of a shift in priority when it comes to Wickline. But the question is anyone going to even risk it? Are they just going to play it safe and go for second and third? Maybe they don't want to contest me as Roy. Maybe they think, hey, let them have it. We're just going to go for our farm. We're not even going to bother fighting them at all. Just let them have the first place. We'll just scrap for second and third. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe the more farm-oriented characters like Nadine just go for that instead.
Yeah, that is definitely a very valid strategy moving forward, because again, you don't really have to get first place, right? So why risk it if you think you're weaker than the guys going for Wick actively and you don't really have the potential to third party?
Absolutely.
If I were to say anybody is really going to be third partying this, it would probably be Michael Udall and Cure. They have the potential to really just force double melees out of the Wick line and just deny the components. And of course, if I'm Zahir or a Hedgen, I absolutely want Wickline, right? I am a poke-oriented character. I have a ton of range to my name. I have to throw range on auto attacks. I am so strong at just with having Wickline bleed on me. It's like there's no reason to never go for that. But they just had the unfortunate circumstance of not really being able to go for it early on, or potentially thinking that nobody was going to go for it in the red zone, which is honestly a fatal mistake that people, even myself, we make a lot. You think nobody's going to go for Wickline during the red zone time, or your avenue's about to close off, or pawn is just open right next to it, and people tend to forget to, act that people could just pull out Wickline. You'll tank a ton of timer, but you'll secure the Wickline and really just secure your win condition for the game. It ends up happening a lot, and we see it happen pretty much every game, no matter what format that Mizroy plays in. So hopefully we do see some more people contest Wickline, because if he's able to secure more Wicks, you're going to be seeing a lot of what we just saw last game.
Absolutely. Also, we are seeing a little bit of a roster swap on Waterfudge and Lilydongo, switching off of the Kiara, going for another Kathy. We have 4 Kathys in this group. We have Fanghua, Mindio, Miasroy, and now we have Waterfudge as well. That is so many Kathys. The weird thing, though, that I'm noticing is that Waterfudge is starting up here in archery range. Do you think there's a chance that this is that sort of like weird amp version of Kathy? It can't be, right? Or is it?
I don't know. It's definitely a very weird version. This is the routing for it, I believe. So I think we might actually see the amp Kathy come out from Waterfudge. But speaking of Kathy, there are 4 of them. There are 4 Kathys in this lab right now. We have Waterfudge, Mizroy, we have Nindinho, and we have Fengshua. All on Kathy right now. Guys, I think Kathy might be a bit of a good character right now. Could just be everyone here likes Kathy. I don't know. But this character is showing up right now and is going to be doing a lot of work.
Ooh, Michael Udall with the finished flubber. Didn't quite get the spiky bouncy ball and didn't quite get the connect with the tornado onto Bamboo. So that may not be a fight that they can sort of force. Also, we have Shin arriving to back up Bamboo, but they are on a white weapon. This is not necessarily going to be a fight they really want to take, since Michael Udall is already on the spiky bouncy ball, and Cure, well, not quite finished with whatever weapon they were putting together, but they're probably on their way pretty soon. We have Tony in an engagement against Ratjammer and Absolute Terror, getting caught over here in dock. The question is, are they gonna let Tony get away? Miasroy is not quite there yet. Yes, they are. They're not gonna pursue that chase, but honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if they did. That is a player that is already doing super well. If you can take Tony out of the game, that means Miyazori cannot scale in the way that he normally has been. So, kind of surprised they didn't push that.
Yeah, absolutely. Had I been Ratjammer and Absolute Terror there, I think I would have sacrificed some time to secure the kill on Tony involved there. It was just going to help your overall placement more, but it will definitely put you behind for a little bit. But Tony is actually going for the play of going back in the dock. He knows these guys are here, but Miyazori is teleporting in as well. And this is where he finishes a lot of the items. I'll be very, very surprised here if Absolute Terror and Ratjammer do not see Miyazori right there and just start going in on this. Because we're seeing Absolute Terror is very strong right now. Electron Blaster, Shiva Shotgun, Ratjammer on the Dio Scurry, and the high heels. No, they're just gonna let them craft.
I'm actually shocked. I'm with you here. I'm guessing they don't have consoles. They don't. This is happening. But if you did have console and you saw that Tony was on a white weapon, you saw Miyazori was on a green weapon, there's no reason why they can't just eliminate them right here, right now. They have the movement speed. They have the power. They have the max HP. It's shocking to me that they're not forcing this. But I mean, hey, they just don't know. They don't have console.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them, because had you known that the rank 1 players right now are sitting right next to you with nothing going for them, oh, you would be eating that up in a heartbeat. I mean, just look at Absolute Terror. He would go in there in 2 seconds. He could easily 1v2 that, considering the power difference right now. But
easily.
Sadly, just did not have the vision there. Very, very, very unfortunate. So Miyazori and Tony in the hypothetical fight will live.
The hypothetical fight. We could play that out in our heads. I think Miyazori and Tony would have lost that one. Oh, they're going in on each other. It's crazy. Anyways, we do have Ratjammer and Absolute Terror. Absolute Terror's items are looking really good right now, but Ratjammer's not the best. With the Dio Scurry, let's check out how Rengar Oscar and Mindigo are doing. Rengar Oscar is currently in the process of, wait a minute, so do you remember Rengar was on the Bastard Sword trying to make the Twantian, I think, last game? Has completely pivoted to something else, but hold that thought. Madru is getting caught over here by Fangwa and Fakula. Nazori is also really low, will end up dropping, and that is a kill. Going over to Fakula and Fangwa, our first dropped players of game number... Wait a second. I just realized that Madru was not on Shukai, it was Nazori who was on Shukai this game. They switched the Shukais. They switched on us.
Wait. Were they doing a one-zone griefing? But I think they were doing a one-zone griefing build.
They absolutely were. They absolutely were, and just I guess it just didn't turn into anything. There's a fight over in the top right side of Pond right here. Rengar Oscar dropping the Cure and Michael Udall. This has been a team that has been destroying people in the early, and the Mithril armor already on Udall. Full build for Cure. Mindigo is trying to do the best that she can, but she's not able to find the connections against these 2 players who are fully built already, aside from Udall's shoes. Man, that is a scary, scary team to run into in the middle of the night of night 1. Like, how on earth were they already this build? This team is able to assemble their builds so fast.
Yeah, I mean, their paths must align perfectly. I mean, we are seeing Cure on the Mystic J Charm. He has gotten this 2 games in a row. He likes the Shuriken Hedron coming down for both games. I'm very interested to see what their path looks like that makes Shuriken Hedron just line up so perfectly for it, because not exactly a build you really see a whole lot of. It's generally well, we saw last game, right? Where we saw in the last game, we saw Reverse sitting on the Elemental build. That is a standard Hedron. That is what you usually see, but they have been absolutely dominating with this build and playstyle.
So, something I want to talk about is the fact that Cure's in a fight. Hold on. Getting caught potentially by, who is this? By Fangwa and Fakula. Michael Udall coming in for the flank, but remember, there is another team not too far away. Lily Dongo and Waterfudge, who are both close to full build. It is the AMP build. Oh, shoot. I'm excited. I still don't understand what the point of this build is. I don't know how it does damage or why it exists, but it does exist, and I've seen it do, I guess, some okay things based on results. So we're going to see what this is actually going to do for Waterfudge rather than the standard auto attack based versions of Kathy. But no, that fight that was about to break out didn't actually turn into anything after all.
Yeah, not much happened there in that school at all. Everyone's afraid of the third party. There was noise being made from Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. So had they actually opted to take that fight, well, you know a third party was going to come in and just clean them up with relative ease. So I do kind of want to touch on this, the preview. Oh, wait, no. Wait a second. We might see a fight going on here.
It might be a real fight now.
We're seeing Ratjammer and Absolute Terror taking a fight with Mizroy and Tony. What could have happened earlier is happening now and is gonna be turned on the heads as Absolute Terror does drop down. The coup de grace will connect and forcing Absolute Terror to try and E over Tony, but that did not work out for him, putting him in even worse position than he was in initially. Ratjammer is gonna have to do as his name says and start rat jamming pretty effectively here to do, well, I mean, we saw last game. It took 3 teams to take the behemoth down, so let's see if it happens again.
So one thing I want to point out in that fight was actually Mizroy with a gorgeous suture thread locking Absolute Terror up against the wall there. Nothing he could do in that situation and just a free kill. Beautifully played by Team 5. I'm actually astounded. That was such clean catch onto Absolute Terror there, locking down the actual major threat between Ratjammer and Absolute Terror. Ratjammer, like, it's not just the rat build on Jackie, it's more of an offensive build, but you cannot let Arazi do what they do best, which is just destroy your team with range. Now we have Fanghua and Fakula jumping onto Aethers and Juicer. Aethers dropping very low. The big haymaker charge up by Juicer didn't do a whole lot of damage there. Aethers dropping low and will end up falling. Now Juicer, is up to him to run away and get out of this fight. As you are playing Hyunwoo, you need to be surviving, you need to be ratting away if you're going to end up losing your teammate. But no, unfortunately, Juicer will go down, and so will Aethers, as one of our first teams eliminated here in game number 2. They had an okay, pretty decent performance in game number 1, ending up, I believe, in second. They needed to keep that momentum going in order to qualify for the finals, but this may not have been the game they were looking for.
Yeah, that was very, very unfortunate from it. Oh, wait a second. We are actually seeing a fight from Bamboo and Shin versus Waterfudge and Lily Dara over at Pond. Shin has already dropped down and Bamboo is having to try and dash away. Not very built right now. We're seeing Waterfudge literally just on the tail end of him the entire time. The Amp Cathy doing some work here.
Keep in mind, though, we do have 2 other teams all funneling into Pawn right now. It's about to be a big fight right here between these 3 teams. Cure, noticing that Lily Dongo is out of mana. This is a character that's very mana intensive, getting caught and bursted very quickly by Michael Udall and Cure. We do also have Mizroy. Oh my god, they are both dead in just a blink of an eye. So maybe spending a little bit too long trying to loot those bodies, and now they have become bodies themselves to loot. We do also have Mizroy and Tony not far away. Could try to get in on this fight if they wanted to. They do probably see that the Omens are circling around for Cure, which means that they are on cooldown. This is a bad position for Michael Udall and Cure. Although, I gotta say, a very nice turn on to Mizroy, dropping very low with the ultimate to reset the fight. The coup de god drops onto Michael Udall. He drops down to about 300 HP, but Mizroy will end up falling to the barrage of skill shots of these amp-based characters. Now it's up to Tony to 1v2 here. Can he do it? He has very few tools available to him at the moment, as Cure and Michael Udall do still have lots of cooldowns ticking right now. They're about to get picked back up. The fear can't quite go down. Oh, wait a second. Tony has made the call knowing that he cannot get this this revive interrupted. But now that Michael is here to throw down the tornado, he has to give it up. Tony is trying his best to escape at this point.
Yeah, Tono trying to dodge every skill shot throwing at him, but he just keeps, you can't dodge them all. There's one going to your left, one going to your right. One of them is bound to hit you. All your options were covered there. Tony's gonna drop there to Michael Dahl and Kior, and Mizroy unfortunately getting absolutely chunked at the start of that fight. He was down to about a quarter HP before he was able to even ultimate out with the Unstoppable, but it was not enough. As he went on Michael Udall, Udall dropped the Q right on top of himself, and that secured Mizroy's down there. It's just very unfortunate. And what was a lobby that felt like it was going relatively slow, we are now down to 5 players remaining at the start of day 3. We are only 10 minutes into this game. And it is Wickline spawning. Mizroy's dead, so he can't just take it for free. And
he might
now
still do it. You never know. You can't count him out.
When is the Warlock character being added to this game? Just resurrect Mizroy real quick. Get me a free Wickline. But there is only 5 people remaining. This is going to be possibly the fastest game we see so far, but we do need the zones to start ticking, and with no Mizroy in the game, Wickline is doing as it pleases.
Actually, you just gave me the craziest idea for a character. Can we get a character that just like resurrects dead survivors and like can run them around as like pets? That'd be insane. Anyways, we have Fakula fighting Ratjammer, getting the catch onto our resident rat here. Fakula knocking him back, getting the heal off with the radar gun. Nicely done, although unfortunately trying to slow in the wrong direction, but Fanghua is here to help with that rat problem. Ratjammer trying to run away, but against the Sylvia it's going to be pretty difficult. One of the best rat catchers in the entire game. Going to try and use the iframes to buffer through any sort of CC, but will end up going down. Now we have our final 2v2 between Michael Udall and Fanghua. Just realized that Wick ran from her spawn point all the way to Cemetery, instantly did a 180 and turned back to walk back across Pond Bridge. Okay, Wick, whatever, man. You just choose to do what you want to do. We can't blame you. Mizroy's not here. You're strutting your thing.
Wick is very simple. It wants to be in the same zone as Mizra at any stage of the game. We know how Wickline AI works. I've seen Aesop code it personally. He has told us privately in DMs that Wickline will always be near Mizra at any stage of the game. And sadly, that's exactly what I love seeing this Wickline icon just move. It's just going to alley. Everyone, the last two teams are down in Dock Uptown. If these guys make noise, we can see the fastest game in this entire, like, in any game that we've had today. This could easily be a 12-minute game if these guys just can't lock eyes with each other for just a moment.
They are approaching.
Enough noise. Yeah, there's noise coming up from this board fight. I think they know. Do they? Yeah.
Ooh, this could be it. It's going to be a pretty even fight too. It's a 5-kill versus a 6-kill, engagement. Both these players, both these teams on very similar mastery, although Fanghua does have the mithril armor with the frag rack. Something that is very important for this final fight that you should be paying attention to is the fact that both Fanghua and Fakula both have mithril armor against 2 amp-based characters, so that is very effective at mitigating all that flat amp damage that they're going to be receiving from these 2 characters. Very, very important itemization against them. They're going to probably even try to shoot for like a Lunar Embrace if they really want to negate a lot of the damage that both Hedgen and Zahir are going to be doing. The question is, are we going to see Wickline not even go down before this game is over? Can we see the day 3 victory? No, because Fanghua and Fakula want to run away instead. I respect it though. I really do. They want to scale. I do respect that.
Yeah, I found Fanghua and Fakula right now. I definitely don't think I want to take this fight. I kind of want to just set up at a better angle where they catch out. Like, it's going to be so hard to even approach these guys. You have the Hedgen with the Fear. You have the Zahir with a ton of CC built into his kit as well. Like, it's just going to be really, really hard to catch this. But wait, Cure does land the first Q down. That's going to be 1/3 of the passive stacks. Is he going to go for the engagement here and get the Fear on Fang Shui? I don't think that's going to be the case. They're just kind of walking away. They're playing this incredibly passive right now, but they are blocking out the exit.
Like they're just teasing us. I want to fight already. No, I'm kidding. They do engage. Fanghua goes right in, gets the catch on to Michael Udall, throws down the suture thread. It doesn't quite connect though. Now the beautiful turn by Michael Udall and KureGG on to Fanghua. He will drop instantly. Fakula trying to do what he can, but with no HP against these 2 very stacked amp-based characters, it will not be enough. One more Q and one more charm of the Nomad, and that will be Cure and Michael Udall taking game number 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tonight, sitting at around 14 minutes, Wickline, you just moving. Udall is taking Wickline.
I love that the game is like glitched out at the end, so it doesn't like show the end screen, and like on my screen I can see Udall just autoing Wickline because the characters are sort of bugged out. But that's going to be it for game number 2. We still have one more match. Let's talk about the results of that game. It's going to be in first place, a beautiful performance by Michael Udall and Cure. 8 kills, 4 kills apiece for our Hedgen and Zahir player. The Hots boys looking real good right now. 8 kill first place. That's almost guaranteeing you a spot in the finals. So good job for Michael Udall and Cure in second place. We had Fanghua and Fakula picking up a nice 5 kill second. That will put them pretty far ahead, pretty close to maybe making that top 3. I wouldn't be surprised if that was enough to secure them in that spot, but maybe not permanently. They probably still need a good game in game number 3. But also, we have Absolute Terror and Ratjammer. They made it to 3rd place once again just by playing very safe, very passive. Unfortunately, Absolute Terror did go down to Mia's Roy and Tony, but they outlived them in the end. Ratjammer making it to 3rd place. Most of the kills went to our top 2 teams, and that's going to conclude game number 2. So, where are our standings after that match? That is the question we want to know the answer to. So we're going to shoot it right over there. Let's see where our players currently stand. In first place, we have Cure, Michael Udall, firmly in first place after that 8-kill bomb of a match. And yeah, they're going to be sitting tight with 64 points. Tom, you want to run me through the rest of them?
Yeah, absolutely. In second place, we have Tony Evolved and Mizroy at 51 points there, getting crushed by the first place team right now, Cure and Michael Udall over back in Pawn. And in third place, we have Fakula and Fanghua sitting at 43 points, which is kind of funny. I feel like despite them having 5 kills, we really did not see too much come down from them. Like, they were taking fights. They were being very aggressive. But I just feel like the highlight was just kept being Michael Udall and Cure just landing absolute insane combo after insane combo and just crushing anybody in their wake. In fourth place, the discrepancy between third and fourth is pretty big at this point. 43 points in third place. In fourth place, we have Absolute Terror and Ratjammer sitting at 22 points. And then from there, we have fifth place, Aetherius and Juster at 20 points. Sixth place being Lily Dong or Waterfudge being at 15 points.
Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty tough for any of these teams to break into the top 3 at this point. Unlike the group we just had last group, where we had like 6 or 7 teams all in contention within like 10 to 15 points of each other to break into that top 3. Instead, in this case, we are about a 21 point difference between 3rd and 4th. It's gonna be hard for people to break in, but it's not impossible yet. If some team has a really good game, it's still very possible for anybody to make it into the finals, but this is where our standings are at the current moment. We're gonna be getting ready for the final game of the day, the final game of the semifinals. I was not kidding, guys, when I said that today's games are gonna be absolutely insane. All throughout the qualifiers, we had really strong games. We had really strong teams showing crazy stuff, and honestly, we saw some really powerful teams getting eliminated in that first phase of the tournament. But when it comes to the semifinals, it's nothing but good teams. The teams that made it here had to fight tooth and nail to get here in the first place, and then at that point, now it's all nothing but good players to fight against, and it's going to be even harder, as you saw, to make it out of these groups. We're cutting it down from 162 players down to 54 today, and then after today we are going down from 54 to just 18. That's 9 total teams that get to advance out of the initial pool of 162. Absolutely, or sorry, 9 teams out of the original pool of what is it, 81 teams? Pretty insane. You have to be in like the top 10% to make it there. It's pretty nuts, guys. You have to be performing out of your mind in order to get there. And honestly, making it even to the semifinals is a huge accomplishment in of itself. You're just missing, I believe, one more team before we can get started with this final semifinal. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I think no matter what happens, I'm happy with the result. I think all the teams that have a chance of qualifying are all teams I would love to see compete in the finals against some of our star-studded competitors that have already qualified. If you missed Groups B and Group A, check it out. It's going to be in the VOD. You can even check it out right now if you feel like it. But yeah, don't settle for just watching one group. Watch all 3. It was absolutely insane. If you missed the conclusion of Group B, you missed out on some of the best Eternal Return action I have ever seen in my entire life. Ellison playing the most insane game of Emma in the world. Also in Group A, you got all sorts of crazy Adela and Isol play coming out of like Nazimi, Xiaosei, Burning Z. Well, he was playing Shukai, but he was on a team with an Isol, and Gali all playing wonderfully done. Playing wonderfully in those games. So yeah, please check those out. Those games were absolutely nuts. Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. If you miss Group B, you are in for a show. Just grab some popcorn, sit back, and relax. You're gonna have the time of your life with that one. That one was insanely close. The points discrepancy is a 1 kill difference. That's all you need to know. Good luck. It
was crazy. It was actually some of the most heartbreaking results in any tournament match ever. Like the most insane pop-off game leading up to the final score. It was, I don't know. It wasn't quite Group I from last game with the Esther Lenny Pie Master situation, but it was pretty damn close. So we're getting ready to go into our final game. All of our players are in the lobby. We are currently loading into the final match. This is going to be it for the ERCL today. Who will make it in? That remains to be seen.
No spoilers, but I love the shakeups we're seeing here. We saw a full shakeup composition and a couple little changes on the side there. I'm excited to see what's going to happen with these guys. Oh, there's the interesting composition coming down here that I'm very excited to talk about once we get into the game here. Scaz, are you seeing what I'm talking
about? Hold on one second. So currently, let me see which group we're talking about here. It is going to be... Am I blind? What's been changed?
Oh,
Aether's
no.
and Sauna. Oh my god, I am blind.
There we go.
Hold on. So, sorry about that. Yeah, Aether's and Sauna switching over to double. I assume this has got to be double AR. There's no way it's anything else. Yeah, they're doing a funnel.
Yeah, it's gonna be double AR fun. I jokingly was talking to guys about this before the broadcast began. I was like, what if we just did double AR again? Because this was a strategy that was brought out and was actually very successful, but you just do double agony as well. All you need is the one heated oil, and you get to just split it between you and your AR buddy. Just give him a nice little kiss, put some oil on your gun, and you are good to go. This strategy did work in the past. They also had a heart to compensate as a front line, which was incredibly 5-head. It was such a fun strat to watch. But let's see how it works without the heart working as a frontline this time around. I'm very curious. What do you think is going to come out for these guys?
I think it's going to dominate. I'm putting all my money on the table, man. I'm betting on Sauna and Aethers. They're going to go first place, 16 kills. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be crazy. So the thing about this strategy that is so unique is that there is a new assault rifle in the game. There's a new assault rifle on Lumia Island called Agni. It's a legendary assault rifle. It's essentially Gatling gun as it was before, but just better in every possible way. And it's the same route. You don't have to do anything crazy to finish it that you weren't already doing before. It's the exact same route. The only difference is you need one lighter, which you're already going to get in factory anyways. So it's pretty easy to build. It gives you a ton of free mastery because it is a legendary. You're crafting a purple into a gold. It's quite good. And on top of that, the stats are pretty stacked. We have Madru getting tagged by Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. One more change also, we're seeing Lily Dongo, who has been a very vocal Emma-only player in the last few couple of months, is switching over to Hedgen, her old favorite. This is a very interesting choice. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, for those who don't know Lily Dongo, we're talking about a person who I swear woke up every morning, went to Gen Chat, and just decided to write a full-on comprehensive guide on this character every single day. She would answer every question you possibly have on this character. She was a Hedgen enthusiast, but switched over once Emma came out, so this is not a character she's unfamiliar with. If there's anything, she is incredibly familiar with this character, and I think we're about to see that happen right now. She's on the elemental bow. She is going to go on Nizuri, get the fear right away. Shoot. Nizuri will drop, and we are seeing Waterfudge on the Malphite going into Madru here. Was not able to get the spacing down for the ground here, but Madru getting a little confident here. He does have the TAC 50. Sniper Aya is the biggest strength right now, even in the early game. And we're saying right now that Waterfudge is just trying to get the aggression down back on the Madru. But Madru is very low on SP, trying to get the turnaround here. Lily Dongo seems to be a little scared, but no, dang, level 6, gonna get the ultimate. While Madru is gonna drop, and that's gonna spell the end for Team 8 here. Lily Dongo will drop as well, giving a kill over to Nizuri and Madru here.
Madru does end up getting a kill though. That is actually significant. I don't know if it's going to be enough to necessarily make them qualify for the finals, but hey, one extra little kill there doesn't hurt whatsoever. Lily Dongo and Waterfudge picking up 2 kills at the start here. Boy, they needed it. So they're getting closer and closer to that 3rd place spot. Also, Cure in an engagement against Bamboo and Shin over here in Pond. Pond has been a dangerous place to be in general, and being close to Michael Udall or Cure has been a pretty bad idea for most teams, as they have completely wiped them off the face of Lumia Island. Bamboo and Shin end up going down at the start of game number 3. One thing I want to point out is that, yeah, Aethers and Sana, they finished up their Agni pretty quickly. They do have the Crusaders armor online already, and yeah, so that's pretty good for them.
Yeah, right now we are looking at, oh my god, the double AR team is going to be so scary once again a lot. So the biggest thing about this composition is that you may notice a lot of items, a lot of components you make come in pairs of 2. This build doesn't really need those pairs at all. So what we're looking at right now, we're looking at heated oil. You can split the heated oil. You can split the steel. You can split the oilcloths. So pretty much your weapon, your chest, and your boots are all being built into pairs. The rest you kind of have to find individually, but that doesn't really matter too much. I mean, you can also split the glass bottles, you know, that is also another thing to split, but
yeah, that's absolutely true.
More than half of your build is being split up. It is so efficient to make. I mean, look at this. It's night 1. We are looking at these players of like sitting on Agni, Crusader armors, Feather boots, Raider. They are so strong. And of course you have ISO with the CC, which is really all the CC you're gonna need to get 1 kill. Once Simtex bomb lands, they are as good as dead. And with Chapel not being a death zone for once, it is actually going to be very, very significant moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping to see some really cool things out of Mindigo and Rengar Oscar this game. They've been kind of finding trouble surviving that early game period of the match. They've been running into Michael Udall's team, which has been sort of running over anyone they see regardless of who they are, and unfortunately they have been sort of victims of that too. But they're seeing that early force core off of this bear. That's going to be a fragger rack nice and early, I assume, unless they go for like maybe something like auto arms. But I wouldn't be surprised if they made a fragger rack, especially since they're over here in a zone that has daggers. Are we going to see that? I don't know. Also, we have Sana. It is their first fight against Mizroy and Tony. We are seeing that big damage, both of them focusing down Tony. Tony goes down. It's Mizroy in a 1v2 situation. Those 2 Agnis are just chugging away on both of these players. They kill bodies so much faster than most other players. Look at Tony just dropping from 100 to 0 of down HP. Plus the Semtex bomb lands, plus the overheat. Mizroy is just taken out of the game by Aethers and Sana. Now we have Radjammer and Alciter.
Jump in, but their overheat is still active for just a little while. But no, they're not using too many resources to get into this fight, or during that fight, they're not able to continue this fight here. You know, Absolute Terror and Radjammer are looking very, very strong here. Don't want to take that fight without anything going on. Wait a second, Fakula dropping over an alley to Waterfudge and Lily Dongo throughout all the chaos. Guys, we need to take these fights one at a time, please.
Yeah, we can only watch one fight at a time. Radjammer and Absolute Terror, they're not going to be able to find anything here after Aethers and Sana decided to just disengage and fight another day. Keep in mind, Juicer not able to find the leather to upgrade his boots yet. They're trying to kill chickens to get leather and they're not finding any success with it. I've been there before. That is annoying as heck. So here it is, few more chickens. Will they get it? Also, we have to highlight the fact that Lilydongo and Waterfudge, good on them. Picking off a kill over an alley might have been just post-teleport or something because Fanghua was not there to back them up.
Yeah, and finally, the Lumia Island gods have said you are gonna stop teleporting for free and not be punished. So people have been finally getting punished in this group for teleporting without their teammates and just taking these risky TPs when not needed. And it's been costing them their lives. We saw it last game. We're seeing it this game. It's too risky, guys. You need to be very careful when that happens. And man, right now, guys, we're seeing Michael. Oh my goodness, wait, what is Michael Udall's item?
Oh,
what?
Scotty and a Hermes? Michael, you wouldn't. How do you have these items so early? It's day 2, man. What's going on? Wait a second. Oh.
We're seeing an ambush being set up.
Cure. I'm trying to mind sense a message to you. Oh shoot, he found him. Okay, Cure is trying his best to get away with the Charm of the Nomad over the wall. He will get away. A beautiful cue to check that bush. Oh my gosh, I'm glad that my mind message managed to reach him in time. We have Radjammer and Absolute Terror pushing onto Sana and Aethers. They are kiting their hearts out. The blank cartridge does go down. Radjammer dropping very low. Both these players are just machine gunning him down at a distance. It's Absolute Terror versus Sana and Aethers. There is nothing they can do right now. Radjammer's just getting stunned on the floor. Another beautiful Syntax Bomb does land from Sana, and they are chasing him down with the Rebel Assault. The extra slow does land, but the ultimate coming out of Absolute Terror does connect onto Sana. Sana dropping very low, but it does not matter. Aethers and Juicer get 2 more kills.
So wait, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 9 kills can still happen. I'm just saying, your prediction from earlier, you might actually make your money back.
I'm dead serious, man. They're making it. They're totally gonna make it. Here's the thing. You have to keep in mind the 2 teams in 2nd and 3rd, Fanghua and Fakula, Tony Evolved and Miyazroy. They have already lost 3 of those 4 players I just mentioned. Miyazroy is dead. And Tony Evolved also dead. They were in 2nd place with about 51 points.
Wait a second. Gonna have to interrupt you here because Kira is gonna try and go in for the engagement, but wait, is he going crazy? He's trying to walk in the melee range of these guys. Wait, the Syntax Box is gonna land. Michael Udall is still pretty far behind from him though. So third party is gonna have wait, but there is a second group of friends walking in. We have Waterfudge and Lilydongo coming in. Lilydongo going all in, no consideration what's happening around her. She doesn't care. She wants to get Juster down immediately. Juster will drop.
Wait, this might actually be Cure and Michael Udall's fight to win as Lilydongo and Waterfudge went all in to take out Sana, and now Michael Udall and Cure have no one to contest them. Both of these teams have just lost 1 more member. Michael Udall and Cure are on Miyazroy's team and Fanghua and Fakula's team because they just eliminated their biggest competition. There's almost no way if both of these players go down for the 4th and 5th place teams to usurp those positions. Aethers going for the revive onto Cure, but he's not gonna be able to get it onto Juicer because Cure is trying his best to come in here and yeah, make sure that Sana goes down. Oh my god, my betting, my money. No, I'm just kidding. Juicer does go down. My prediction is going to be not coming to fruition here. It looks like it's another game probably going in favor of Michael Udall and Cure.
Yeah, right now they are the ones definitely in the lead here, as who was the strongest in the lobby just kind of fell moments ago with Sana sadly dropping over in Dock. Aether is now just by himself, still incredibly strong, not really having a lot of tools to him right now. He lost his CC buddy. He is kind of just going to be a walking stat checking machine, but we are seeing Waterfudge just on the chase with the Frag Rock and the out of combat move speed from Rocket's Jacket. He doesn't care. He's like, you took my friend's life, I'm coming here to take yours. He's doing a good amount of damage with the Mount Slicer.
Wait,
we're seeing the double bypass. Yeah, that bleed is actually doing a lot of damage. I'm kind of surprised. Wait a second, time out here. That's a lot of attack power coming down from him. Aethers is going to be forced to walk out of this. He actually cannot take this fight. Because Waterfudge does have the ultimate available to him, and that is going to do a massive HP swing for that fight whenever it happens. But Aethers, oh no, he's taking a knee over by the red zone, and he cannot afford to take this timer yet again. He's going to be forced into Dock here, but Waterfudge is going to be on the chase. Yeah, this is going to be a fight that's going to be forced to happen one way or another. Aethers is going to need to try to go out. The blank cartridge is going to drop. The root drop, and no, Waterfudge fails to kill.
My god, Waterfudge. That was like textbook Kathy play right there. Perfect combos, getting him with the suture thread right as he fired off the blank cartridge, so he got none of that extra distance that he was looking for off of that root. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous play coming out of Water Fudge there. Yes, Aethers does go down, and that will likely mark the end of their tournament run here in the semifinal stage of the tournament. We do also still have 2 full teams still alive. Rengar, Oscar, and Mindigo versus Cure and Michael Udall. We also do have the extra factor of Water Fudge. He just killed off Aethers, and we do have Fangwa as well, who's been running around, getting that mithril armor, getting fed, but keep in mind, Water Fudge, he's got 4 kills. He's also got the frag rack. Wait a second, we are potentially counting out Water Fudge and Lily Dongo when it's not over for them yet. Yes, sure, they're only on 15 points. Sure, they need to break Fangwa and Fakula's 43 points, and they're probably gonna get a little bit more because they're still alive in this game. But maybe they can do it. It might not be completely over for them yet if they somehow pull off a crazy, you know, 1v5 situation. They're already on 5 kills, and they're still alive as one of the final 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it is the possibilities over there. Gotta go back to the hypothetical fights as we were mentioning earlier. There is a universe where Water Fudge does kill everybody and win the game, but it is going to be rather difficult. He's got to be what we saw earlier in the Zemi level of third-party legend of just walking up and taking kills like he does not deserve at all. But I don't know. Is it gonna happen? Probably not. But if it does, I'd be losing my mind. That's for sure. Wait a second, Wickline is actually dead with Mizroy not in the game. Let's go, Michael Uda and Kior taking down Wickline over in force on spawn. Proud of you guys.
Pretty impressive.
Despite your names, yeah, they're not Mizroy and he took it. I'm surprised Wickline allowed that.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, yeah, it's a little bizarre, but seriously though, Kier and Michael Udall, all jokes aside, are incredibly powerful at the moment. These players are slated to win this entire match, no issues. They're already on, I gotta stop clicking on the corners of this map. They're already on 3 kills, insane items with the Wick buff. Unfortunately, their best competition right now is, well, they're looking pretty good itemization with the frag rack and the mithril armor, but with no kills, it's not a whole heck of a lot of mastery. The difference, we're seeing 10 and 8 versus 12 and 10, so that's an extra like 4 total mastery between them, plus, keep in mind they do have that Wick buff for the next 6 minutes, so it's going to be very difficult for Rengar, Oscar, and Mindigo to take a head-on fight here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the slow-pacing match at this point. You really don't want to run into Michael Uda here. You don't want to take any of these TPs. We are just seeing people play incredibly safe here. Everyone just kind of standing at the edge of a zone. Feng Shui just waiting by the Hyperloop whenever he needs to get out of there. We are just kind of seeing a lot of these teams do, well, not a whole lot. Just preparing for the final zone. We are seeing Rengar, Oscar, and Mindigo over at Pond, just trying to get traps down and hopefully craft some double guillotines to secure the late game with, but aside from that, it's just kind of been very slow at this point.
Yeah, they are kind of chilling over here. I assume they were making maybe some double guillotines or something. Being over here in Pawn, that tends to be what you're doing at the mid to late game part of the game. You're either cooking up food or you're making double guillotines. I saw them drop a couple mouse traps, so it kind of makes the most sense that that was what their goal was. It's funny seeing so many Kathy icons on the map. Kathy was a character who really shined in this group. There were other groups that had other characters that were way overrepresented, like we had a bunch of Adelos, we had a bunch in Group A, we had a bunch of Isols in Group A, we had, what did we see a lot of in Group B? Was it?
I don't remember, I just remember Emma's. I remember
the one Emma. It's the only one we needed to remember. But the point was is that like, some characters have just been more popular in some groups than others. Like this group has a bunch of Kathys where we didn't see a ton of Kathys in the previous groups. We still saw Kathys, but not quite as many as we're seeing right now. I am very excited to see what Water Fudge can pull off. This is probably the story I'm the most interested in right now. Can he pull off more than 4 kills? Can he find the right third-party situation? Because if anyone can do it, it is Water Fudge, it is Kathy. He has transitioned from that sort of weird amp build that he was running over to a more traditional auto attack build. He looted a butler suit, he looted a radar, he's got the TAC Ops helmet now. This is not gear that he had a minute ago, and it's not what he set out to build originally. We do have 2 more zones closing, going down to just Forest Chapel and Factory. Fanghua going to have to TP out, sitting on the CV for the last like 5 minutes or so, waiting for the zone to close, goes to Chapel, where no one else currently is. Ooh, we see our engagement between our last 2 full teams, Mindigo and Rengar Oscar engaging onto Cure. Ooh, the dagger skill, cloak and dagger thrown down, but it will not connect. Although Cure GG also throws down some caltrops, which also don't connect. Here comes the combo.
Yeah, Cure going in, getting down the spear on the Mindigo, but a beautiful double suture there into it, all but into Michael Udall dropping everything on top. This is just a battle of the AoE gods right now. Rengar Oscar just trying to scrap as best as he can here, but he is dropping incredibly low. Michael Udall kiting very nice here. Rengar Oscar is going to drop on the back in there to Cure, and Mindigo is just moments away from dropping. Gets the kill on Michael Udall, but Cure, he's going to secure the final kill for his team.
An incredibly close fight there between Rengar Oscar, Mindigo, and Michael Udall and Cure GG. Legitimately, one of the most beautiful stuns I've ever seen. Mindigo throwing out that suture thread, connecting to both Cure and Michael Udall. Absolutely glorious little suture thread right there. A perfect stun to engage that fight. I legitimately thought that they were going to take that whole thing, but it was like a little bit of indecisiveness of whether or not to fully commit on top of the hedge and to bring her down instantly, and as a result gets away with just a couple hundred HP. That's really not that much in the grand scheme of things. And well, with Michael Udall left unchecked and Cure GG not quite dead yet, it is going to be a fight going to Cure and Michael Udall. One more kill. These guys have been absolutely dominating this group from start to finish. Every game has been going pretty well in their favor, and right now we're seeing a very nice 5-kill lead put up ahead for them. That being said, speaking of 5 kills, we do also have Waterfudge and Lily Dongo. Despite Lily Dongo being dead, the 4 kills on Waterfudge. In a 2v1v1 situation, can the Cathies come back against these amp juggernauts over here in Factory?
Waterfudge using a cloak and dagger there to try to scout out a bush. Not gonna find anyone there to hunt down. He just wants to get Fang Shui over here in force. He knows he wants to take the 1v1, try and get a 5th kill to his name, but he was able to escape earlier. Right now is definitely looking like Cure's and Michael Udall's game, but the final zone is not going to be closing for quite a while. We still have another minute and a half here until the Force and Chapel closes and everyone is forced into Factory. Fang Shui in a very awkward position. He is stuck in Force with 11 seconds on his timer remaining. As we saw earlier when he was forced to TP out of Temple.
I think he's just trying to play it really safe. I think he's been playing this entire game very conservatively. He knows he has just a slight lead over everyone else in that 3rd place spot. He knows that as long as he gets that placement, guaranteed to get that top 3 spot, guaranteed to qualify for the finals. Now Waterfudge sees Fang Hua as he tried to go in with no timer left. The grounded does land for Waterfudge, doesn't quite connect in the same way for Fang Hua, but we do see the cloak and dagger coming out of Fang Hua, but there is Waterfudge's to answer it. Fang Hua dropping very low, and it will be Waterfudge who does get the kill. Up to 6 kills total for Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. One heck of a match for these players, despite losing one player relatively early on. But I don't know how he's going to do in the 1v2 situation. Didn't manage to use up the ultimate, though. That is still available. If he manages to catch one of them out, because we are a little bit split at the moment, this might potentially be a game that Waterfudge can win? Wait a second.
There is a world where he can win this. Ooh, the remote mines and the pendulum axe are going to be dropping down over there on the east side of Chapel there. Waterfudge is going to be forced to get out of zone. He is on really nice items. These are the items you definitely do want. Wait, Cure going in by himself here. Is this going to be potential for Waterfudge to try and turn this? That is going to be Cure's ultimate dropping. That's not going to be available for a while here, but Waterfudge is stuck. They're not letting him leave the zone. And I don't believe he has enough timer to really get out of here, but Cure has no more tools available to him. There is no ultimate, there is no cow traps, and we're seeing Waterfudge going in. Wait, Michael Udall is in the zone.
Yeah, Michael Udall is not involved in this fight right now. It's Waterfudge versus Cure. He's taking the 1v1. Cure opting to try and 1v1 this fight. But now Michael is here to have his turn too. He needs to jump in on Cure and finish off that execute before it's too late. Remember, his ult is down with only 6 seconds left. It is up to Waterfudge. Can he pull off the impossible as he tries to 1v2 versus the Hots boys? It's not looking good. The tornado does connect. Michael Udall putting the pressure onto Waterfudge. Waterfudge trying his best to stealth away and get out of here. Try and reset the fight and go for another attempt. I gotta say, his 1v1 against Cure was very, very close, and he almost had it if it weren't for the charm of the Nomad going back over the wall, making sure that he was safe in that scenario.
Yeah, the issue is here, he doesn't really have a lot of timer left. A minute left until the zone does close. Oh, we are going to see he's going to get the engage onto Cure here. A beautiful movement, not going to get the root out, but the fear is going to connect. Beautiful suture. Might give him a little bit of space to run out of here. We're going to see the ultimate drop down from Hedge, but no, that is going to spell Waterfudge's doom. He tried his best. He tried to get Cure on multiple occasions, but just didn't have enough time to finish him off at the very end. Game 3 of Group C will go to Michael Udall and Cure.
Yeah, a beautiful performance by Michael Udall and Cure, like they've been doing this whole entire group, taking first place over here at the end of Group C. That is going to conclude our final game of the semifinals. We're going to be calculating the scores for you so you know exactly who has qualified for the finals next weekend. Remember, the finals are going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I want to double check just to make sure. I believe the finals are going to be Sunday, next weekend at 4 p.m. PST. I want to make sure I know exactly what day that is so you can mark it down on your calendar. Sunday, April 11th at 4 p.m. PST. So you're going to want to be there for that. It's going to be on the official Nimble Neuron channel at 4 p.m. PST. Be there. It's going to be a bunch of crazy action between all these exceptionally powerful teams that we've been seeing all throughout this whole weekend. We had the qualifiers yesterday, we had the semifinals today, and it is there's no shortage of crazy games. Absolutely. In first place coming out of that game was Michael Udall and Cure GG. They had 6 kills between them, 3 on Michael, 3 on Cure. A fantastic performance. In second place, we had 6 kills on Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. Not what I was expecting whatsoever, considering they had lost Lily Dongo in that weird little fight on the bottom side of Factory between Factory and Doc, where both Aethers and Juicer, who looked really good as well, who had 4 kills as well, went down to sort of a 3-team battle that occurred down there, but ended up getting 6 kills total. Lily Dongo and Waterfudge, nicely done. Second place with 6 kills, and in third place, we had Fakula and Fanghua with, I believe, 0 kills, but still getting that placement point, or getting those placement points to make sure that they potentially qualify for the finals. We do have the scores ready to show to you. So, scorekeeper, you ready to move over to the scores? Let's do it. Currently, in first place, making it out of Group C, is going to be Cure and Michael Udall. That should come as no surprise to absolutely anybody, as they absolutely dominated this group. In second place, we have Tony Evolved and Mia's Roy TV with 54 points. And actually tied for second is Fanghua and Fakula, also with 54 points. Not far behind was Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. They put on a really good attempt there right at the end, going up to 47 points. Didn't quite make it, but they came just short in fourth place, 47 points. Also, shout out to Aethers and Juicer with 39. Absolute Terror and Rat Jimmer with 27. And Rengar, Oscar, and Minigo with 17. Madra and Azori put up a pretty good fight as well with 14 points. And Bamboo and Shin did a very good job of making it to the semifinals and ended up going out with 8. That is going to conclude the semifinals for this event. Duos has been no shortage of action. Like, I have had so much fun watching some of the most insane games of all time. Tom, how do you feel about our semifinals? And how do you feel about our contestants who are going to be moving on to the finals next weekend?
I feel like, these contestants are absolutely stacked. I mean, these guys are going to be crushing it next weekend. It's going to be, well, none of the best teams you're going to be seeing out of North America next weekend during the ERCL finals. Guys, like Scaz mentioned earlier, you got to be there. It's going to be a great time. You're going to be seeing 5 insane matches coming down from these contestants next weekend. Highly recommend. If you loved what you saw today, you're gonna love it even more next weekend, as these matches are gonna go up a bar. You thought it wasn't possible, but you're gonna be seeing the quality just go up and up again, as these players are gonna have to refine their strategies even further, as I'm sure these guys are gonna come in doing their research next weekend. I don't know, man. The games this week was crazy. Everyone played out of their minds. I'm so excited for next weekend, man.
NA scene never fails to deliver. We had a couple of EU teams come over and try their best as well, and it was a great time all around. So thank you, everybody who came out to compete. We couldn't have great tournaments if it weren't for having great players here giving us great games. I also want to give a huge shout out to Tom. Tom, thank you for being here on the semifinals. Do you want to plug yourself, plug your Twitch channel, your YouTube page? Where can people find you?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me, man. I always really appreciate being here. I hope to work with you next week. I'm super excited for that. Always appreciate it, man. As for me, for those who don't know me, I'm Tomsorcer. I am the guy who's been posting a ton of content since early access started. You can find me on YouTube by the same name, and you can find me on Twitch by the same name as well. You'll be catching me as the early bird tomorrow morning, streaming a ton of Eternal Return as well. We're just gonna be having a good time with it. Thank you, everybody, for having me today.
Yes, by all means, we love having you on here to cast. Guys, show Tom some love. He is, I love you, man. Thank you for coming out and casting. You're the best. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to our tournament moderators. I say this every time because they're here every time, and we could not do it without them. You guys are the absolute best at making sure everything runs so smoothly. We love you. Thank you so much. Everybody in the chat, please show our tournament moderators some love. Say thank you, tournament moderators. Thank you so much for making sure that this tournament runs as smoothly as it does. We could not do it without you. I want to give a huge shout out to Nimble Neuron for putting on this event. This is an official tournament. They are, you know, taking care of the prize pool. Everything about this could not happen without Nimble Neuron's support. So thank you, Nimble Neuron. Speaking of which, go to twitch.tv/Nimble Neuron and be sure to follow so you know when the tournament goes live next Sunday at 4 p.m. You want to be there. It's not going to be on this channel. It's going to be on the Nimble Neuron channel, so you want to be there for that. I also want to give another huge shout out to Alteris over on my left, who runs the entire stream from start to finish. You're the best. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you, Alteris. We love you very much. Also, I believe we have pretty much concluded everything there is to say about the ERCL semis. Just one more quick recap of the teams who have qualified over into the final games. It is going to be Gally and Burning Z, Xiaosei and Nazimi, Celeste and Homecoming. We are also going to have Free Stratos and Lily Petal, Piemaster 7 and Tier 98. Of course, we also have Averse and Proster did manage to make it as well. And of course, out of the group we just saw, it was going to be Cure and Michael Udall, Tony Evolved and Miyazuri TV and Fanghua and Fakula. Just top to bottom, a star-studded cast with the best players to come out of this region. You will not want to miss it. It's going to be some crazy action. But for everyone here at the ERCL, including myself, thank you so much for stopping by. We love you being here. And thank you for supporting us here at the ERCL. We will catch you guys next time. We'll see you next weekend. Thank you for being here.